I grew a lot for sure. At the very start, I mean, I played like a ridiculously high sense and I tried to aim like 10s and copy his highlights. But over the years, I got way better, way smarter too. Like I actually understand the game. I can understand win conditions and lose conditions and like, you know, how to win a game. And I guess like a lot of contribution was having Bonker on OXG and just like being on a team with those experienced players, like definitely helped me a lot. Like it made me actually understand the game. And even then there's so much that I still need to get better at. So I'm very happy with, you know, my progress, and I just got to keep continuing and riding that wave up. The adaptation, I mean, the adaptation, slowly but surely, we're figuring it out. I think we're taking steps forward and we know our problems and what needs to be like fixed. So I think our split one definitely helped us learn a lot. Our progress should get faster very soon. Initially, I just created a Discord server and I invited a bunch of people who I thought were good and I wanted to trial them and see how they fit in a team. I did some scrim trials where it was just like I picked a set 5, including me. I also had coaches watch. I did like the little EG method where we did like a 5v5 of like 10 trials. I learned a good amount of like from the players from those trials too. So that was pretty nice. And once I had my core, we started talking about, you know, who we wanted to move forward with, and by process of like elimination we figured out who we wanted to play with for the season. Well, if I wanted to speak very like optimistically, I want to win an international. If there's a world where that's possible, where, you know, I could win an international, I'd win an international. I guess technically that counts, but we can't even play Ascension. But I guess for tier 2, if I were to stay in tier 2, just to win. You know, if we won playoffs, because we can't qualify for Ascension, I would be happy with that. I don't really know. I don't really have that many skills. I guess I know how to dress sometimes. I'm like okay at dressing. I can dress myself. Yeah, I got the fit, you know, the fashion. You already know.
I have really high emotional intelligence, so I think that definitely like helps both out of game and in game a lot. Managing like team aspects and being able to be a leader in team environments, as well as just everyday life, managing emotions and dealing with conflict really well. Yeah, I think that's a really big skill of mine that I value a lot, and it has helped me immensely in both real life and in the game.
I don't even know. I mean, I've put my time into this game so much and like gaming so much, so I'm a very positive guy, a positive beacon, I guess, but that's it. I don't think I have any other skills, really. I'm pretty funny. That's enough.
My biggest skill outside the game is probably just work ethic. Like everything that like I've done when it comes to like school or when it comes to like working or whatever, I have a very like streamlined mindset where it's not like what is the product of it, but the process, really trying to like find joy and appreciate like the work that's like put in. I always try to have a mindset that's like continually looking towards like improving or getting better at whatever I feel like I'm lacking in.
I don't know. I feel like my major in marketing, like I've always been like a very talkative guy. So I'd say like going towards like business and marketing, I would say that's one of my biggest skills. Just, you know, being a very talkative and someone that can, you know, just get along with a lot of people.
I'd say I'm fortunate in that I don't feel too much like anxiety going into like matches. Something we really implemented that like it felt like it helped a lot was just practicing as close to possible as like a match and making sure everyone's on the same page, like having like the tangible goals and that are measurable that we can follow up with. It's just sort of setting ourselves up for success, and that our practice is just as close as possible. We have played the scrims every day. We've put in the work. We know what we're about to get into. So let's just keep playing like it's practice. And, you know, whatever happens, but let's at least play like a match we're proud to have played. Yeah, and I think like a big part of that was also like having Veer as our coach now. He really helped implement that system coming into the relegation matches and helping us like get that victory.
The best way to deal with the pressure is just to have fun, not think too much about the game. Just try to be in the present, not think too much about the result.
For me, the best way to deal with the pressure, being prepared, like feeling like you're prepared, feeling like you've done enough for this match. Like for me, it's a routine, the pressure practice that we put in before the match. For me, my routine is simple. It's like I wake up, I walk the dog, I take a cold shower right before the match, and that's it. I mean, I've done this for the last like 3 years at least. So yeah, being prepared is the best way to deal with pressure. So at the end of the day, like when you're in the server, there's not that much pressure if you know you're prepared. You know?
I feel like early on in Challengers, like last year, we definitely felt more pressure, a lot more nerves. Now being our fourth, maybe even fifth split, I feel like we don't have much pressure anymore. A lot of teams do doubt us. A lot of the casters doubt us still. So there's no pressure. I mean, we just have to go out there, have fun, and regardless what will happen, you know, just my main thing is always having fun, you know, win or lose, have fun. So there's really no pressure.
The best way to deal with the pressure, drink water, like drink lots of water and just breathe. That usually helps. Water's a key one though.
I feel like my route as a pro player has been pretty steady, I'd say. I started all the way back playing some tier 3 tournaments with my team last year. I qualified to Challengers and from Challengers to Ascension. And this year I decided to come to NA Challengers, which its level is higher than the challenges from my own region. So I feel like if I would describe my route as a pro player, I would say that it's like steady, taking each step at a time, and hopefully this year I get to Ascension again and get to close it out and win it all. It was kind of like a reality shock. M80 last year, they handed our to us.
Big part, the spike, nose injuries.
It's not something that I was expecting because in Brazil, honestly, I believe we were the better team in our region. That made me a little bit overconfident when coming to Ascension. And when we came to play against teams like M80, whose level was so high, it was something like, what should we have done in order to beat this guys? Normally when we lose in our own region, we would like know what happened. When we played against M80, I felt like, what should I have done better? Because I don't know. And then it's something like clicked on me. It's like, oh, you can actually get a lot better than you are now. In the beginning, it was kind of hard. I was not playing well. M80 has been very welcoming and the transition has been really easy for me. And towards the end of the first stage, I got to get back on my feet. I feel like stage 2 is going to be much better for me. Personally, to win it all, no? Win stage 2, win the next tournaments, and go to Ascension and get M80 the third participation, and honestly get them the win and get them to ascend.
lot of these people really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
Envy's bad. Envy's bad.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
And just winning everything.
I'm with a better team now.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Corner, oh, line up. I mean, take with like now over to the first.
And they buy themselves some time. It's Spaz that could do it.
Look how quick this point. Oh, especially now.
5 Rebellion Black, your Challengers champions.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers North America. The Stage 2 playoffs have been so exciting so far, and today a lot on the line as it's eliminations ahead. The first eliminations of the playoffs so far. I cannot wait to get started, even if we have a heartbreaker of a day ahead. Sierradon, Roy, and Dan here. Dan, it's a Challengers sort of playoffs. It's always fun. It's always interesting. The matches today are going to be amazing. Your hair also just looks really good today, by the way.
Thank you. I didn't brush it.
You didn't have to say that part.
But yeah, like you're saying, I'm super excited for today. Obviously, we never like to say goodbye to those teams that we have in playoffs, but I think this playoffs is already so much better than we had in stage 1, where we had some teams that stayed with that roster, see the evolution, teams like YFP, for example, and then other teams that had to make changes last minute, and we're trying to see where they're gonna go.
Yeah, and pulling up this bracket and looking back, the fact that some teams had to make changes going into the playoffs, Roy, definitely is a tough blow. I mean, teams have worked on this synergy, on the roles, everything else throughout the split. And we've already gotten to see, you know, that kind of fall apart a little bit. But talking about first the teams that have made their way onto that next part of that upper bracket, some teams, not so surprising. You see an MV, TSM, Burger Boys, and Winthrop University, though, definitely proving so well why they deserve those spots.
Yeah, definitely. I think the teams that we considered underrated are starting to become rated, guys. But at this point, it's honestly just madness. Everything is scrambled for so many of these teams. At this point, all we can really do is just enjoy the show. But also, shout out to production for making me feel like the VCL Grim Reaper. I swear I'm always on for the first round of eliminations at this point. So if I'm here on your, if I'm here on the broadcast and your match is here and I predicted you, I am so sorry in advance, everybody.
Roy actually requested to be on for the first day of eliminations, by the way. He said, I want to break some hearts today.
He said, I don't care about the grand final. Let me just have the first elimination matches.
I'm actually intrigued if you're on every day of eliminations. But yeah, talk about the Group Reaper. It's always tough. Definitely when you're looking at this lower bracket, right? I mean, having to say goodbye to some of these teams this early is crazy.
Yeah, just like the level of competition in this first round of elims is crazy. You have like the previous M80 roster, Chet's Pets, you have YFP, you have the Cubert roster with 10s. Like, what is going on at this point? It's just crazy out here. But guys, I'm excited. That's all I can say.
It'll be so fun. And of course, we got to make sure that our eye is on the prize, right? Of course, looking at these playoffs and everything else, it is all for those very valuable ascension points, because winning these and, you know, getting as far in the bracket as you can is always a great thing. But when you want to look at what the goal is for the rest of the season, you need to get as many points as possible. And this is where things get really interesting, Dan, because of course, winning that stage 1 was SRB, who is notably missing from our stage 2 playoffs. Chet's Pets, that's the former M80. Since they do have the core of the team, they'll remain there at 55. But then that's going to be even more important for their match today, because that's an opportunity to get as many points as possible and potentially lead this whole thing so far.
Everything that you're seeing right now is pretty much because we've only had one stage. So the points are, you know, first place, second place, third place, for example, that we had Shopify, M80 back then, now Chet's Pets, and Winthrop University getting that first, second, and third place on stage 1. But now we're going to see how things have been changing, right? I mentioned teams like YFP, for example, that didn't even make it to playoffs in stage 1. And now they have a chance to run and have that lower bracket run to see how far they get, to see how many points they get. Because as we always remind people, this is the end goal, right? Making it to Ascension, being able to play in tier 1, going back to tier 1 for a lot of the players. So we have to see how this is gonna play out and if things have changed at all.
Especially too, looking at Envy and TSM at 7th and 8th, who didn't necessarily have the run in that stage 1 playoffs that they necessarily would have wanted, but of course have been 2 front runners when we're talking about the skill and the caliber of these teams. So I think more important than ever for those teams that are maybe not quite in those first plays, it's going to be more important than ever. But those are teams that, you know, they got to win the first round. So they're in the upper bracket, which means we don't have to talk about them, think about them today. Instead, it's all about this lower bracket and starting to eliminate teams. And first up, it's going to be YFP going up against Qbert Academy. And this one, I mean, Roy, Grim Reaper over here, it's tough because YFP, even though we missed out on the stage 1, a lot of talented players, but Qbert Academy, they're here already?
Yeah, I mean, these teams that honestly they did not have a really great showing in their opening matches, but the crazy thing for me that is like constantly mind-blowing is just the names on the list of these teams, right? Like the players on these teams are insane, guys. There's really no doubt about it. And I mean, frankly speaking, both of these teams, if you guys recall the points graphics, these teams are pretty desperate for points. So this match is extremely important for these teams because, I mean, if you get knocked out right here, you're essentially jeopardizing your chances for ascension unless you can complete the miracle run in split 3. So a lot of importance getting stressed here. I can't stress it enough. It is it's urgent for these teams to close out this match and have a deep run into playoffs.
It's really interesting because between these 2 rosters, we have 3 players that have made it all the way to that tier 1, right? Obviously, Tens that has been playing for Qbert Academy to start yesterday. We talked about Jakey as well, and we talked about Stellar playing for 100 Thieves before. So we have a lot of experience coming in these rosters, whether it was something that was planned beforehand or has been going on for a long time or not really. But I'm excited to see it because it's a Qbert Academy that we've talked about. They can't actually win Ascension. That is not something that is a possibility for them. So it's just players that are trying to get experience, they're trying to have fun, and on top of that they have Tens playing with them, which everybody's excited about, not only playing with him but also against them. And I want to see how that matchup is going to go between them, because they have Stellar, for example, that is playing for YFP, but 2 years ago, back in 2023, he was actually playing against Tens. So you have these duels that we haven't seen in years since last Trans Qualifier 2023 that we're going to be seeing again, and that just makes it for an elimination match that has so many things on the line.
And we'll get to talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But I want to touch back on this YFP roster and start talking about this team, because you're so right talking about the experience of this team. YFP, even if they're not leading the point circuit by any point, even if they don't have the most winningest records in comparison to MB or TSM, Roy, when I look at this team, and you have Jake, you have Stellar, and then B-Dog, Penny, and Thief, who are just amazing, it's crazy because on paper, everything here is so strong. All these players individually at their core are so talented.
Yeah, you're so right. For me, the narrative still stands, right? Like, this is a dangerous roster. They just haven't really been able to find just that little X factor that they need to just sort of push them past that threshold for us to consider them a top contender, right? Because you're absolutely right. On paper, even historically speaking, a lot of these players have FPS experience dating back even before the release of Valorant. Like, they've been in the industry for so long, and I feel like they're still relatively young, and just the experience on this team, I feel like when it clicks, if it ever does click, and maybe I'm just a hopeless romantic at this point, but I really do still believe in the potential of this roster, despite the results, despite everything. I really do believe they have, everything they need to find success. Is really just about matter of finding their identity and finding their place in the meta and in terms of performance.
And it's not as recent as the changes that we've seen for Qbert Academy, but I mean, they still have some recent changes with B-Dog that gets out of M80 and joins this team of YFP. And I feel like if you're going to have an addition to a team, B-Dog is just one of the best ones that you can have. The guy is not only really flexible, but really, really consistent compared to other players that we see in Challengers. And that's why we're mentioning this is the first time this year that they actually make it to playoffs. Last year, they actually got pretty far when they were playing on stage 3 against Rankers. They made it all the way to the grand final, lose against Rankers, now known as Envy, and now they're trying to get to that position again, right? Make it to the grand finals, make it as far as you can, get those points as well, with a roster that seems stronger than ever.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping with B-Dog, like, that we're getting to a point of things being able to truly click. Because again, everything is there, right? It's just about seeing that X factor, that little extra push in these matches, get those vibes high, and just be able to take over, because the talent is there. I want to talk back to some of the experience on the roster, Dan, and talk about Jake, because Jake has been somebody that obviously, you look back at the history, very strong, and has been able to show up and prove that throughout the run as well.
yeah, has been playing this controller role for quite some time, mainly playing that Omen more than anything else. And I feel like it's just one of those pieces they can really rely on when it comes to the clutches, when it comes to those very close instances between the two maps on those brawl fights. I feel like Jake is always there to kind of save the day when he has to be. I personally really like seeing him on the Astra on a map like Pearl, for example. I feel like that's really interesting because he's able to stay alive, play his life, and do those things that I just talked about. But it's just one of those pieces that, as well, you can rely on from beginning to end of the round that is going to not only support the team, but also know when he has to play for himself and win those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you like him on the Astra. I also like him on the Omen. And I feel like the in-between of that is the reality, right? It's because this player does have very good utility. That's why Dan likes to see him on the Astra. He has very good understanding of the timings. He has really good understanding of counter utility, how to find gaps, right? That's sort of the strength that this player brings. But whenever you see him on an agent like Omen, for example, you still see that duelist-esque playstyle that we love to see out of controllers. And I think that, for me, is why this player has been a key piece. And he's been the high-fragging, super high-risk controller player. And I feel like he is the X factor that this team is kind of missing. And whenever he seems to be having pop-off games, it looks like YFP's matches are a little bit easier.
Yeah, I mean, Ake is someone just a pillar. Even when the team's sometimes going through a little bit of a struggle, the value that he's able to bring at any point is really good. But I want to kind of circle around something that you said was like this high fragging player, etc. And this is where I want to shift the conversation and talk about Penny, talk about the duelist of the team. Because when we look at Penny Roy, this is somebody that maybe in playoffs, you know, when you only get one game in playoffs so far and get sent to the bracket, you know, maybe the numbers aren't going to necessarily reflect the skill so much. But like, trust guys, if you got to watch stage 2 and what Penny could bring to the table, like you'd be like, oh my gosh, right now, like this does not do him justice.
Yeah, no, we're definitely doing him a little dirty. This definitely only been one match. It's definitely not a sort of I guess a descriptor of this player. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I think this player is, and I really do believe this, he is one of the best duelists in the league. His playstyle and pacing, I also feel like works a lot better when things start to slow down and it becomes a little bit more of a controlled Valorant tempo. And I feel like now that, you know, they're in this match versus Cuber, a team that sort of plays, you know, they play methodical, they play a little bit slow, and I feel like this is kind of where Penny shines because he can find his timing, he can find the gaps. But when it comes down to it, whenever you need him to sort of get in there and pop off and look flashy, he's able to do that too.
Yeah, there's a reason that we've talked about Penny almost every time we've seen YFP. What he's able to bring to the table is just top tier, and I'm excited to see how he fares up against this Qbert Academy team. This Qbert Academy that, again, if you're following stage 2, different look going into the playoffs, of course, with Scuba getting the call up, Dan, and none other than Tens replacing on the roster. It was a tough match yesterday against the college kids, Winthrop University. They did not hold back up against the team. But when you look at the talent across this team, this is an exciting one to watch. And I'm excited for today and excited to see what look, considering some role changes.
I know some people were maybe not following Qbert Academy, not really following Challengers before yesterday because Tens really did bring a lot of fans to watch and see what was going on. But losing against Winthrop University is, you know, it's pretty fair. Winthrop University got 3rd place in stage 1, and they're one of those teams that we always talk about continuing to get better and better. So this is, you know, don't worry about it. It might have been the odds kind of against Qbert Academy for that first match, but I feel like today is going to be very different. Tens being brought in, and not only that, but we were kind of questioning what he was going to be playing. He was playing a lot of that duelist, specifically playing a lot of that neon, and I want to say we're gonna continue seeing that neon today. If it's going to be more of that, if it's going to be something different. At this point in the current roster, we have 3 players that have played the duelist role at some point in Qbert Academy. Thinking about Redux, thinking about Knights, and now thinking about Tens. So the possibilities are infinite.
Yeah, no, I like what you're putting down, Dryad. I think we should put T-Dog on the duelist now just to see what happens. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, actually, that's exactly what I'm saying.
But no, I think you're completely right. I think the praise is justified. I think this roster is very exciting, but I think it would be remiss for us not to mention the fact that the roles have been just a little bit awkward. There's been a lot of scrambling, and they really are doing their best to try to find what works and what makes everyone feel comfortable. And I think that problem is only going to get better as they get more matches together with the sort of scrambled roles now. So if they can keep it going from here, if they can have a win versus YFP, I think they can make a pretty deep run.
Yeah, Scuba was part of that role change, being swapped into that Sentinel role and really flourished. So him being gone from the team is definitely a big loss here. And when we got to see all these roles shuffle around, Knights was someone who went under a lot of transformation here too. Previously, before he was picked up on this roster, we saw him on controller. Then he joined as Sentinel. Then he did Duelist for a bit. Now he's back on the controller and didn't swap up for yesterday's matches. So anticipating, Roy, this is going to be what we see. But I really like Knights on the controller. I think this is the most confident and the most suitable role for him. He looks very confident here.
Dude, I couldn't agree more. I feel like his controller role has looked by far the best in comparison to everything. I know this guy plays a lot of like duelist and ranked, but whenever he's on that controller, it honestly just makes sense. Like, you want your controller to be the sort of duelist-esque player, and I feel like he can do that. And when he's not, if he's not having a pop-off game, it still feels like he has a pretty good mind for the utility and everything else that you would need from a controller player. So I feel like he's in a pretty good spot. He's most certainly been an important player for this team, and in my opinion, he really needs to step up here, especially with Scuba out of the picture.
We definitely will never know what goes behind the scenes, right? But I feel like that was one of the biggest conversations of, okay, why is Redux not playing the duelist that he's always played his whole career, now going into the controller, and Knights playing the duelist. Then they went back for the last match of the Swiss stage. They went back to the usual roles that we're used to seeing, but as Sierra was saying, just losing Scuba kind of changes things around, and obviously having TenZ around is gonna play and make the team play very differently. I still find it really interesting, for example, that we have Knights back on the controller where he does look the most comfortable, but now we also have a situation where we have Redux on the Sentinel, and that's also something that we've never seen before. He was playing the Cypher, he was playing the Vice, and he's kind of trying to learn it all, it seems like.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because I'd love to see Redux on the Duelist, because we've come to know and love Redux on this Duelist, right? It's so strong. But of course, when the sub-in for the team is none other than Star Duelist TenZ, that one's going to be a little difficult, right? It's like, all right, do you just have the GOAT on the Duelist role? Do you have like the young GOAT that's here on this roster? That's kind of a tough one. So what we got to see yesterday was none other than TenZ that was picking up this Duelist role, being able to pick up that Neon and run it down. But Winthrop University, I mean, Dan, they didn't let up at all. Like, some of the shots they had, like, it was tough for the Neon to find a little bit of footing in the match.
They were giving really no space or any sort of comfortability. I feel like that was kind of the win condition for Qbert Academy on their opening match. If they allowed him to run it down, kind of do whatever he wanted to, and that is something that Winthrop University was very much aware of, even into that second half of Ascent that I'm thinking of, or no, actually on this map of Haven where we see kind of a comeback happening. It seems like it's going to be winnable. It seems like we can take it all the way to overtime for the side of Qbert, but it's Infiltrator that I feel like had such an insane impact, that really understands how to shut down a team that is not only new, but also has a star player like TenZ.
And the fact, too, that even if star player, the team is going through these role changes, everything else. And for a couple of these other Challengers teams, they're just building up with this comfortable core they have for a while. It is a really tough situation for Qbert Academy. The caliber of talent is there, but when things are shuffling around, that's a little bit of a tough one. But another exciting thing that we wanted to touch on going into today's match, Dan, it was something that you kind of teased up a little bit earlier, but looking at a legendary head-to-head between two players, TenZ and Stellars, like we're going way back. We're throwing back for this one.
We're going all the way back. Last time these two players faced each other was in the last chance qualifier of VCT Americas 2023. And that was a time where TenZ eliminated Stellar from contention to make it to champions. And now there's a chance that he eliminates Stellar once again from contention to make it to the grand final. So it's insane how it all plays out. I mean, TenZ comes in for just a few matches, it seems like, and if he's able to do that, that would be insane. I think the narrative that 100 Thieves and Sentinels had for such a long time is so interesting. And now seeing these two players in Tier 2 in an elimination match, it's just insane to think about.
2023, has it really been that long? Like, who's messing with the time machine?
That's crazy. I mean, you're talking about TenZ having the opportunity to eliminate Stellar yet again, but there is an opportunity for Stellar to enact a little revenge and eliminate TenZ, who's coming out of retirement to play with Qbert for this tour and just be able to send him packing. So there's a lot on the line here. And I also want to remind recent history, looking at stage 2, that YFP and Qbert did play against each other, and it was a pretty strong Qbert win there, but things have changed a little bit, and let's try how they're going to be faring up in today's matchup with the map picks and bans. Again, with the new patch, everything is a little wonky, it's a little weird, but it's going to be Qbert to start us off on Split. Dan, how we feel about this?
I think this map of Split is going to be really interesting because of the teams before. They were playing that double initiator, double controller, and then the only real difference was that Raze versus the Yoru that the side of Qbert Academy were playing. I want to see how much it changes, right? Because we're not seeing that Tejo anymore. We're not seeing the same kind of formulaic strategies around this map or around any of those maps and around the Tejo anymore. So this might play very different. I always like the double controller, the double initiator. I feel like that's just a great way to play around this map, but I feel like we're bound to see some changes. Even, of course, having Tens around, he's able to play kind of either, you know, the Raze, the Jet, the Neon, the Omen. I mean, the opportunities, the possibilities are infinite.
Yeah, I think... also, the one thing for me, guys, that I'm noticing as well is for the Split specifically is neither team has really played it that recently. I think actually YFP did play on the 8th of April, but besides that, it's been quite a while. And especially with the meta changes, I feel like we're coming into this map, this first map, with so many questions. And I'm a little bit like, I'm wondering what kind of meta are they going to lean into? Are they going to lean into more heavily into the double controller, double initiator? Are they going to go into the double duelist that we've been seeing pop up now with the you know, kind of the nerfs of Breach and the nerfs of Tejo synergy? Like, I'm just wondering what's going to happen here on this first map.
See, I'm not even here with the question. I'm here with a plea. We're talking about the role changes and Redux having to be on the Sensi and everything else, but double duelist, you can do that on Split. We can have Redux and Tens both on the duelist, running it down on Split.
I want that so bad.
Like, I want that so bad. Pretty please. That's all we're asking for, Qbert. That's all we're asking for. Please don't let us down. But last thing before it's time to get into the server, the match is almost ready, guys. Don't worry. Lastly is our predictions for today. And I already kind of saw how this one was going, but Roy, man.
Sierra.
Why am I on the hot seat? What are you doing? What?
You and I have swapped roles. You used to be the black sheep. You used to go against the herd, and now you're just conforming. That's just crazy. That's crazy. But you know what? It's okay. I will be that black sheep for us. I'm going for YFP. I'm a hopeless romantic, guys. I will believe in YFP even if it's at my own demise.
And I just see Qbert. I see the potential of the double duelist. I see Tens. Qbert has my family hostage. I gotta pick Qbert, you know?
Wait, what?
For me at least, I'm a simple person. I see a Qbert match, I vote Qbert. I see Tens playing, I vote Tens. It's really that simple.
It's valid.
It really is. I mean, I look too at all of this on paper, and Qbert Academy, the potential that the team has, I don't really feel like we got to see that in yesterday's matches. Of course, Winthrop University is Winthrop University. They're amazing. But when I look back at it, I'm like, nah, this looks like a team where things are still clicking a little bit. And it has to be a pretty fast turnaround. But I think the team is more than capable of kind of clicking for today. And when we're looking at a YFP on the other end that has had those ups and downs, I'm looking at a Qbert that can maybe just click a little faster on the day, especially amongst all these changes. When you're looking at the patches, you're looking at agents, everything else. So I'm sorry, you're by yourself for this one, Roy, but that's good. You know what? That's okay. One person has to go against the grain there. And you know what? We'll all be winners in the end if we get a good match. And if we get double duelists coming out from Qbert on Split, agents are ready.
Yeah, please.
Again, my hands together. I am pleading. That's all I want. It'd be cool for fun from YFP too, but Dan, I'm hoping.
Wait, it takes me a second to see this.
Yes, we got it. All right.
Nice.
I'm actually a huge fan of the composition that Qbert is running. I'm a little bit iffy on the Sky, honestly. I feel like her value has been a little bit weird, but I'm not really sure what you would replace it with. I think Fade would be the only other logical alternative if you want that information from the initiators. But double controllers makes complete sense. Double duelist makes complete sense. We're seeing that lead into that meta. I'm not surprised to see it. But on the other hand, YFP going for that double sentinels, guys. That could be very dangerous here for the double duelists that are going to be trying to make space. Obviously, the only thing they have to break these traps are the Raze utility. So it's going to have to be managed extremely well by Redux, extremely well by Qbert. Otherwise, they might find themselves walking into a bunch of gadgets.
On a map like Ascent, we're used to seeing this double sentinel at this point, but on Split, we usually don't even see a sentinel very often. So I want to see how this double sentinel composition is going to play out, starting on the defensive side for YFP. It seems like they have this prepared, even having a read on the things that we were talking about, right? A lot of teams playing this double duelist and how they're going to be able to shut this down on defense.
I'm so excited to see Penny on the Rays as well. Penny is such a joy to watch at any point, but this one is going to be an exciting matchup in general. Reminder, this is elimination from the Stage 2 playoffs. Map 1 of the series, Split. It's time to see what these teams have when everything is on the line. The match is ready, so let's head on over to your casters, Marks and Tenric, to take you through.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Whatever timeline we're living in, it's the right one if TenZ is playing for Sentinels, and for at least one more day, he will get to. But it's up against a YFP that has been on the verge of putting it all together for so damn long, Marks. Can they do it today? Can these 5 players get the job done at the same time in order to take down the farm team?
Honestly, that is going to be the question of this match. I mean, you know, this is, of course, elimination, so only one of these teams are going to be able to go ahead, but a lot of question marks coming out from Qbert Academy based on performance yesterday. I do agree with the desk. I'm very excited to see this double duelist composition kind of come in here, but given how YFP have stacked themselves, I'm wondering whether or not they've done their homework here, expecting something a little bit more aggressive, expecting potentially that double duelist to come out, because that double sentinel pick is going to do a fantastic job, especially too since it is going to be YFP starting us out on the defense. So time will only tell, but I think that this is going to be a pretty interesting map we have in front of us.
Yeah, this being Qbert's pick, it's definitely up to YFP to know if they're truly ready for this matchup after both teams have not played on this map for so long. And of course, with those Teo changes, comms have already shifted drastically. Here is B-Dog on that deadlock. Up close with a grab net to try to get aggro, and Penny with the providing fire to get that first kill, setting up the mesh to stall.
And that will pretty much just cause Qbert to slow down in their tracks just for a second here. You see Redux gonna scoop up the orb, but at the same time, we do get to see Nismo as well as T-Dog make a little bit of space here onto middle. And especially too, taking a look at the Viper's wall there, I mean, you've got only just that Cypher hanging out on that A site, but it is heavily reinforced. So Qbert, they're gonna be deciding to take a lot more space on middle before making a decision as to which site they wanna really hit.
It resolved that with B-Dog already back up in tower, the stack is not going to be worth it. No doubt that they'll have a smoker ready to cover, but with only that one singular controller, they feel a little bit better about hopping into this Cypher util. Meanwhile, of course, TenZ go kill will be the most sacred 3 words of the day. We'll see if he's able to pick up anything in this tower plant. Jumps up, spots Jake's head, won't be able to find a thing, and he'll TP back over to the team.
Left. Now the storm is going to be brewing here. Let's see if YFP can hold the gate.
They drop down, Redux with paint shells to give him 2 on the stun, and it's enough for T-Dog to get inside and get that opening kill. JP with the follow-up angle, able to go for the backstab as they pulled it down on the trap wires, and that'll get him 3 along the way to YFP's takeover on the defense before Qbert can really step on.
Yeah, an excellent flood coming in from YFP, and I think that that is going to basically set the ground for how this map might be going, because if you paid attention to some of these other games, I mean, Qbert Academy yesterday, it felt like they're, you know, the eggs might have been a little bit too scrambled there. Different players taking different roles on, things feeling a little bit more discombobulated. But coming into this one, we see a couple of newer ideas coming through. Of course, they've got some insane aimers. I mean, if you just watch Knights just pop off round after round in the last matchup. But of course, YFP had a little bit more time together. They've got a lot more of these protocols solidified. And I think that they're going to be relying on those ones to try and take this win over Qbert, because it's going to be an engage on to be heaven.
Big stack up the tower, and with the first bird, you're at least able to trade 1 for 1, but Penny's paint shells are going to get a hell of a lot of value inside mailroom. Now Qbert's stuck and has to just go for the raw push before the rest of YFP comes back on. They might not need it, though, as Penny and Stellar each grab 1 before they're able to finalize. So the stack will once again work, and agreed that Qbert has really been trying to flesh out these role swaps with TenZ's entry and, of course, Scuba's departure with these 3 fraggers that have individually taken the duelist role over the course of the team's lifespan. The decision to put Knights on this new active controller as opposed to what they were doing with Redux previously on that active Omen is certainly a pretty pivotal decision. It's in all likelihood that it's something that they want to prepare for, with Redux trying to go for that Sentinel, still also trying to be an active fragger. I mean, who knows? Maybe a duelist is in the cards for Qbert's new 5th come next split. We'll see what they end up doing. But of course, for now, you got the GOAT on your squad, so who really cares?
I also wonder too, like, how much pressure some of these Qbert players might be feeling. Like, all right, we got TenZ on the squad. Surely we have to win now, right? Surely we have to win now. And you got to keep your head up throughout all of this, because there are still, once again, this entire split, Qbert has been performing really well. And like you said, Scuba having to leave, getting picked up into tier 1, obviously fantastic for Scuba. But at the same time, Scuba was a key piece of this Qbert Academy roster. And you can see that they're falling back into how things kind of looked on split 1. A little bit all over the place, but regardless, good trade. It's going to be a duelist for a duelist. Thankfully, TenZ still alive, though, so there's one more on the side of Qbert.
And he's able to change this footing up with Knights TPing through that mesh. B-Dog fully aware, but even stunned, Knights is able to win that 1v1, and that'll be a wide open B site. YFP have to scurry back over to Stellar stuck in the back, and Knight's gonna get really active with his paranoia just to get a couple extra steps forward and control this site till the rest of Qbert get on, which they just barely will. Dog gonna get utilized for Jakey to be able to step down right into the clone. Swings on top of it. Knights, that's a second he's good for here on site. And Qbert have the spike down. Thief creeping up. Smoke dissipates, and Knights will get a third as Qbert will sweep away that bonus with 4 standing.
Yeah, honestly, just great understanding in order for Qbert to move in there. Of course, they did have the weapon advantage, sorry. Sure, they only lose Redux in the very beginning there, but are able to sweep everything else up nice and easy. And moving into this round, which will be the first round that both these teams will have those rifles. TenZ just one ultimate orb away from the dimensional drift. And once again, okay, you got the 4 who they've been playing together throughout this entire split. Once again, they got formed in split 1 as well throughout Challengers. If TenZ could just kind of go in there and scout everything out, I imagine the engagement will be pretty solid. And YFP might be a little bit more aware of there, given the fact that there's just one ultimate orb away. They're going to be playing a little bit further defense here onto B side. Jakey just on the other side gets flashed out, will have to back up, but it's still nice and slow for Qbert, so at least they're able to claim that space.
Really tough part of this attack plan for TenZ in particular is that YFP's comp is very heavily geared to be able to counter a lot of the Yoru util with the Deadlock instead of something like the Sage. You have a lot more omnipresence on a site, so a lot of those kind of one and done entries that you could normally go for as a Yoru have a lot more risk before even going for the reward. We'll see him stay a lot more geared towards these early plants as Redux goes for damage, and then maybe we'll see the GOAT go for a couple pounces, but here's Redux on that front line in the double hold up here on the tower. Once again, B-Dog up close and personal with it. First line of defense, and that may have to change as the Yoru ult comes through. Now, damage traded away, and Penny and B-Dog opting for the swing. Redux clears them both, and Qbert go for the sweeping clear of the entirety of the site as well. 2 more stuck in tower.
Excellent little flash there, but Stellar looks away just at the wrong second here. And now it's all up to Thief in a 1v5, tries to go up against TenZ, and of course, TenZ is going to be able to find that one. So an excellent little round from Qbert Academy. I want to highlight the fact that they really just took things a little bit slower. Made sure, you know, the mesh is down, we've got as much space as we need, and then that time around, reading where Penny is going to throw those, that nade in the middle of all of it. Penny has gotten a lot of value. The sat is, just booming around here. And then, of course, just forcing errors out of YFP allows to make sure that Qbert can just kind of sweep things up. And, of course, you know, with TenZ on the Yoru, I saw a little bit of issues with Qbert really supporting the Neon play on some of those previous maps here. But if TenZ can just kind of go into the back line, do things on his own, then it's going to be nice and easy for Qbert Academy to just bring up the rest of the front. And so Qbert, they tie things up now 2-2. YFP looking at an engagement here, potentially on middle. These last couple of rounds, Qbert have been very adamant at trying to take this control before moving into those sites. So YFP have many protocols ready to go.
Paranoia up first here for Jakey on the intercept. TenZ just walks into the smoke and sprays down 2. That's one way to clear it when you don't have an ult too. 2 for 1 as the duelist will fall. But again, that second one in Redux, able to take up the frontline duties now on what will be a guaranteed site, something Qbert have been trying to chokehold round by round, and then just foot to the floor their way to the site. Still though, a little bit of clearing has to be done for what they haven't, so a little bit of util will get expended on this site, and Stellar will be ready with the bird to intercept. A lot of value to get you forward, but
Good cover.
You already have so much space made there by Redux. The moment of
30
indecision
seconds left.
lets Knights get that free kill.
Now Spike will go down here. YFP just 2 sheriffs in hand. Jake only 1 away from the ultimate. Thief 2 away. Could make things a little bit easier, but this round is done and dusted here as Jakey gets spotted out first.
Last player standing.
Thief with the step out, nothing doing there. Jakey just prolonging until he's cleared away by T-Dog, who has been fielding tremendous macro so far here on the attack of Split. Very clean, very concise. Exactly what you need to do with a team that's intending to go for bloodbaths first and asking questions later. Now you have a couple ultimates to pierce this defense.
Now Redux coming in with the showstopper could be pretty good. On top of that too, Cupid Academy have started to condition YFP a little bit. You could see instead of that like very heavy Sentinel utility stack that it was on A, we're seeing it spread out a little bit more, and they're spreading out the Sentinels as well, trying to cover a little bit more ground just with some of that utility available. Excellent Smoke making it just a bit more space there as Knights goes for a little bit of a scout, but will have to back out because B-Dog as well as Jake have done a great job of zoning things out. Throw up the barrier mesh to make it just a little bit more annoying for Cubert to take any of that space that they have been. But meanwhile, Cubert have already just completely dominated the middle area. So they've got options to play with.
Oh, that's already being sacrificed, and Tens will finally find an angle with this offensive op. Jakey will fall. One of the more proactive players we've been seeing lately, getting far more active on this Omen, much like some of the others we've seen. And it's come up great for him. Fails this time, and Redux winning his own 1v against Stellar as the smoke dissipates. So Cubert coming up really well again on this fight. Penny finding an arm, not able to spam it down for a little while, but he'll find it.
And now Penny has the showstopper as well, given the space that T-Dog has kind of carved all the way onto that A site. Yeah, you see the ping on the minimap as well. They will be moving over there. Keep in mind, the Cypher utility is still very much a threat, especially with Penny just so far over there. If a smoke goes in that back line, it doesn't quite matter. And yeah, okay. Rocket going to be activated here. We'll be seeing whether or not they can find something. It goes in, but actually doesn't find anything. Penny deep in sight, though.
They had T-Dog's eye angle locked that whole time, and Penny still couldn't finalize it. Luckily, his shots are clean. That's 2 down. Knights gets active up top, but there's no time to plant this spike. So YFP will grab around without having to clear the rest of the team out. Oh, that is really, really thankful that that Penny was able to repair that after that ult, not getting that kill. But yeah, that one moment of getting a little bit stuck, choked up in mid, unable to really break through in time, and not leaving yourself enough time to go for a second attempt, even after Knights gets that altitude. You can't go for that one shot if YFP can silence it, and you got 5 players that have proven time and again that they can. Penny, one of the best players in the region, undoubtedly this split, and he's showing it already in that scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, Penny right now tied for most kills in the lobby, but very pivotal role on that last round, just playing the stall. I mean, sure, you know, we're all going to sit here and be like, oh, the result, it didn't hit anybody. Oh, it's cosmetic. But it striked fear into Cubert Academy's hearts.
That's true,
that's true.
The mental.
Yeah, like, oh my goodness, the mental was shattered. I mean, you can tell, though, Knights went for the TP all the way into the back site. I think the original plan was just to clear it out, and then you avoid all that utility, get the plant down nice and easy, but because Penny pulls out the showstopper, it slows Cubert down, and then suddenly you're in such a time crunch. Everything else about that round was so well orchestrated by the Sentinels Cubert Academy, but they just couldn't quite get across the finish line, and that's because of the disruptiveness that Penny brought to the table. So the timeout now completed. Still all tied up 3-3. Very close between these two teams. Let's see what we've got in store in this next round, Tenric.
Gotta give ups to this double Sentinel comp that YFP's rocking as well on the defense. Already, B-Dog and Thief to a smaller extent, Util has already been proven to show utter ubiquity, helping enable these aimers on YFP to go absolutely insane. And Stellar as well, with these birds and dogs, has been such an unkillable nuisance, much like he has been on the Fade in other maps, proven to already get a lot of bang for his buck, which is good. There's a lot of questions been raised around Sky, particularly with the absence of Tejo. There's another showstopper attempt. Redux is able to clip Penny on the drop down. Does Qbert make a decision off of that? They'll try to cut into tower with the help of the clone. They'll drive in, try and bulldoze their way. One down, turns on to Stellar, and he can't grab anything off of the turn. Beef, one before the step back, but you can just spray through and he's not dipping back all the way. Sure, why the hell not? B-side's all Qbert's.
Oh, not the Cypher mid voice line. My ultimate is just dying immediately. What just game awareness coming through there? The one tap too, to make sure that Thief can't do a thing. And that time around, an excellent clone coming in from TenZ just absorbs some of the bullet impact there, making sure that nobody from Qbert is dropped, because I'm going to be honest with you, Tenrek. Sure, they threw all the utility, but I liked the way that YFP was lined up. They just simply had to press that left mouse button down, and in those moments of desperation, should have come out on top if not for just that clone absorbing the bullets, keeping people alive. Like, look at Nismo and T-Dog's health pool. It's extremely low just in the middle of that engagement, but good stuff coming in from Qbert. That is the rush style that we've seen them play with since bringing TenZ into the roster. Of course, it can be foiled with just a little bit more utility there. Once again, like, things are starting to really line up for Qbert, so they take this round and now will, most importantly, have a couple of ultimates online. Looking at TenZ's Dimensional Drift, once again, just doing a great job at scouting things out. We saw how Qbert can really follow up on that and stomp over YFP, and I imagine this is going to be yet another round that we might be treated to something as such.
Just with the amount of pokes and prods that Qbert have to offer, and clearly the way they want to utilize them in fights is as such, with something like the decoy or the curveball, or even these snake bites that we've seen instinctively, reactively from T-Dog when you know YFP is going for the swing. Qbert's trying to become a tank that's just throwing windmill fists like they're on World Star, except we're filming horizontally, not vertically, so you should thank us for that.
Oh, that's a deep cut right there. I was thinking Call of Duty Zombies when they hit you with the windmill and you go down. It's sad times. But yeah, this time around, we see it's a little bit slower from Qbert Academy. Knights, at least, scouting things out, takes out the camera. And I think that this has been a pretty good protocol from Qbert. Deny the information to YFP, especially with a lot of this Sentinel utility. It's all about controlling where your opponent goes. You want to toss down that barrier mesh, or cut down one of the avenues, make it more simple for yourself on this defense. And yet still, Qbert have been doing a fantastic job just kind of slapping on a utility that comes their way, which gives them plenty of time to decide where they want to go. And Nismo finding Stellar is an excellent way for Qbert to start things out here as B-Dog goes exploring, and we'll find Nismo.
Attempted dry peek from Stellar, really wanted to hold on to that dog. You've seen already Skies here in BCL be a lot more conservative with using that as opposed to the Teo drone. Just, again, you need to find something out of that, and luckily, you're able to give B-Dog that hero rifle swing to at least chip away one before you duck back and hand over this site.
10 seconds left.
D-Dog holding upstairs. Knights on the ramps. Everybody's here. Knights will turn face. 2v2. As soon as T-Dog decides to peek it. YFP still poking. B-Dog with that rifle has got a good vantage. Drops down two. You got two on site. Redux could swing. Could get backstabbed here. TenZ gets that TP back though. And the reposition is immediately good for Qbert. They have enough to offer here and keep force standing despite the angles that YFP were able to gather.
And that time around, YFP, like, not saying they didn't do their due diligence of checking everything, but they just kind of stumbled into the site there, hoping to maybe catch an off angle on one of the members of Qbert Academy standing in an awkward position, something like that. But instead, they just more or less isolate themselves, and it felt like Qbert Academy were just in all the right places at the right time to dismantle them before they could even make their way on site. And now we're seeing Qbert really start to gain momentum. If you are YFP, look into your pockets. Wow, 4 ultimates I found. You got to start using them this round, because this is where you need to make sure that you can solidify your economy yet again. We see Stellar not even able to really buy up the full shield. Jakey in this exact same situation. And you've got these ultimates just kind of sitting there. You got to make sure you capitalize and secure this round to make that economy continue to flourish. Otherwise, Qbert, I mean, they're going up against another eco if they win this one.
Here's another dimensional drift to guarantee a sight, but through the mesh in the one-way, Jakey catches Redux on the timing. perfectly done. And with the barrier mesh also blocking Tenz's exit, he's forced to TP back, go for a far longer peek. YFP can restack on top of the Seekers. B-Dog follows them to YFP's next kill. And it's a 5v3 before Hubert can get to the front lines of sight. And with the neural theft as well, Hubert now have to offer a double back with all that intel they handed over.
Keep an eye on B-Dog. Could find an excellent timing here. The 3 members of Keeper just on the other side. I imagine they're just going to go into it, but YFP have also just reinforced B site.
30 seconds left.
Nothing really to check on their back. B-Dog could be instrumental at shutting it down if Cubert are able to make their way on site.
Yeah, no time to check for anything. It's once again got to be the backyard brawl that Hubert have been begging for. Tenz allowed an opening op shot, but nothing more. All alone, blinding himself to blind the field. And that's about all you can offer here if you're Hubert. YFP get their own streak going.
Oh, obviously we can see it, so it looks fine, but Jakey just walking right by the man himself. Operator in hand just goes right by him, doesn't even shoot the bullets out of the gun. And still, YFP, I mean, they dig deep into their pockets for a lot of those ultimates. But at the end of the day, I don't even think it was the ultimates that made that much of a difference. You could tell Cubert Academy were playing a little bit more scared, anticipating that some of those could come out. But it felt very early on that YFP used those. At this point, they should be getting a better read of how Sentinels Cubert Academy are playing. And maybe they could have held on to a couple, but that's not a great way to start things out if you are YFP. Penny going down very early to Knights. And this time, it's a lot of pressure outside of A. A bit more unconventional than what we are used to, but Jakey spotting out Redux's head. Will decide to just go back on site as the barrier mesh will get tossed in.
No doubt YFP will avoid holding any more brevity now that their first attempt at it was stopped so quickly. Jakey's gonna re-up this pretty immediately as well, understandably so. Here's a good chunk of steps rolling across that toxic screen. Time to retreat. Let the rest of YFP come calling. Rams will be Cuberts though. Got a couple guys out here to intercept this. Huge paranoia from Jakey, but he's alone, so it's only good for one. Snake bite to deter the rest of YFP on the back step. Now paint shells as well. They really want to guarantee this space so they can just double back and fully funnel into the A site. TP on top of the sonic sensor so Cubert can turn and burn, but with 25 seconds to go, you got to just go for it. Redux hops on, Stellar, no indecision necessary. Redux can't turn it. 2 down for them, and it's a 2v1 for B-Dog, who is here, but Redux is ready to stay standing. Hubert grabs 6.
It's that single spot on A site. Just someone from YFP hiding there. Last time it was Thief, this time it was Stellar. Finds so much value. Hubert Academy, just not too sure that they clear that and just kind of walk into the trap there. But of course, down to the wire, Knights and Redux, the other 2 duelists on this Cubert Academy squad, doing a fantastic job of just kind of holding it down. And when I talk about just aimers on Cubert Academy, I specifically mean those 2. We've seen them both single-handedly win individual rounds from their teams based on pure aim. And you know what? For them to get activated like that, secure the round is a good boon to make sure that the momentum is securely in your sails. Jakey just down here, might be able to meet somebody, but things are going to be dangerous here. Ooh, the timing.
Again, so gutsy immediately, but it's what you need when Hubert have already gotten this far, banging on the door. And Redux so far back on top of this smoke. Hubert have fully gained this A site. Stellar locked in more ways than one potentially with the help of this sonic sensor. Doesn't have to check too much. So Hubert would still rather go for another fight. At least to start, 55 seconds to go.
This is very classic Cubert right now, based on how they've been playing this map. It's always take a little bit of space, then hang out, but the utility lets it be known what's going on there. Redux's showstopper goes wide, but Nizno makes up for it.
Blood smelled in the water, and they're finally able to deal with it. In time for Jakey to get on site, but they quickly turn onto him as well. Penny's turn to peek, and Tenz alone now on Heaven. Will hand the spot over to the other duelist.
30 seconds
but
left.
Cubert are on site. Have Redux playing keep away. Paint shells from Penny are going to be a little bit late, so Nismo can sidestep. And now it's the long game again. Redux on a close angle. Double swing from the screens. First pick from Penny, not good. Got to do it together. Got to go for one on the way out. Both Thief and B-Dog grab theirs. Fragmented health for all 3 members left on the field, but YFP can spread thin and take a 5th on the defense.
Thank you.
Wow. Excellent work coming in from Thief and B-Dog. Just kind of using, I think that was a stinger in one of their hands.
Yeah, 23
HP,
HP, dude.
Oh, man. It's one of those like awkward firing ranges where it's like a 2v2. You never really know who's going to come out. Turns out the 2 people pop it on the other side of the smoke, especially with the stinger that just like vomits bullets into your enemy, is going to be doing more than enough damage to make sure that they secure the kill there. Knights potentially was able to kind of clutch that one up, but looks the wrong way at the wrong time. Just would have been a single bullet from any gun. Could have been enough to take down those YFP members, but the numbers at the end will win out that battle. And so last round in this half, see Cubert Academy up 6-5. YFP right on their heels, looking to make it that even 6-6 half here. As Cubert going to, well, exactly how they've been doing things, more or less. Taking a lot of space on mid and spreading things out, making sure that no one from YFP are going to be overextending outside of that site. And YFP have been doing an excellent job at just kind of mitigating this. They've been happy to kind of give up that space and hold their ground when Cubert decide to move in, which tends to be a little bit later in these said rounds.
And they fully split the board though, and so B-Dog's pretty ISO'd. Even still, the Gravnet does allow him a good amount of space. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Ten's gonna try and be that tip of the spear here on tower, but senses there's too much attention now paid. Waits for the util. There's the smoke to shroud away Stellar. Still a lot of ults in the cards potentially for YFP if Penny can stay standing, and he does! Ducks back out as the spike is now stranded on tower here. Nismo holding on to it as the rest of Cubert try and suss out the rest of the map.
Tossing out the snake bite from T-Dog does draw a decent amount of attention here. So if Cubert Academy want to take this site, they will only be going up against a Thief.
Cage triggered.
We've seen had a very successful moment of holding things down, but time against the clock. Cubert have to flood in here, and this could be dangerous. If Thief stop the plant, that could be really bad. And okay, at least that is going to be the case. Should be enough time to get that spike down. It's extremely close, but missing the showstopper. Does end up landing here in the middle of it. T-Dog in a 1v3. The spike is down though, and that's what's most important.
It's sloppy, but it worked. Thief with the first interrupt, and while he's a little bit late with it, Penny does have the showstopper to turn this to a 3v1. T-Dog's pit has to be superb. Timing is a hell of a mistress, though. Tied up at the half here after YFP are able to go piecemeal, and Cubert, unfortunately, can't really stab through either site entry in the back half of this part of regulation.
Listen, if you have friends who play other types of video games and they're looking at getting into Valorant and they're like, what is this Valorant timing thing? If you send them that clip right there, I think that's a pretty good explanation. Just unlucky. Just going in and then, yeah, Jake just spraying through is able to find that one. It's a great job from YFP. Like you said, now tied things up. As we swap things around, this is where it gets interesting because while YFP, they really did bring that iron defense shield to this matchup here with the double sentinels. Cubert Academy, they don't have a sentinel at all. They went for that double duelist, which means I imagine we're going to be seeing a bit more aggressive holding in order to try and find a couple of picks early on in these rounds and relying on making sure T-Dog stays alive because that Viper is going to be very important at controlling the map.
Tens on the other side, only able to muster the operator for one round the previous half. You can imagine as the intended raid boss here on A side, he'll do it a hell of a lot more this half. Big bird to get Cubert the majority of the space here in mid, but the paint shells do a great job at chipping away at who's gotten there. T-Dog planted, forced in, and 28 HP to his name. Rest of Cubert now has to try and save face with the help of the Toxic Orb. They'll give Nismo the next angle, and the re-up from YFP doesn't go as well. Penny now down to 21 HP. T-Dog attempted runaway. He's not gonna make it out this time.
Just chaos, everything, throwing everything they've got, just a battle for mid, and then we can figure out what we're gonna be doing afterwards. And yeah, T-Dog not able to escape in the midst of all of that. Call from YFP has been made. They're slowly making their way all the way wrapping around onto A site. train of people walking through sewers right now, but they're going to be going up against Tens, holding a very high angle here.
Left.
And look at that. It is going to be Nismo on the site, where we've seen disgusting things happen there, but YFP were the ones who were perpetrating that attack. So let's see if they clear this out.
Quite low, doesn't really matter when, again, you're not checked first. And Nismo will be able to strike before falling. Minimal time to plant. Hubert do not opt to interrupt the barrier mesh, walling away Tens, and Thief finding Redux on high. 2v4 in the post plant. And as the mesh will fade away, Knights will finally get to a proper position. Does not have a TP for this trap wire, though, so the flank will get revealed. And Tens will give his own position away as well. He's not ready for B-Dog! It's all timing here for YFP as they cut onto A site and win the pistol with bodies to spare.
That's so frustrating. You're just stuck there like, I mean, do I wait this out? Like, the spike is already down? I don't think so. Knights is waiting for me to get activated. It's just a bad situation all around. So B-Dog really bringing that deadlock utility and making sure that it's super annoying for Cupid Academy to work around. So YFP, they take the lead 7-6. As let's see what they've got in store here. They did a good job at making sure that not too much damage was done to their team when they move in onto that A site. Make sure to take Nismo down in the midst of all of that. But this time it is going to be Tens going to be watching that mid aggression from YFP. And yeah, a lot of utility coming in yet again. Try and secure things out here. And Cupid Academy doing a good job at just backing it out and waiting through that utility.
Tens with the only buy of anyone on the team, but Nismo, again, the first to strike. Now catching Thief off guard. It's down to Tens to get this hold, and he can't land any of those Sheriff shots. So YFP will have an easy path here with that gun advantage still clear. Nismo, of course, is able to grab that Bulldog on the single lurk, and now it's Knights' turn to have the off angle before he's cut through. 3v3 now on the retake. Hubert is here to play. Do they choose to go on the spike drop? No. They'll wait for that util to come back and that dog to give them some space. Redux caught by the sonic sensor. T-Dog attempts to come back on the stun, but can't go shot for shot. Now it's down to Nismo on that hero rifle that he was able to pick up previously. Bird goes too far to pick up on B-Dog. He's already gotten ahead, and he's on a time crunch. 21 HP too. Forced to just be satisfied with that one kill. And now we'll back away with this Bulldog he's acquired. A loud round for Cubert Academy. Some fun antics, but no win on the board, taking us to 8-6 for YFP.
Yeah, but quite a bit of economic damage here. Would have been awesome if they were able to drop the Vandal as well, but Jakey gonna walk away with that one. Unfortunately, B-Dog just a little bit too slow. Could have mitigated the damage just a little bit more on that flank, but all good if you are Cupid Academy. You've done more than enough damage to their economy. Moving into this next round, we're seeing B-Dog pick up a Bucky. I say that, but like, we've seen so many disgusting Bucky plays as of late. I'm a little bit hesitant, especially here on this defense. But all things considered, let's see what the Cubert Academy defense has in store for us now. It's been a little bit lacking, but those just have been the first 2 rounds in this half. YFP feeling like they are a little bit more in control, relying on that utility just a bit more to take that space for them so they don't have to butt their heads against the Cubert Academy rifles. It is just quiet now. YFP getting ready to move in onto this B site. Knights, the only person here, could come up huge, but it is a big ask. Oh.
Yeah, closest for a ways and be in that first line of defense. Rough when you don't have anybody else to immediately respond. YFP have their pick of the litter with this B site, and in fact, B-Dog's gonna double back on the plant. Go for the safer one on the outside with how much time and space they've gotten for themselves. Hubert have a couple angles to call their own, but Thief is still all the way behind on this mid, so T-Dog continuously paying attention to that. Redux attempted swing out, and Jake is able to take care of that too. Nothing's working for Hubert on this push. Jake, he's cooking though. That's 3 on the ground and more than enough for Hubert to hightail it with what few rifles they have left. They have once again called it a day. And it'll be a 9-6 game now for YFP, running away with the attack, and Jakey hungry for more. He wants at least one more kill on the board, and he's not gonna get it. T-Dog will at least shut that down. Once again, Brevity fighting YFP in the ass a little bit, but at this point they have creds to spare and a little bit of pride to call their own.
Yeah, just a fun little off angle there being held by T-Dog. You saw that Jake was definitely feeling it there a little bit, just running things down, goes for the classic angle of where you would want to check, but because of that, the off angle is fantastic to shut that down. So Cubert Academy now going to be calling a timeout because, you know, before they could even get that retake started, Jakey just navigating through the site, finding those players not looking in the right direction. To be able to gun them down is not how you wanted to start things out here. And of course, T-Dog barely able to escape out of that one, but still things are looking good for YFP. Taking a look at some of the rankings here for everything. Of course, they were talking about those point system. Cubert Academy are up at 45, but YFP only have 5 points. So when we're talking about especially gaining as many points as you can to look at yourself moving into the Ascension tournament and all that, this is kind of like do or die for YFP, because for Cubert, they still have one more split really to try and pull things together, figure it out, gain a couple more points in the next one, but it's almost impossible if YFP do not go further in this tournament. So you can tell that this is a definitely do or die game for YFP, and obviously a little bit intimidating going up against TenZ and the rest of Cubert Academy, but at the same time, it's those little cracks in this Cubert Academy team, obviously losing Scuba, bringing TenZ in, all of that type of stuff, that provide an opportunity for them to potentially make that run become a reality.
Unless this Cubert Academy team is released before Ascension, they play solely the role of gatekeepers, and they have played that role beautifully previously. YFP, the newest candidates after making playoffs for the very first time this split, trying to get more than just the 25 points on the leaderboard after so many other teams above them are currently waiting in that upper bracket. It's a long road to Ascension for YFP and a potentially unpaved one for Cubert Academy, but this match means everything to both sides and Twitch chat.
Of course, can't forget them.
Guys, please, I just want to see my goat play tomorrow too, please.
Oh, those cards are out of our hands. Only these teams can decide how this one's going to be shaken out, and this time around, YFP be playing a little bit slower, trying to suss out any information. Going to be Trailblazer moving forwards, scout something. Nismo, at least a little bit aware. Something might be conspiring outside of the safe
30
site.
seconds left.
Keep in mind to look at Jake's position there, ready to catch any of those flanks around, but Nismo just has the awareness, able to find B-Dog in the midst of all of that. Now it's going to be a fight for heaven.
Knights backstepping. Nismo also given some space after the Omen TP. YFP recognize there's a little too much presence here, and they have barely just enough time to get to this B site, where the two duelists are waiting. TenZ, first blind, go for 3! There's my goat talking! No more time out the gate here, and Cubert will get to shut down that one and done. A vintage moment from the fifth man to get Cubert over the line and stop the YFP streak.
Oh, okay, yeah. We needed that, you know? Everybody watching, especially if you tuned into the games yesterday, good to see TenZ kind of hit one of those clips just on broadcast, and it's absolutely clean. Just 1, 2, 3. Drops 3 members of YFP. Time against them as well. They're forced to just walk in there. The Cubert Academy, they stabilize themselves. It looks so good, so easy. And now Cubert Academy looking to stabilize. Of course, once again, this is Cubert Academy's map pick. So we expect them to pull ahead on this one. You know that YFP, if they can snag this one, you're going to be feeling a lot more confident moving into the next. It's 1 map away from securing their spot yet again in these playoffs here, but a huge obstacle stands in front of them. And they got to start that climb 1 round at a time. They've gotten a good head start on things. They're still able to buy up into this round as well. But still, Cubert Academy holding their defensive line strong. As it feels like YFP, they're just playing nice and slow, denying that information before deciding to commit. It's very reminiscent of how Cubert Academy like to attack, taking that mid space and not allowing anyone to slip outside of the sights.
They'll have a bit of timing on this mid cut, especially if Thief is able to grab an opening frag. Peeks a little off, but so is Nismo's aim. T-Dog also can't get one. And that is monumental for this round and the future of this game, really. YFP, easy 5v3 on the A take, and they'll take their sweet time. Won't even get the spike down just yet. They want to grab one more guaranteed. Spotting Redux's body. They know the push is coming. B-Dog's hungry, but Knights will get to eat first. And it's a 4v3 now. Qbert smelt blood in the water, and they want to try and follow it with the trap wire. That one misstep will force the chase to a standstill. Yoru clone to force out a little more util. It'll be the showstopper from Penny first. Intense, sticking around for a moment there, but finally back away. And that might be enough time wasted for YFP. Qbert Academy, the remaining 3. Yeah, they'll stick around and spawn. Hand this over. YFP's getting to double digits.
Yeah, the economy on Qbert not looking the best over there, and so make the call to just hold things over to the next one. Especially understanding that Penny has that showstopper available. You know what? Sure, we got the ultimate out. That makes things a little bit more difficult for them to be able to break into the site next round. I think we just cut our losses and walk away with it. So Qbert yield the round here as Ten's now just 1 point away from having the dimensional drift back online. Curious to see how they're going to be playing around it this time, because on the attack, it makes so much intuitive sense. You send out 10s, you get the information, and then you can just kind of let Redux and the crew sweep up the rest of the members here. But it was just honestly good entries from YFP on this last round, making sure to get theirs and just walk in onto the site. Qbert Academy at such a disadvantage, trying to fight their way through, but it's the utility game yet again that YFP are dominating and making sure they prevent Qbert from just getting away with whatever they want.
That really was the strat going into this, is let these crazy aimers do what they do best, which is whatever they want. Penny attempted entry. Nismo now really early to this, but that'll get cornered pretty quickly. T-Dog, really tough angle to step into, and Thief on a 3K. Once again, A-site unquestionably YFP's. It really is the little things that have mattered so much for Qbert, those micro adjustments in the angles they're taking, and they're early enough, they're subject to this strat we see Qbert wanting to go for, and it looks like it can definitely work. But all too often, it's the hero moments that end up becoming what's actually pivotal, and that's no different from yesterday.
Yeah, and like, this is no discredit to YFP there, but we're seeing those moments from Qbert Academy happen a little bit more often here on the playoff bracket, where they think they know what's going on there, and then they just kind of run in one at a time, expecting to try and catch a timing. It's just like they see red in the water, sharks are swimming right in, but they fly right into the YFP trap. Like, YFP have a very standard engagement onto walking onto the site, and Qbert Academy more or less just kind of walk themselves into those crossfires, walk themselves into the barrels of YFP. And like, the round is over before you know it. I was really hoping we'd see that get cleaned up, especially moving forwards from yesterday. But that round was a little bit questionable at best, and now puts YFP 2 rounds away from taking their map pick. So Qbert Academy intelligently will decide to call a timeout here, try and cool the heads off just a little bit more. A couple of the members there going from what I like to call carry syndrome, where they feel like they need to carry the rounds, and so they go for these super high risky plays, and instead just kind of get cut short before it turns into anything. So during this timeout, like, settle your heads down a little bit, bring it back together. We were seeing a lot more coordination on that first half when things were feeling nice and groovy. We need to get back to that state and not let the pressure really get to us. Otherwise, Qbert Academy really poised to lose out this first map.
It was a fault we saw in YFP earlier on, where you're having these overextensions come from the wrong people. Jakey being the first line of defense way too often. B-Dog stepping in front of his own util way too often on that defense, and just not getting nearly as much connection as you would like to. But we're seeing Qbert have those very same weaknesses, where Nismo will be stepping out a little too far, as opposed to Stellar, who has been a little more silent in the kill feed, but who has also just been a lot more ubiquitous in his util usage. His flashes have been so much more enabling, and his dogs have been so much more of a dangerous precedent to set for YFP's takebacks, that Nismo is just not getting enough connection on these birds or dogs. Does have the Seekers this round though, but B-Dog does have his own ultimate, and Knights now is going to be stepping forward on top of these boxes, has to TP away after not being able to nail that first shot.
Hey, you know what? At least able to deny a little bit of space here. YFP smartly just decides to back off. Will now be reclaiming space into middle. Look at that, Hubert, they just immediately abandoned sight. T-Dog, at least able to spot things out, does have this judge in hand. But it's like Penny's walking up here, and you don't want to be on the receiving end of a Penny who's looking to kill. 10's going a little bit exploring, but we'll have to back off here after tripping one of those sonic sensors. Thief, though, keeps Redux honest. And that is going to be an excellent first kill because that opens things up onto that A site just a little bit more. And you can tell YFP are just going to be exploring that space, taking that mid control, potentially walking over to A. They've got yet another sonic sensor to trap whenever someone wants to move around here. But actually, this is all just a little bit of a ruse. They're taking that spike over to that B site, especially with the Seekers confirming the push in through here, but all getting sprayed down. That might make Hubert Academy think this is going to be an A hit.
With those Seekers on just one prong, really tough to get anywhere with it. B-Dog with that deadlock ultimate. T-Dog does get the kill, but B-Dog does get the ultimate proc. Knights, though, can shut down Penny, so it's just a war on one front that Hubert has to deal with after all is said and done. 3 players on it, though, and 13 seconds to go, more than enough to plant. No step out from the smoke, so Knights is safe for now, but the trap wire set up on top of the spike lets Stellar sit on top of it until Nismo gets the high ground. Now it's on Nismo and Knights who take over that high and low, and they'll each get theirs. 3 for Hubert stay standing this round, and they will get another on the board.
Bullets raining down from heaven. Knight's not even really getting an opportunity to shoot his gun, and by the time that happens, Nismo is already on top of it, gunning down the members of YFP, and it's in these uncomfortable moments that we're seeing YFP struggle just a bit more. It's when that timer is really counting down, they feel that time pressure, things start to slip away. A little bit unfortunate of T-Dog being able to find something here, but it was that kind of like flounder, that uncomfortability, which we've seen a couple of rounds on their attacking half, which happened to coincide with the 2 rounds that Hubert Academy have won. And so if you're Hubert, you know that you got to make sure to delay that plant as much as possible. You're going to force out errors from YFP. They don't really have the kit, really, and presence in order to deny a lot of that. And things could work out well here, but Penny going fishing this time. Finds Redux caught in the net here as T-Dog barely able to escape.
I really appreciate how much respect T-Dog has been paying Penny on these mid lurks, but Penny takes advantage of it this round and is able to swipe through vents and grab that first blood for YFP. Ducking back like the team was never there at all, and now this smoke completely empty. No value gained from it at all for Hubert Academy. As now, Knights only sits with 1 on this solo B-hold again. He'll have to make a tough choice of where he places this smoke if he has time to at all, but he's inside the garage and he's gonna check the boxes first. Turns onto the swarm and doesn't land a thing. B-site is YFP's for the taking.
Yeah, just leaving Knights alone. It feels like the gamble is that they're not going to be going B, and it's made it so vulnerable here. T-Talk. Just the awareness from Jakey. Make sure that that Viper is no longer an option. 2v4 under this retake. This is asking for a lot.
They turn in. The neural theft doesn't matter for 10s, who will grab 1, but too much on his plate in the 1v4 after Nismo falls. 4 rounds of game point for YFP on their attack half after they seemingly can't stop getting these first bloods and can't stop converting them lickety-split.
Once again, it just came down to a misread from Hubert Academy. I think an excellent job being paid from YFP to really bait everybody over to that A site. You see that the site was completely open. They could just completely stroll in, didn't have to worry about a single thing, and that is easy pickings for YFP. They set themselves up perfectly, make sure that they deny any of the retake there, and sure, you see Hubert really try and slow them down, but there's just simply nothing that can be done. Knights going a little bit more aggressive this time with this hold, but still the solo anchor onto this B site. On the other side is Jakey, who we've seen a pretty darn good performance here, highlighted on the desk as well. And that Omen duel could really spell how this round plays out.
This is just some blasphemous aggression coming from Stellar and Penny. After that dog landed on T-Dog, he was forced to use a snake bite and still retreat on his own Viper's pit. And then Penny sprays through and gets some extra damage on T-Dog as well. Now down to just over 50. Beef. A little more attention paid to this invade now, but Hubert just gonna let that space be taken. As YFP still mounting on the front lines, looking for this first blood. T-Dog, the easiest target, obviously. And he's almost revealed himself again, but YFP recognizing how much time is left, they understand they have to start knocking on the front door. And they will try and lay their claim on A site.
And this time around,
30 seconds left.
this is where the rifles are. Tens, as well as Nismo, watching this long angle, sees the bird out there, knows where they're going.
Tens takes a couple shots, but he does find one before falling.
I'm out of stuff.
And it lets the rest of Kubert step on. Nismo, perfect angle to be taken, and Kubert can go for a crunch. It's easy from there when you got a duelist like Redux. And Kubert's up to 9. That sounded disrespectful because Redux hasn't been playing Duelist, but when you have an aimer like him, I'll say that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just already so used to Redux on Duelist.
It's just, that is what the natural state would be. But at the same time, you were saying that. And then Stellar found a 2K, and I was like, hold up a minute. Let's not call this one just quite yet. Stellar almost able to convert that one back around. Now as well, we'll have the Seekers available into this next one. Nismo doing a great job of just backing this stuff up. But of course, it is the rest of Kubert Academy walking in together. Make sure they play their numbers smartly and are able to overwhelm onto the site. Kubert Academy now 3 rounds down here from potentially forcing out overtime. 3 opportunities for YFP to close out map number 1. Tens went completely unscouted. That might not be some best information, but Seeker should give that positioning away, so Tens will have to retreat here, as it's going to be Knights up against everybody again.
Oh, and T-Dog paranoid out, but he gets 2!
Spike down, B.
As Knights ends up short-sighting more than just T-Dog. He short-sights the whole bloody front line. That's 3 on a judge. Are you out of your mind? Now an easy intercept for Kubert. The whole gang's here, and that's exactly what they want. No doubt a guaranteed round. I'd say sit back, relax, enjoy the 50 seconds of free timeout you have if you're YFP, because you're going to need it for these last 2 rounds of regulation.
That's so funny. T-Dog just coming down from heaven.
Just jumps in.
Yep. Hey, you hit me with the paranoia? Well, I've got a shotgun. Gotta play close anyways. That's fine with me. And just walks in, boom, 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 and suddenly YFP get dismantled on their attack there. Of course, Knights was just around the corner, and I was, I'll be honest, not expecting T-Dog to fly in from up top, from top row, basically. But that's exactly how that round played out. Kubert now at double digits as well. YFP now going to be taking a timeout. They just need 1 round to get across the line here. And that last one was a little bit unfortunate for how things kind of played, but excellent just adaptation from Kubert Academy to play off of the advantage that T-Dog was able to grab. Redux has that showstopper online, and so far it's looking like they should be able to stop them. YFP just need a couple of good kills. Economy isn't great to buy into this next one, but if they're maybe able to get an ultimate orb here or there, Penny could have the showstopper online. And just using that rocket to either zone Kubert out of the way or find a kill, make it a little bit easier for you. That could be a huge boon in making sure to close out this map.
You have a way, if you're Kubert, to play preventative. That path has been set for you over the course of the rest of this half. But as YFP, they've already shown that if you're able to mount that absolutely unbelievable aggression we see primarily up mid, but really anywhere, you're able to get the drop on Kubert more often than not. And while Kubert is starting to win their duels, can they do it long enough to stave off this win on what would be the break point for YFP? Grabbing Kubert's pick. Tens up close and personal. Again, the spray, long-winded, but good for the 1. And your GOAT will not go negative today. T-Dog now holding from the vents as opposed to the tower as Kubert try and split the diff with YFP still making some noise up middle here. Spike in hand as well. And Thief, as always, that ever-invasive invade. B-Dog, do-si-do with T-Dog. He thinks he can win these, but now the showstopper's here to play. And B-Dog has to sidestep that too. He does, in fact. But in the spray down, Redux finds the supporting character in Stellar. The spike with it. No player from YFP will win a duel this day. And Knights will give himself away on the smoke, so B-Dog, wow. Great turn from him too. That was a flex round to show that Kubert is wide awake by this point and ready to play.
And what's important too there, I was going to call it out. Interesting that Redux decides to go for the showstopper. But if you look at things, like Nismo just one away from the Seekers, TenZ has the Dimensional Drift. There's still options available on this round. And of course, when we go to overtime, if we go to overtime, then obviously everything kind of gets reset here. But unprecedented aggression coming out on mid this time around. Qbert Academy trying something different, making sure that TenZ was going to be supported on that crossfire to make sure that they just find those kills for free. So fantastic job, but Redux going down. TenZ able to at least trade.
It's Redux with the operator close and personal, and now he's trying to blind himself away to stave off the fight. He does. Rest of Qbert's here to play. This is how you enable your fifth, who's had mere days to get ready. I know exactly. You let him stay standing as long as possible and spray a little more into that smoke that YFP just can't seem to breach. Little extra damage done, but now Jakey's inside. That's one. Nismo the turn. Again, it's preventative, but YFP's on the site. They've set up B-Dog on his own sensor, and Thief already going for another invade. The Dimensional Drift will get evaded by that Cypher, but B-Dog's position is more than confirmed. It's guaranteed. TenZ goes for the solo frag. B-Dog wins that first fight. Ult is alive and well. That's another on the board, and Thief wins his too. In the final hour, it is YFP who has enough and gets the drop on Qbert. A 13-11 victory on Qbert's pick, who is one map away from taking 8th in the playoffs.
An amazing job from YFP there. You could tell they just decided to swap it up. It was looking a little bit uncomfortable. They go a little bit more aggressive, a little bit faster in onto the site, hoping to catch Qbert Academy off guard. And sure, it looked a little bit messy at the end there, but then it was the aggression coming in from Qbert as well. They just decided to rush in, trying to catch a couple of timings, and they fall victim to exactly what happened to YFP earlier. You can still see that there are a little bit of gaps in Qbert Academy's game plan, whereas YFP, sure, they might not be the most insane aimers, but they're playing off of each other extremely well, using the utility off of each other really well, and making sure to cover everything. There's a lot more of those cohesive pieces sticking together for YFP, and that's the reason why they're able to win split against this Qbert Academy roster.
Yeah, Qbert really tried to spin what was their fatal flaw yesterday, individuality, into an advantage, and they almost got it done. But YFP, these 5 amazing players that we've seen be amazing time and again through the years, proving that today they can play on that field too. We'll see how they play when it comes to Lotus. Map 2 is coming up after this break.
Just breathing. I think that a lot of people don't remember to just take deep breaths during the clutch, and also just like trusting your gut. Multiple times that I've coached players, it seems like they think about 100 different things and then can't come to a decision instead of just like instantly trusting their gut.
I try to just like be prepared, and I feel like that's reassuring towards myself to handle pressure and deal with any of like the nerves or anything. Is like the more I feel in control, the more I feel prepared with going to a scenario or a matchup, the less that feels is like pressing to me, like inside of me. There's not as much like nervousness or pressure on it because I feel ready for what's to come, and I feel confident in what I have prepared, like looked at and game planned or whatever it may be. So for me, I think it's definitely like preparation and doing a lot of like prep work, whether that's VOD or like my own game plans or whatever it might be when it comes to practice and any ritual that I have before, especially if it's just like warming up. Even warming up helps to feel very prepared with myself and my performance, and I think that's helped a lot with easing off pressure.
I feel like the best way to deal with pressure is just like to accept that it is there. I don't believe that people cannot feel pressure unless they actually don't really care about what they're doing. Competition should have pressure, right? Otherwise it's not even that much fun. That's where the fun part of competition is, you feeling that thrill of, you know, playing something that's worth it.
Maybe I'll feel like the nerves, like of the excitement of the match before. It really just depends on the match. It's just like having like a system and a team that you can trust. So no matter what, no matter who's playing bad or who's playing good, it's something you can hold on to and be consistent with. even then, by like trusting your system, trusting your teammates, you know, that'll open up a lot more actual kill potentials than, you know, playing like you're Lionel Messi. Not everyone is Kane Zero on the ISO, you know.
What I used to do was I would give myself at least pistol round to kind of get my nerves out. So even if I whiff or don't do what I was supposed to do, I would kind of take it easy and be okay with, you know, messing up or being a little bit nervous. But I don't really get nervous too much anymore. So because after pistol round, I just completely forget about being in a match, and I just play like it is in practice and kind of just let things flow.
A lot of these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
The closest of map to be starting off this series. In the end, it's going to be YFP to take it down, though, 13-11. After even being down a man in that final round. That was crazy. I'm not going to lie, Roy. I was gearing up for some OT. This was so close. YFP had the lead for a bit, and Hubert did a good job in clawing it back, but just falling a little short at the finish line.
Cuber actually locked in towards the end only to do a fake comeback. That is just so sad to see, honestly. But it was a great match all around. We finished 6-6 in the first half. YFP did get the best of both pistols, which I think played a very big factor, obviously, in this kind of outcome when it comes to when you have a 13-11, you have to really consider the impact of pistol rounds, right? But I think overall, I really did feel like both teams brought a lot to this table. There's a lot of great takeaways from both teams, but ultimately, it did feel like YFP just had a pretty good grasp on the pacing that they wanted to play. Yeah, they didn't get a lot of rounds on their defense side, but when it came to that attack, they looked extremely drilled and they knew their win conditions from start to end.
It's actually really, really impressive, right? Because we talked about this double sentinel composition the YFP were playing. They were starting on the defense, right? It all made sense for them to get a lot of rounds on that defensive side first, and it ended up just being a 6-6. Then I start to worry about what is going to happen. But as you were saying, Roy, they not only get the pistol, but they get the bonus into that round and into the half, and it just turns into that win at the end. It was a lot of back and forth, but it felt like for Cuber Academy, it required some of those hero plays to secure those rounds that we saw towards the end. And it does make you think, what would have happened if they win one of those pistols? What would have happened if that bonus doesn't go the way of YFP, right? It's those little things that made this match so back and forth.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I completely agree with that. But just ignoring the pistol, obviously the pistol result, and just kind of talking about the core gameplay, I really did genuinely feel like YFP had a really good pacing to set up the strengths of their players, right? We talk so much about experience. We talk a lot about, like, you know, the fact that this team has been playing FPS games for so long. But I feel like in this specific map, we got to see a lot of that, right? The slow down pace, allowing Thief to find his picks, allowing players to kind of find their their own value. They're able to do a lot on their attack side. Obviously the defense side, when it comes to the double sentinels, my personal pet peeve with a lot of these compositions, that it forces teams to play ultra passively on the defense side, and I feel like that's typically when you start to lose a lot of rounds on the defense, especially in this game. And I feel like YFP were a little bit subject to that, but ultimately they did have a pretty good map. Obviously, we saw a lot of pop-offs from Penny. We saw a lot of pop-offs from Thief and Jake as well. And the utility was pretty much on point the entire time.
Also, even though it was a very passive defense with the double sentinel that we saw, it was also Cuber Academy that were playing really, really slow into it, right? And it's because you know that towards mid, which is often where they were opting for with 3-4 players, they were trying to break that utility. They were trying to figure out if it was going to be the Cypher, the deadlock that was going to be there. And at that point, they were trying to execute towards A or B side. They had about 20 seconds remaining, and then Penny was there to get just a little bit more aggressive, make sure that the spike doesn't get planted, make sure that he can delay as much as he can, either with the showstopper, with the paint shows, or even get those kills on site. So it was a good raid for YFP, but it was also a Cuber that, even with this double duelist, we're playing really slow on a side that should have favored them more.
Let's talk a little bit more about Penny in a somewhat unorthodox head-to-head, but wanted an opportunity to talk about both of these players, but talk about Penny as well as Thief, the duelist, as well as one of the Senties, because when you're looking at the impact that YFP needs to be making on the map, of course, Penny to be able to get those entries into the site, get that movement right, is huge. And Thief being one of the Sentis to really back up and just kind of hold stuff down was so nice. I love this contrast, and I feel like this is a good way to show off what Penny was able to do, but also how much impact Thief had.
Yeah, I completely agree. And we talk a lot about this, but I want to reiterate it, right? It's the fact that the duelists and the sentinels are pretty much two sides of the same coin, right? Like the duelists are kind of going in and finding entries, but the sentinels are kind of doing the same thing, but just in their own pace and their own style, right? And I feel like the fact that both of these players were popping off, it means that the push and pull and kind of the signature style that YFP likes to play in seems to be kicking in effect. Obviously, we saw a lot of anchor moments from, you know, from Thief, but just kind of ignoring a little bit of the defense side. But on the specifically on the attack side, I really did feel like that sort of trademark YFP style was in full effect. They had a lot of push and pull. They were able to work really well around the fact that, you know, they had good reads into the Q*bert positioning, and they knew where the utility was weak. And they just, once they found that with the push and pull, once they've gathered enough kind of like feel for how Q*bert was approaching their setups, they just started the A slams like over and over, and they were just winning so many of these A slams and these A post plants. And the sentinels, double sentinels are very strong defensively, yes, but when they get on site on attack, it's like you're retaking into a double sentinel setup. Yeah. Like it can be really awkward with so many gadgets, like traps, like the stuns, like all these sensors, the net, the grav net, obviously, like a lot of that is really awkward and really weird. And I think YFP were playing this sort of feel pace at first, but once they realized like, okay, this is, you know, this is where the Sky is playing, this is where the Yoru is playing, they just kept slamming, and it worked out really well for them.
At least the somewhat good news is looking at the next map in the series, there isn't a double sentinel on the YFP end, so Q*bert Academy don't have to contend with that. The not so great news is, of course, we're now going into YFP's map pick, and something that we have taped for both of these teams very recently, but that's not necessarily faring the best for Q*bert, because this was a loss up against Winthrop University, and this goes back to, Roy, this shuffle of roles, considering there is only the single duelist.
Yeah, I completely agree. I will say I'm not 100% sure what to expect from Q*bert in terms of how they're going to be approached. Like, are they going to run the same composition? Are they going to keep the Fade, the Breach? Are they going to keep the Neon? I really don't know if they're like settled on that composition. If they're going to keep things the same, then I think we kind of know the main reason to why YFP's picking this, right? YFP had a really good overtime match versus Envy, one of the best teams in the league. That was recent. And then they watched Winthrop University play on it, or sorry, they watched Q*bert play against Winthrop University on Lotus as well. So they're coming in. I think they have a pretty good read as to how they want to approach it. But again, my big thing on this map, guys, when you pick Lotus, you need to come in strong defensively, because you will rarely start on that attack side when you pick that map. So I'm looking towards YFP to get some rounds on this defense side, to have a good showing. If they can do the same thing they did on Split, if they can get those 6 rounds, I think they're good to go.
The only real difference here when you see these competitions that both of the teams played on their first opening match of playoffs is that Sentinel role, whether it's going to be that Cypher on the side of YFP or is going to be that Vice coming for the side of Q*bert. And I feel like there were some great ideas for both of the teams as we got to see on their first match. But I do want to say with Redux and what he's able to do on the Vice, as we mentioned before, he's never played the Sentinel role before. He's never played this Vice before. He was playing before in the previous years a lot of duelists, then he went into only playing the Omen. Then he went back to the duelist for that last match of the Swiss stage, and now he's playing Sentinel. So we're assuming that if the roles are going to stay the same, he's going to still be playing this Vice that can bring a lot of value to the team and can maybe push us to the third map.
Even if it was a Winthrop University win, when you talk about Redux being on the Sentinel role and being on the Vice, I thought it looked a lot more comfortable when we were looking at that Lotus map in comparison to what we got to see earlier. So that's something that, hey, maybe, like, even if it isn't the duelist role, which of course would be all of our preferred role for Redux, the Vice definitely made a lot of sense. And he still put up really good numbers considering you're looking at the 16 kills. So
looked good. He didn't even look that bad.
Exactly. So I'm hoping too, this Q*bert team, the roles, everything is still so new with acclimating TENS into everything. And now they got that extra day of practice. They got another map under their belt. So they should just be scaling a little bit more and more every single time. But being said, I'm not really anticipating any sort of switch down when I'm looking at everything. It would just be more so once we get into the server, what changes are going to happen there. The agent select's ready, so we don't have to debate about too much more if we'll see any changes.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible, right, for a Q*bert Academy that have only played or have only scrimmed for 4 days. There's always that possibility that they're going to change it up. And actually, yes, there is a change. So TENS is no longer going to be playing the Neon. He's going to be playing the Yoru instead. And we just saw him on the Yoru in this map of Split. Now, on Lotus, I feel like it makes a lot of sense. He's going to be able to play with the operator when it comes down to the defense. Even on the attacking side, he was doing it on split. So there's a good chances, and I like the change here.
Yeah, and again, as always with Yoru, he does pair very well into the Sentinel. So I feel like they're probably trying to minimize the value that Thief is getting from the first map, obviously, and obviously the value that they're kind of running into traps over and over. So my eyes are on TenZ to break this down for us, to teleport in, make space for his team, as well as use clones to kind of dismantle and disrupt the YFP style. For me, I'm looking towards that YFP defense side. I need them to get at least 5-6 rounds if they want to have a genuine clean shot at this second map win and a potential chance to make it deep into the playoffs.
Them picking it into the series, they got to have a level of confidence into it. It's time to see if it's warranted. The first map was so close. It's time to see heading to Lotus if it's going to be another close affair and a potential of a map 3. Lotus is ready and so are our casters. So let's head back over to Marks and Tenrek.
Thanks so much, Sierra. All eyes are on TenZ, and for just one reason. He picked a different agent. Going on the Yoru as opposed to the Neon is what could be the proper response to the problem that is YFP on Lotus. They feel confident for more reasons than one. Primarily, Penny demands respect on this Neon. But furthermore, after watching that film of Winthrop University play in this squad yesterday, they understand the aggression that they can mount on multiple fronts with people like Jakey and Thief on the A and C invasions. Qbert Academy intend to stop those bloodbaths early and press forward with the personnel advantage, much like they wanted to do on Split. But Marks, can they do it? Can TenZ do it? Keep this team, keep himself in contention just a little bit longer.
All right, Tenrek, you started that out with, oh, all eyes are on TenZ, and I was about to be like, why? Because he's the GOAT? But, you know, we can just scooch past all of that.
News to me.
There is a lot to talk about based on this potential matchup here. And, of course, obviously, everyone wants to focus on TenZ, doing TenZ things, and yes, that Yoru pick, but I'm actually really interested how this Neon from Penny is gonna go up to Redux's Vise. Like they were talking about on the desk, Redux was still putting up numbers there, and especially too with the utility kit coming through, that could be really hard for a Neon to get isolated from its team, and then the rest of the members can make sure to stop the Neon from mitigating any other sorts of damage here. So I'm super interested to see how that one's gonna go. And of course, the Yoru will be able to mitigate quite a bit of that Cypher utility as well, as this hit is going to be on this A site.
Trying to stay quick and painless, but Thief holding it down for a pretty long time, and now it's B-Dog's turn to util dump. YFP is here on high. They'll be able to go for a pretty hard defensive fight. Knight's trying to get up, get that extra shot on the altitude, but it's down to TenZ on this Sheriff in the 1v3. After all is said and done, Haunt will force him back into tree, and he'll at least hit this door to keep YFP guessing, but now it's a question of who will end up taking this next fight? Who will end up taking this next peak? TenZ is doubled back onto the A site. YFP have left that space unattended, ready for the plant though.
Spike planted.
Not going to turn on to it. Respecting the hold. Now the swinging from one. That's all that TenZ will get. Gotta stay careful. The YFP get the pistol.
And just the amount of respect that YFP have been showing Qbert Academy, that is an excellent moment as well. Like, okay, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna be coordinated here. We're gonna play smart because we are going up against the Star Duelist. But I feel like that could be said for quite a few members of Qbert Academy. We've seen, you know, Knights hit a crazy 3K clutch in moments like that before. We've seen Redux do the exact same thing. And so making sure that they, you know, cross their T's, dot their I's, play it nice and simple. Make sure that you secure that pistol round there, and TenZ almost got away with a little bit more. If that second shot was a headshot instead of a body shot, could have been a different story. But YFP, they yet again are going to take that pistol round, and we're going to be seeing this buy-up come through here. Let's see how this approach is going to go. As B-Dog, very aggressive fault line right off the rip. But it's actually going to be Redux and Knights taking space here to deny anything that B-Dog might get up to.
Stiff pot shots. Once again, it's TenZ with the hero Sheriff. No one else from Qbert opting to buy. Though as you've already seen, they can find some pretty cheeky kills with these classics. Trying to find closer angles to be able to do so. B-Dog doing a good job of intimidating and forcing a multitude of clears. First one in the pocket of Baby Door. And there'll at least be some courtyard presence they fight for. Watching these steps for whoever could step out. It's Stellar to confirm and come to the rest of the team that it's going to be A site. 45 seconds, but even still, both teams will be willing to duke it out here and now. B-Dog early util dump to make sure that Cupert can't step on before the rest of the team gets here. But with the baby door broken, it's going to be Thief that'll actually take the brunt of the blow, and the paranoia through the link clears away the site, gives T-Dog enough time to get down and plant that spike. Re-entry early on from Penny, just going to get on top of this pile drive, and now the spike will get dropped again. Cubert hold up in the baby door. It'll be a brawl with these pistols. They found their close angles, and they'll use them. Tens, Knights, and T-Dog, each for one. 13 seconds to go, but Cubert has overwhelming control. Stellar with the pinch, low health, and Knights now with the Bulldog able to take him down. How has Cubert manifested this round? B-Dog, the only line of defense left, and it's Tens. Who else? To seal away the final blow and grab Cubert. One of the most important rounds they've had all season.
That was so many moments there of like, hi, you thought we were doing this? Fooled ya. And then you thought we were doing this? Fooled you over here too. We see first Cubert Academy put so much pressure onto A. YFP taking the bait, moving all of their defenses over, expecting just that pistol rush to come through. And then we hear the plant go through. And as soon as the plant starts, Cubert immediately just kind of back out and go into elbow over there, just waiting for YFP to fly in. And yet, of course, Penny going in, doesn't spot a single soul, confuses the heck out of the rest of the team. And that's when they just walk into Cubert Academy's traps, and then the right click will definitely come through on those classics, making sure that Cubert Academy get that round. It was so interesting, but YFP get completely bamboozled by some fancy footwork coming out from the Cubert Academy roster. And now they're the ones on the back heel. B-Dog, the only one with a Marshal in hand. Of course, we do see a couple of sheriffs on the board for YFP. But meanwhile, Cubert Academy, I mean, they're swimming in the money. T-Dog's bringing an Odin in onto this one. They're more than comfortable right now.
Yeah, they have no trouble just diving into this fight. They know YFP will be here for it, but they have such better guns, it doesn't really matter. You still saw them pay a lot of respect to the invade as well. Knights holding down the spawn, and then Redux hanging out around C for a while before driving in on his own shear that they have set up on this A entry, and they will for a majority of this attack half, before actually going in for the fight, which they will handsomely clear away. Thief, a little bit of laundry to do before going for the suicide peak. But Redux will just be 2 orbs away from his Steel Garden now, as Cubert will take away that third.
And Redux as well, able to find 4 kills in that round. Pretty dominating performance there from Cubert Academy. Tens does have the Dimensional Drift online, so YFP, they got quite a bit of work to do here. Thief, 1 ultimate orb away, getting Neural Theft online, provide a little bit more information, but overall, just great stuff coming out from Cubert. This is kind of the explosiveness that we wanted to see from this squad, and it looks so much better now that Tens is on that Yoru instead of the Neon. It feels a little bit more comfortable. You're not just letting the Neon fly out there and immediately get taken down. It's a bit more coordinated. Yoru can go for that backstab a little bit more often, or be in places that you're not expecting. And that just kind of plays a little bit better with how Tens' playstyle goes, as well as the rest of Cubert Academy. The core 4, the rest of them know how to play off of each other, with Redux kind of being that tip of the spear. And so this allows for that same momentum to happen here. But as I say that, Penny is able to at least find Redux. Thief trying to find an off angle here, but Cubert Academy have taken over that C site and will be planting. It's going to be a 5v4 retake as YFP walk in.
Good sense to deal with Redux. But Cubert prepared to play the 5v4. Stun from Penny is gorgeous, and he's just gonna walk it down. 3 now for him. Keep it going. No, Jakey will steal the ace potential, but YFP will no doubt steal the round. It's a bulldozing from them, a flawless round 4. Take handily. Penny all the way there after forking over the invade after Cubert. We're already making the noise in C, still sticking around because he's Neon, because he can. Runs back over, gets the opener on the take back as well. Just goes to show the importance of the duelist from YFP on this map in particular. You really get to see what makes him tick.
Great stuff coming in from YFP. Curious to see, though. I mean, those stuns landed really well and were able to find exactly where they wanted. And it's a little bit more of that coordination of utility, knowing how to play off of your teammates. It's not one of those, you know, we're still trying to figure it out. Yeah, Qbert, they've had 4 days of practice, all of that type of stuff. Plenty of time to figure all of those moments out, but so many maps are on this YFP roster, really solidifying their own playstyle and their own comfortability playing and honestly just trusting one another. So a lot of early damage kind of given off the T-Dog in the start here. Penny going for more.
Hubert's really been trying to find a way to slow him down. The fault line is the increasing threat of that, and Penny will get antsy. Ten's shutting it down and holding down this B site that Hubert will easily take over.
Spike planted.
B-Dog, Aftershock does kill T-Dog. And now we'll go for more. The swing on top of his flash, and Tens can't finalize on top of the smoke drop. B-Dog gets a third.
That's not ready.
Smokes dissipate. Nismo, give it away. This is sloppy from Qbert Academy, but Knights just might save him. 2 for him. Nismo walls away Thief with the Aftershock as well, and it's a 1v1 between Jake and Nismo. No more util for the breach, though. He has to peek it, and he gets the kill. Sunnin in and out of game. Nismo gets the clutch for Qbert Academy and gives the lead back to them.
Just so many of these weird opportunities. Qbert a little bit scattered on at the site, but this is why it's so important to make sure you get your post plants set up properly. Put the people into their positions to cut down some of these angles. Because, well, we saw B-Dog starting to get active. A little bit of unfortunate timing going back-to-back buddy cop style there, and B-Dog coming out on top of it in the midst of everything. And yet still, Nismo as well as Knights securing the round. I talked about some of these other Impact players, and those two have been doing a fantastic job at coming clutch in some of those moments. Of course, obviously, the flashy plays being sent over to the duelists, but it always helps having a very strong backline. And now, see a little bit of utility. Prowler scouting things out. No information really given away here. Redux is actually going pretty far deep there. An excellent cutoff from Jake. Shuts down any aggression that might be coming. The smoke is going to activate as a result. And so it might be on to Redux to get a little bit more space here and allow the team to go for a different site hit.
And again, the balls to be able to go for one there. Jakey, such an influential active omen. Really been feeling himself on it lately. Redux and Tens sidestepping. Thief shuts them both down. And it's got to be a forced crunch to try and save face, but Penny's still sticking around too. Just Knights left. Steps given, so Stellar's going to hear it.
30 seconds left.
Calm the C-swing. Knights has no trouble not hiding it at this point. He just wants the spike to go down. Get some extra creds here, see what he can get on the way out. Does get ahead of this C's, can take the waterfall fight, beautifully taken. Everybody else is coming from spawn. Aftershock will wall him out though. Smoke does only give him one angle to have to check. Rush in from Penny to guarantee 2 angles to swing from. He's gonna just screw with him a little bit at this point, and that's a horror movie if I've ever seen one. 3 stay up for YFP's third.
And once again, the same level of respect being given to Knights, as we saw in Tens, once again using the Neon to jump around while the other two are just popping out at the same time, making sure that they can secure their kill. An excellent shot from Jake in order to shut that down, and Thief, of course, holding this crossfire angle, making sure that Qbert Academy just can't walk into B site alone. Excellent defense from YFP, making sure to shut the door every single time Qbert Academy wanted to go through. They've been doing an excellent job at controlling all of these individual sites, while Qbert Academy feel like there's those opportunities where they're able to move in. It should be nice and easy. They should be able to walk in, and it's just not the case at all. I talked about utility being utilized, but that time around, it was just pure gun mechanics and being at the right place at the right time, holding excellent angles against Qbert Academy.
And just great discipline overall from YFP, not buckling under the pressure and, yeah, just being in the right place at the right time. These intercepts have been so key and crucial to what has become such a high-flying attack meta. So many ults to offer into this as well. You can fight heavy for 8 courtyard out the gate. We've already seen Penny take a crazy amount of space with the fast lane off rip with that. Jakey could reposition into spawn in a moment's notice, and Really, YFP could push from any spawn if they want to off of that. They have a world of tools to go for their counter aggression, or even act prematurely and get proactive on this attack round for Qbert Academy. That would be one to really topple their economy.
I'll find you.
At the same time, though, we've seen on the previous map, I wasn't the biggest fan of YFP just going for ultimate dump right off the beginning of the map, so I'm a little bit scared that we're going to be seeing this time, but it does feel like the protocols are in place. They realized the errors of the last time where they had 4 ultimates online. Stellar just 2 ultimate orbs away from getting the other. And that means that they can get more value off these ultimates. Jakey flirting with danger, a lot of utility, making sure to clear this one out, and the Prowler will get a nice little chomp out of that Omen, but it's going to be enough to kind of force a reposition here. Qbert Academy not really doing anything with that additional space just quite yet, as Redux spots out quite a few, but is able to escape in time. Jakey, though, still finds Redux.
He ate so much util and then still took high ground and got a kill out of it. Stellar is here to enable as well. Free clone, because Qbert's not even in yet. And now they can't re-clear the site. They have no idea how many are here. So they'll have to reposition. Not going to be B-side either.
30 seconds left.
B-Dog is just going to use this Rolling Thunder on whatever site Qbert go for. Go for a timer stall. Tens planted here on the B site as Qbert go for the A takeover. 15 seconds to go. B-Dog's lined up with it. It's got to be here and now. Tens won't be able to grab anything really influential. The fight's here. Oh, they have no time. Qbert's been fully walled out. Penny's overdrive scared him away enough. And that's an easy YFP round.
Oh my.
Yeah, that maybe we call a second timeout already.
You know, like, okay, if you are Qbert Academy, right, you see some of the ideas that are at play there. You can tell that they're playing so cautiously off of the ultimates that could come through, especially with the Rolling Thunder, especially with the Nightfall. And they just got to get lost in the sauce in the midst of all of it. They're not too sure where they want to commit. They're not too sure where they want to go. And sure, they are able to storm onto that A site, but at that point, it's a little bit too late. You spent all this time trying to bait out the ultimates. Nothing came out. And so you just have to say, okay, we're committed to the site. And then the ultimates come out. And at that point, you can't do anything. Knights could have gone for the TP, but time seemed to just dwindle away. Confusion coming through, kind of showcasing only those 4 days of practice. Not a good look for Qbert Academy, but at least they seem to be a little bit more knowledgeable this time around as Penny goes in deep, able to find Tens, able to find Knights as well.
What a turn! And converts as well before the rest of Qbert have anything to say. Jakey already ahead of it. And it's a trivial round that Penny will once again feast on. And I couldn't agree more. YFP, just staunch reaction time and unable to really be phased by any noise Qbert attempt to make anywhere else. B-Dog held on to that Rolling Thunder just as long as he needed to. Penny understanding that rather than turn this into a fight they can win, they can just turn it into a round they can win off time. With that overdrive, you're able to corral them back in and snuff out what few options Qbert had left. Now it's them with all of the ultimates on the table, though. Ten's just 1 orb away from making this a full-blown cornucopia of ultimates. So they have no trouble making this opening noise here on the C mound and trying to scare the pants off of whoever is here. Normally it's Jakey, but he's actually on A. Bigger pile on the C door this time around, and they will eat a hell of a lot of util. 10 senses that blood. He's gonna go for the dimensional drift.
Spots out so many, and actually Rolling Thunder gonna get utilized as well. The Thief's still here.
Sticks around for a second as well. Guardian no less. Tens on Waterfall. Good for only the 1 though. Nightfall to try and seal this, but B-Dog still gets 1 before it's procced. It's Knights against the Decay, but only good for the 1. The kitchen sink was tossed into C-Site, and it got flooded immediately. This defense from YFP is unbreakable.
Yeah, YFP, just a super intelligent play, understanding what storm was just over the horizon, and immediately just started preparing. You see them back out of there, make sure that they avoid a lot of the impact that Qbert Academy was kind of throwing at them. And as a result of that, they're able to just re-enter here. Thief, unbelievable stuff, even with the information, thanks to Tens, was able to walk away with 2. And then that backstep quickly turns into a dash in onto site for YFP, shutting down the rest of Qbert Academy here. And now Penny, red in the eyes, just trying to find a little bit more, but will be forced back thanks to some utility. Qbert Academy on a little bit of a save. Ten's the only one with the Guardian in hand.
Everybody else just chasing ghosts. It's Knights to try to get active first. Doesn't catch anything. And this is one of those run it down rounds for Qbert Academy. Find something, anything. And oftentimes they do. Penny, obviously the one to poke his head out the most. Down to 5 HP off of those chips. TP in from Tens can't be punished despite the fact that... Oh, the trap wire, I spoke too soon. Thief does find a time to spray it down. C's on top of the backside though, so YFP can't press further. You at least get the spike down for free on what is that safe site. And Redux on the spread back, grabs one. It's Thief to fall. Now Redux, hold it down on top of a fault line. Jakey swings in on top of it. Just the 2 left on top of the spike here, and that should be an easy spray. A couple of wanton players to sweep under the rug there, but ultimately YFP walk away pretty unscathed.
And you know what? Maybe you were right, Tenrek. Maybe we should have seen a little bit of a timeout being called there from Qbert Academy because, like, as soon as they kind of stumbled there, where they stumble, YFP just went full sprint ahead with how they wanted to play it. As soon as that round happened and you see Qbert kind of licking their own wounds, regrouping, trying to figure out what's going on. Meanwhile, YFP, they're just firing on all cylinders. They know exactly what they want to do and are completely flabbergasting Qbert Academy. These rounds have looked so decisive so quickly, and Penny is absolutely heating up right now. And this is scary if you are Qbert. That is now 5 rounds in a row. Qbert Academy, only 2 more rounds left to potentially get that 7-5, but at this rate, I mean, if you're YFP, you're looking to make this a 9-3.
Oh! The haunt from T-Dog, not caught, and B-Dog. Oh, Penny gets the free op through the smoke. B-Dog with that cover fire. Immediate stopper. No more smokes to offer here. They've got to try and clear this again. 2 on the route. So painful here. And Jakey now on the pocket as well. Infinite options for YFP's defense. Yoru clears. Tens is in. Will press farther. Penny ducks back, recognizes how much presence could be here. Qbert refused to put the stick into neutral. Steel Garden to wall away. Penny still able to keep that gun, but not the space.
Spike planted.
It's going to be a 4v4 retake here. A lot of utility options still available. Keep in mind, B-Dog basically has the full kit ready. And look at the minimap, they're ready to go. It's going to be a stun fest and an explosion.
Penny's overdrive is active. Looking for an opener. B-Dog will find it. Tens trying to hold the angle, can't grab one. And Penny will just swing with the rifle. He has help too. Thief now on the trade, and it's a 1v2. T-Dog 1. That's a spray! B-Dog's blind. Gives him enough space to work with. The closest one we've seen for a little bit, but YFP still get the defense.
Yeah, YFP, their retake there was really good, and it's once again because they had so much utility to play off of that time around. And this streak of rounds just continues to grow. Last round in this half, Qbert Academy have to try and figure something out here. And at the same time, like YFP, they've still got a couple of traps in their pocket ready to go in order to make sure to shut things down. Right off the bat, seeing Knights get scoped out there, that is something we haven't seen at all. Never once has the Cypher trip been so far forwards in order to make sure that you get that information there. And it's just an easy free kill right off the bat. It's this creativity that might continue to make sure that YFP are able to secure these rounds, because it's going to keep Qbert guessing here. It's going to be the nightfall very early on from Qbert.
Jakey forced to TP back into the drop spot. And will choose to hold this as YFP make this tight again early. Relabel. Tens' arm is caught, but Penny doesn't check it. He just goes into fight on the low ground. He doesn't need to wait. He'll grab his. Now Tens. Maybe he should have grabbed that kill because Tens could get a little more value. Almost turns on to Thief. But it's Redux alone now. In the blink of an eye, again, YFP silence the storm on A site. And Redux has to keep them guessing on the 1v2. Cyber Cage will corral him out of the door. That's one. Stellar gone. No time to get back inside. And Thief knows it. Ready for the fight, but Redux readier. And one clutch to get Qbert a fourth on this attack round.
Switching sides.
I was looking so hard, and maybe that was just a little bit of overextension from YFP, thinking, you know what, we've been doing so well. We've been doing a good job at keeping Redux under control. Let's just try and go for this spread around and completely make things work. But yeah, if Tens was able to find that kill right off the bat, this would have been a much easier round for Qbert Academy to kind of scoop up. But Redux comes through when the team needs him the most. 8-4 now in this half. Qbert Academy, they need to get 7. No, wait. My math is all falling apart. It's 9 rounds in order to make sure that they can secure this map and force us into Ascent. Map number 3, but right now YFP, hopefully they're not overcooking, not overheating themselves, because they've got victory in their sight lines. They just need to make sure that they stick the landing here.
So close to what is the most important placement YFP will have in their org standing. Thief beckons, fault line to force this forward, and he will retreat after Qbert try and dig deep for that one. YFP see the weakness in the other sites. They'll clear away Redux.
And just good understanding. That's where the players might be. A little bit easier to move through. Penny so far forward, finds Tens.
Still just playing keep away. They're already up to meet this. Penny has no reason not to just go for a peek again after this Han will go through. 2 now in steps. 1 on the CT swing. Overwhelming control of the courtyard as well here for YFP. And you can dip as many resources as you want into all of those individual fights. And come up the victor on all of them, actually. 4 up to take the pistol again for YFP.
Yeah, I mean, YFP have just been so consistent with these pistols coming through, and a bad situation turns a little bit worse. So now they should be able to secure this double digits against Qbert Academy. I say that, but it's, well, at the start of this map, when Qbert lost their first pistol round, we saw them kind of absolutely swarm over YFP and stomp them, if I'm being honest. Curious to see if we're going to be treated to something similar, or how Valorant usually goes, and should be an easy round for YFP.
Well, Thief has done his homework and does have the trapwire set up. Stellar now checking for the peaks as well. And everything working for YFP now. Rest of Qbert is holed up in B, attempting to pile drive whoever may have invaded. But YFP keeping their distance to the right extent, and Stellar will again get some good timing. Can't finalize the kill on the first swing, will on the second. And once again, YFP checking everywhere they need to. Stellar lighting up the kill feed this round. Good to see him get active in more than just the enabling. And a flawless follow-up from YFP to get them to 10.
Yeah, and this is when things get even more worse. If it was getting worse, it's turning into a dire situation now. I'm running out of synonyms, so we'll see how this next round plays out here. But this is going to be Qbert Academy, their rifle buy up. They desperately need to start stringing these rounds together. YFP 3 rounds away from potentially closing things out, doing an excellent job at mitigating the aggression that they expected Qbert Academy to kind of run at them these last couple of rounds. But see how this one goes. It's going to be a heavy stack from YFP over to the C site. Qbert Academy, though, they're going for a heavy stack outside of A and are going to start running things forwards, at least claim a lot of that space there, while Penny is just going to try and trigger as much of this utility, try and just open up that C site. So it provides YFP so many more offensive options. And quite frankly, right now, YFP are just running the map. They've got so much control. They can't even move in onto B if they want to. But yeah, B-Dog just going to keep it honest a little bit. And now it should be fairly telegraphed that C-Side is going to be the hit.
No other option left for YFP. Qbert have done a good job of throwing all the util they need to prevent anybody from YFP from choking up anywhere further on the other sites. Still only 4 here, but Penny's gotten so much space on this waterfall.
Go, go, go.
And now we'll force Qbert to do some additional clearing.
Time is ticking down too, so pressure mounting for Qbert to make this round win.
One of the real pivot rounds for Qbert. 10's opening frag, flashes himself in. Stellar close angle on the shorty, almost finishes another. But the rest of Qbert are able to swarm the site and have the gun advantage. B-Dog spraying through the smoke for one. Has to get through for the next, but finds T-Dog and no more time to hold down that spike. Knights with the kill, but it's not gonna be in time. YFP play the long game and have enough to get over the line. 0.38 seconds worth.
Oh, that's so tough. It looks so different on the retakes there, coming in from, going in from YFP when they kind of go down to the 1vx situation. They play so intelligently off of one another. Qbert Academy, meanwhile, once again, it still feels like they're trying to figure out how they want to take this retake here. And it's a little bit awkward. So much information given away. Excellent job coming through, but they stutter for a second, and that allows B-Dog to just take over and stall long enough. Things go from dire to almost abysmal. I think that still kind of works in this scenario, but YFP now storming ahead. And who else but Nismo just on the other side here. Has a judge in hand, looking for it, able to find Penny first as 10's on the other side. Guns down Stellar.
Perfect interception, but Nismo and T-Dog are unable to properly follow up, so YFP do still have this site. 10's still on it though. No more util in the tank. And YFP can try to slow this down, isolate the one, they will. 10's is gone. 2v3. Knight's already here, tries to poke with the Guardian, but can't finalize a kill. And Redux standing alone with this Vandal. One of the saving graces for Qbert Academy to try to keep them in this match. That's one gone. He's clutched before, can he do it again? Arcrose does not confirm the position behind the box, and the double swing is imminent. Thief on the tree, but Jake is all that YFP needs. 3 for him this round, and 12 now for YFP on the verge of a stunner map 2 to take this match.
Oh boy, backs against the wall at this point. Qbert Academy, 8 rounds to go, 8 chances for YFP to close it out, secure their spot even further. I love this little cross setup. 10's with a stinger downtown, able to secure a kill, put a lot of pressure on, but YFP have just been running the map. Qbert Academy, you can feel the desperation in some of the plays. It feels like the players are just trying to make something work. And in the midst of all of that, it's once again YFP coming out on top of these duels. 10's going down first. Nismo just hiding behind tree. Has the fault line ready to go, but if this is a rush through, YFP have been looking so sharp when it comes to shooting.
Qbert's top frag is down, but they're ready to intercept. The macro has still been good for Qbert Academy. It's just come down to completing. And there are these lurching, crawling leeches from YFP that continue to pester and make these rounds seemingly impossible. Taking their sweet time on the attack this time after the player advantage, seeing if anybody else from Qbert gets antsy. They have reason to believe it. Breaking down that baby door is Jakey. And he'll start to suss out the B site. Corral a few more members over there before TPing over to C site for the full entry, but the Razor Vine will keep away a couple of members of YFP early on. Knights, pot shots out of the waterfall. Tries and find a couple. Won't get a kill as well, and YFP, once again, have the C site for free.
Face your fear!
I think Nightfall, too.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, a tool very early used. Qbert now poised, move back in here. Not a ton of utility, but at least they've got Nismo stuff online, but time's ticking down.
Jakey's reposition could be crucial on top of this smoke, but CP may not have been caught. This is such a tough angle to hold, and it's so good! The rest of YFP absolutely steamroll the entry. Start that bus back up to the retirement home. YFP continue their essential playoff run, and the farm team has been put out to pasture.
Not like this, Tedrick. Oh man, doing Cubert's so dirty. But YFP, phenomenal stuff coming out from them. In those moments where we see Cubert Academy stutter, they break for a second, they regroup, they're not 100% sure of how they want to take it. YFP are ready to pounce it. Every single time they engaged them, they looked so darn good. You can tell this squad was definitely feeling themselves, and they were shooting on everything. I really wanted to highlight Jakey as well. Sure, obviously we saw a lot of those stellar plays, things kind of just flying off, not to be confused with stellar, but Jake was shooting really well, but at the same time, those smokes, the utility coverage coming in, it felt just so rehearsed. The protocols were there, and YFP comes out on top, sending Cubert Academy home because this is an elimination match. And you know what, at the same time, I guess we were all wrong and Roy was right. YFP, they close it out here, so congrats to Roy, I guess.
It's true. The curse has been officially lifted for YFP to do that. And with 10s in the mix as well, top fragging in both of those maps, by the way, it should be said. It is truly a massive achievement, a massive undertaking that YFP should be proud of. They have made the top 6 of those playoffs. Goodbye to Cubert Academy here in Split 2. We'll shake it down more after this short break.
A lot of these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
And with a whimper, not a roar, it's going to be Cubert Academy taken down on Lotus. YFP to be moving along within this lower bracket. For such a close first map in this series, YFP was dominant on this second map. I mean, Roy, going into it, it was highlighted that maybe it's tough when a team picks this map. You know, you're on the defense. Maybe it's tough, but YFP 13-4, they made it look easy.
They actually did, which is insane because this is like, that's one of the hardest halves in the game, in my opinion. There's just so much available to the attack side, but I feel like this is the bar from when I think about like YFP's potential. Like, this is the level of play that I'm imagining in my head when I think about this, right? Like, the way they play around the C site on defense is something that I feel like it's some of the best we see in VCL. It's holding down the C side on defense side. It can be so awkward. And now with the kind of Tejo out of the picture, I feel like the way that YFP is playing around the Sentinel utility, the way they're finding gaps in utility, like the timings of their counter utility has just been so on point. And it was a massive point of contention and a big reason for their success, in my opinion, on that defense side.
There's two win conditions that we talked about coming into this match for YFP. One was the defensive side and how it was going to look like, because they were going in the defense first after picking this map. And not only do they completely dominate with an 8-4, but they also win both of the pistols once again. So throughout the match today, from map 1 to map 2, they win every single pistol. And yeah, sure, in that first half, that anti-eco, it goes the way of Cuber Academy, but it was a very quick recovery from YFP. I think they were very good when it came to the timings of when are we going to call for a timeout? When do we need time to figure out what the other side is going to be doing? And then Cuber Academy couldn't find an answer. It's difficult, right? Because they only had a few days to practice, a few days to play with 10s. Yep. And then you're trying to not only work on the pistols and how they're going to look like, but on the compositions, on how the changes are gonna be from, you know, yesterday playing with the Neon to today playing with the Yoru. And even though they had some great ideas, it's a YFP that absolutely deserves this win. I think finally we're seeing the result of having B-Dog on this team after going from M80 to going to YFP. He's incredibly consistent, playing with the operator, playing with the rifle, supporting the team when he needs to, play by himself when he needs to. He was kind of doing it all on this map, and that allows them to get this 2-0.
Yeah, that's a huge shot, but I also want to draw attention to the fact that so many of the opening duels were just won by YFP. They claimed 12. That is insane. 12 out of 17. Yeah. That is most of the openers, which means that Cuber was mostly playing uphill. They're constantly trying to claw back advantages. They're constantly getting out-shaded on sites, and I feel like YFP, if they can maintain this level of consistency in this form that we saw against Cuber, they're one of the teams that look like a top contender.
Yeah, I love to see YFP in this forum because, again, YFP has been a team that we've highlighted so much for. The talent on this team is insane, right? Like, there is some of the results they have does not seem deserving of the caliber of talent that they have. So I think this result today is really affirming for the team, everyone else, that yes, this team can contend. Yes, they're more than capable. And it's great to see them move along within this lower bracket. I'm excited to hear from the team. So now we have our post-match interview, and we have none other than Stellar on the line. So let's head over to that, get a couple of words. Hello, congratulations, 2-0 fashion. YFP still alive, and you move along. How are you feeling after that victory?
Feeling good. I mean, obviously winning is good, and not being knocked out of playoffs also very good. But I think we played a good game, so I'm happy about that.
I want to talk about you feeling like there was a good game played, because obviously for YFP, that's when you're looking at challengers, it's been a little tough, right? But going into stage 2 and then, of course, being knocked down to the lower bracket, there's a lot that could maybe mentally affect you. So how do you turn that around to get such a good game? Because especially like this Lotus, like it was lights out. You guys looked phenomenal.
We've obviously had a lot of ups, downs this split and last, and that's been definitely a big, I guess, main focal point, especially in terms of like mental. But we've been progressing slowly. There's a lot of small issues that need to be fixed, like across the board, and we're like very slowly working on them, but they are getting better. And I think just having a good mental from last game. I mean, like we played a pretty decent game. Obviously, one map didn't go great. We tried something on our Haven against Envy, and then we did solid Lotus. I think we played really good at Lotus. They kind of out mechanicked us. They had better aim, to be honest, and that was kind of the only difference maker. So I think we took away a good positive note, and then we came into today with that.
I want to talk about the first map in the series because, of course, we get to see every team switching up compositions with Tejo being nerfed, right? We see you guys opt for this double sentinel going up against the double duelist, and I want to know how that kind of felt going up against this Yoru and this Raze, and how to close out such a tight map because that one came down to margins.
Yeah, that one came close. I don't think it was as close as it. I mean, it shouldn't have been as close as it was. I think we fumbled like a couple rounds on attack, like a low buy round in a time where or a round where we kind of ran out of time because I just couldn't make a good decision in time. So, but it felt okay. I mean, I think, you know, with these comps that you experiment with, or like that we experiment with, it's you know, a lot of the stuff that happens to you in the match is completely new. Like we don't have so many scrims on each comp, but like we're still very confident in trying them in the games, even though it's a high pressure situation. So, but there's like, I don't know, it's just being able to adapt quickly and like try to figure things out as soon as you can is pretty much the main goal with the comps. It's not really more like if it could work or not. It's more about how we're going to adapt as fast as we can to the other team. And since every match is new, it's kind of just, I mean, I don't know, it's a new thing. Like against NV Haven, it's like, I know over practice it went great. And then like all of a sudden, like they did something that no other team was doing. They're like spamming long smoke and like doing a bunch of stuff. So, and we didn't adapt quick enough. But that's all it is. It felt pretty good though.
Now, one other thing that I wanted to talk to you about too was we had highlighted going into the day, obviously with Qbert Academy picking up 10s, that we've seen you and 10s play against each other in the past. Was that ever on your mind? A little flashbacks?
No, I mean, it was cool to see him play again. I didn't think about like the games I played against. So I played against him a lot, actually. I played against him like 2021, like early 2021, like when he first went to Sen and like stuff like that. But it's cool to see him, you know, at least play it one more time or however many more times after, you know, I hope he had fun. It was fun for us, so I hope he had fun too.
I know on the desk, we all loved a little throwback. We were reminiscing about all of the times we've gotten to see you play as well. And I'm really excited that we got to see a great performance today. Stellar, best of luck going along in this lower bracket. Thank you for chatting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. As for us, elimination day, but YFP are going to find themselves advancing on forward with Qbert Academy getting eliminated from the Stage 2 playoffs. One more best of 3 on the day, and it's going to be Chet's Pets going up against Ambrosia. Another elimination match after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers North America. If you're just tuning in, we got to see YFP eliminate Qbert Academy from the Stage 2 playoffs and another elimination match on the horizon. Chet's Pets, formerly known as M80, going up against Ambrosia. This is exciting for a variety of reasons, because of course Ambrosia was one of those from rags to riches teams that we got to see really flourish within Stage 2, whereas Chet's Pets, I mean, Roy, this is the rebuilding period with M80 dropping out and, of course, new additions into the team. So I'm really excited to see how this one will shake up.
Yeah, and I think another kind of thing for us to consider when it comes to this matchup, guys, is the fact that Chet's Pets does carry over the M80 points. So, like, if they don't have an insane split too, they're not in a horrible spot. Obviously, a deep run right here would make things a lot easier for them going into Ascensions, but Ambrosia, on the other hand, I mean, they got, you're correct, they got completely blown out of the water, so they're looking for the redemption arc. But for Chet's Pets, this is, they're a great roster. It's basically the M80 roster, obviously, with the addition of Marv, that's bringing in a lot of experience, a lot of that sort of composure and that clutch potential that this team needs, a lot of vocality as well. And they're bringing in Giza for his debut as well from Maryville. This guy's an absolute beast. I know he didn't really show it a lot in his first match, but trust me, guys, this guy's an absolute monster.
The points is a good thing to bring up because obviously we talked about Shopify Rebellion Black having the most points after getting that #1 spot in Stage 1, but they actually didn't even make it to playoffs, right? So you're looking at the #2 seed, which was M80, now Chet's Pets. They're holding on to those points and seeing how far they can get. I think they are in a pretty good spot, but I do want to bring out that it's just so interesting. You close your eyes from a few years ago, you open them now, and you're like, Chet, Mark, Victor,
what has
Chet's
happened?
Pets, Tier 2? What's going on?
If you ever just want to feel old, apparently you just got to watch the current day Valorant Challengers. All these throwbacks, all these flashbacks is just absolutely crazy. But I love to see this all come together, especially too, of course, the reason we are having changes to this team is with that call-up of Sato and for Oki, who were a really big core for this team. So having these additions into this team, bringing it in Marv and Giza, is a little bit more comfortable for the team because they have prior history with a couple of the different members. So Roy, that's going to be something looking forward to today when the team still kind of clicking.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a problem that gets solved with time, right? They've had some time. If they can keep going, if they can make a deeper run into playoffs, they're also going to have a little bit more opportunities to develop as well. But I genuinely feel like there's a bit of an adjustment period even for Marv though, because tier 2 is a completely different pace than tier 1, right? Like there's a lot more methodology I feel like happening at the tier 1 level. Like here, I'm not saying there's no strategy, but it's just a different pace. People are very confident. There's a lot of players making a lot of hero plays constantly, and just a lot of like high risk, high reward play that happens in T2 a lot more than at the tier 1 level. So I think with that adjustment period being said, I do feel like this team is going to scale very deeply as things get more tense and as the pressure rises, because they're experienced, and hopefully that experience will be their leverage to make a deep run in lowers here.
I mean, at least this group of this current iteration of ChessBets did have a really strong debut up against TSM. It was 13-11 for both the map 1 and 2. It was only the third map that's, the unspeakable. We won't talk about that. But the other two really close up against one of these top teams. I want to talk about a couple of these standout players. First, talk about Caillou, because Dan, one adjustment that the team doesn't have to make, they still have the same IGL, someone that we have praised so heavily throughout Stage 2 for what he's been able to bring to the team, and that includes fragging capabilities.
He's insane. I would say the best IGL that we have in Challengers. I mean, there's a few that are up for contention of who is really the best, but I think just him gotta be top 2, top 3. But I mean, me personally, I would say number 1. As you were saying, he's not only really good at IGLing, he doesn't have to worry about, or the team doesn't have to worry about having to find another IGL because there's really not that many left. But on top of that, he's fragging so well. I think he's incredibly consistent, and that has helped out M80 and out ChessBets so much to get so far in the tournaments, get to the grand final in Stage 1, and now see how far they can make it in the lower bracket run. If I have to believe in one team to have a lower bracket run right now, starting now, it has to be ChessBets. I mean, you look at the experience that Roy just talked about with Marv, with Victor as well, obviously with Chet, and then you look at the combination with Caillou, especially, that I feel like just adds so much to the table to have a chance to quickly adapt and go next.
And I feel like whenever you add vocal players to the team, the IGL role honestly gets a lot easier. And that's probably the big reason to why we're seeing Caillou just sort of reduce the IGL tax and performing so well, right? Like you add Marv, that's a very vocal player. You have Victor, that's another vocal player. At that point, half your job is done. You just got to call the early rounds and you're pretty much good to go. Like you have a fully fleshed out round. So I think ultimately his job has gotten a little bit easier. Obviously balancing more voices does bring a little bit more complexity, but if they can find that sweet spot between allowing him to kind of do his thing and play the game and also keep up the IGLing, and while everyone contributes, I think he's a pretty dangerous player on the roster for sure.
Another dangerous player, when you're talking about that previous M80, this was one of the newer additions brought into the team, but a very welcome one, was Victor. And Victor proving his weight in yesterday's matches. And when you look at the first blood percentage, I want to break it down to numbers. I mean, this guy, 20 first kills throughout yesterday's series, 9 on the first map, 8 on the second. Roy, just, oh my gosh, the impact was immeasurable.
Yeah, the 20 and 11. Also, I feel like the Yoru for Victor is a perfect agent for him right now in this current meta, just because it's like a little bit more of the cerebralness that comes, like you don't have to just go in and kind of sacrifice your life like you have to in other duelists where like you're always making space. Like the way you make space on Yoru is a little bit more, it has a bit of a methodology to it. And I feel like that plays really well into Victor's strength as a player, right? Because he's not really that sort of zoomer style duelist, but he is able to find his gaps. He's able to find the rotations. He can op you. He can imprint a lot of his experience to diff your team and make it really awkward for your team to kind of get anything going. So I think he's in the perfect role for it right now.
Victor is one of the smartest players that we have right now. And that's not easy to say because before that, we had B-Dog on this team kind of filling the same role of, okay, we need a player that can kind of do anything, sometimes often with Victor now playing the duelist, playing the Yoru, and he's able to do it to such perfection. He was so flexible in tier 1. He was very consistent in tier 1, and now he's doing the same in tier 2. As you're saying, Roy, I feel like this Yoru role just plays for him so well because you need to be just one step ahead all the time, being really good at communicating, but also being good at reading the map and figuring out how you want to play this out. If you want to play it a little bit slower with the operator, as we saw yesterday, or you want to be playing it faster and get that space for the team. And Victor did it so well yesterday. I want to see what he's able to do today, or if we're going to be continuing to see these changes depending on the maps.
And how they're going to be attempt at Ambrosia to try and shut Victor down, because Victor's such a dangerous player in the server. But Ambrosia, I mean, they have proved their weight throughout stage 2, and the first match, even if it didn't go their way in the playoffs, it was a really, really close one up against Burger Boys. So I'm excited to see what they'll have to offer going up against Chess Pets today. Like Ambrosia, when you're looking at a team that had a really rough time in the stage 1, faced the promo relegation, they kind of rebuilt a smidge, to be able to hit the ground running and be in the playoffs now, Roy, I think is awesome. And they're definitely a capable team, even if they don't have that same sort of name power that you see on the opposing end.
Yeah, I feel like that's almost a blessing though, right? Like you don't have the kind of pressure that the other teams have. Like, yeah, you desperately need the points because your split 1 performance wasn't really great, but I mean, these guys have experienced rock bottom. Like they should be experiencing, you know, in the pressure right now, and sort of, you know, they need to succeed, yes, but it's not so overwhelming that that's going to be like a complete mental block. And I feel like they have the talent. They've shown that they have the talent, and almost every player on this roster has stepped up in different moments and completely shown that they could easily take over a match.
Now is when you start seeing the value of this team that is been staying together, right? We talked about the promotion relegation that they had to play. It was a very different team. They make those changes right after they get promoted, going into stage 2. They keep the roster pretty much the same, and ever since we've been seeing the growth of this team of Ambrosia that was kind of honestly a little bit of a joke coming into stage 1. They couldn't find any sort of success, and now you look at the team that has a chance to go into this lower bracket run, has a chance to prove a lot of these players that you're still getting to know that they have the capability to make it far and to fight against those very well-known individual players and teams.
And I am so excited because when you're looking at that Ambrosia that was able to go on that run and everything else, it's a team that has, well, so much to prove and can only just hit new heights. We've gotten to see a lot of that so far, and I think it's been a really exciting journey to follow so far. And someone that was seen quite a bit in the little highlight reel was Shondex, and we got to talk more about Shondex because even if it was a loss in the last series, it was so close. And Shondex, Dan, was just putting up numbers. Like this Senti was a pain to go up against.
Yeah, it's really, really cool to see a player like Shondex be able to shine as much, because with the Sentinels, you know, we talked about the other side. We always talk about Bao, for example, but when you talk about these players, these teams that we don't get to discuss as much, they don't make it as far that often. Shondex is one of those consistent pieces that you can always rely on the Sentinel. On that Cypher, I think he looked phenomenal on Ascent, playing a pretty simple composition, playing this double Sentinel composition, and being able to execute so well, being able to hold down those sites and get that information to your team as fast as you can. But even going into the Killjoy, I feel like that was what we saw was the most impressive on Icebox. Going and holding it down in a way that you're playing the double controller, you're playing the Harbor, you're playing the Viper. You don't really know how the other team wants to play out and how they want to run it down. And I feel like Shondex was really helping out so much for this team to stay together. Now, I mean, it was very close. Once again, they're not able to win. They are able to win a map of Icebox, but they're not able to close it out on Haven. I feel like today can be a different story, and it's just because of him.
Yeah, I mean, you need these, especially like now with the Tejo reduction, right? Like he is sort of out of the picture. There's a lot less utility on the anchor. I feel like having an anchor player that is so mechanically like scary is such an awkward thing to play against, because yeah, you could have the perfect macro, but this guy's in the right corner. He's in the right angle. Like he's taking down 2 people, 3 people consistently. Like that is a massive problem. And he put on an absolute clinic versus Burger Boys. And so I feel like this player is definitely one to look out for in this matchup, and I'm excited to see what he brings to the table this time.
Tejo's gone and all the Sentinel players can play it. I love to see it. But the last player that really wanted to highlight individually, talk about Satellite, because Satellite has been someone, when we've talked about this Ambrosia squad, this is the main person we've talked about, and someone whose talents has been recognized by other teams as well. But I don't feel like we got to see that full performance. So I had to make sure that, Roy, we could pull up numbers from what he was capable of doing this Swiss stage, because Satellite is a player that is more than capable of popping off, and I'm expecting it today.
Honestly, we should have done this for Penny as well.
we probably should have.
Penny really dirty. But no, you're absolutely right, dude. This guy is honestly a really good duelist. I think he's on everyone's radar when I say like underrated players on the come up. Like he's just so fluid on the duelist role. He's able to play almost every single duelist without any performance losses. He's popping off on any role. He's playing the Yoru. He's playing the Jet. He's playing whatever you need him to play to have these really great performances. And I feel like his flexibility and just sort of versatility in like, you know, being able to op, being able to hard entry, being able to play slow, just like kind of play off utility, like all of that is pretty on point. And obviously, I think I speak for all of us when I say that he's been a very critical piece for Ambrosia.
Yeah, even looking back at when earlier on in the stage when Ambrosia is going up against a named team and it's like, oh, you know, show Satellite up against the star-studded duelists on the opposing end, how he's going to fare. Satellite was always up to the task. And amongst this challenger scene with so many skilled duelists, to go from someone we didn't necessarily talk about to all of a sudden one of the duelists that's highlighted in, I think is so great.
It's really interesting too because Satellite plays so different to the way that Victor plays, and that's most likely the duelist head-to-head that we're going to be seeing today. A Victor that has been, or yesterday only played with that Yoru, and then we can expect to see a little bit more of that Yoru, while on the other side, Satellite is playing everything. And that is something that I respect because you not only we're talking about consistency and being able to win against those stronger duelists on the other side for Satellite, but on top of that, you're trying to build your agent pool. In a team that at the beginning didn't have the best results, but you've seen the growth, you've seen how Satellite has become a lot more consistent and is able to execute in whether it's going to be the Jet, the Neon, the Rays. He's willing to play it all.
Yeah, like this is literally, to sum up what you're saying, this is literally a Zoomer battle versus one of the most experienced duelists in the region. Like he's going to have to match, like obviously mechanics. I think they're both pretty on point. Obviously Satellite has a different kind of mechanics, but in terms of like IQ, Victor, you're going to have to diff him on a really deep level, like strategically speaking. So for Satellite, I feel like if he somehow manages to diff Victor, that's a really big statement, and it'll be a very clear indicator of where this player stands in terms of how his mechanics and his sort of mind and IQ for the game intersect.
I love that we get to see this type of head-to-head in Challengers a decent amount. You get the experienced player up against, you know, this up-and-coming talent that's really been able to show their capability in the server. And with elimination on the line for these two and everything at stake, it's going to be even more exciting. But I want to see the map picks and bans and whereabouts we're going to be taking this series. That one could be very fun depending on the teams, especially with how everything is shaking up. First off on the docket, though, Roy, Icebox picked up by Ambrosia. Second Sunset. I feel like it's been forever since I've seen Sunset.
Dude, I was literally thinking that too. We've barely seen Sunset, and I'm not really sure why. It feels like a good map, but going back to that first map, Icebox, not surprised to see this being the Ambrosia pick. They're 3-0 on the map. They've been performing very well. And honestly, another thing that we kind of failed to mention for Ambrosia is the fact that they keep it really simple. Like compositionally speaking, the way their approach to the game is, like they don't really overcomplicate anything. And I feel like that sort of simplicity plays very well into Icebox, and it's probably a big reason to why they're so successful on this map.
Right, Split as the decider getting into this. But Dan, I want to know your take on this entire map veto, especially too, since we know a little history of the teams, but it's obviously, of course, all shaken up. How do you feel like this veto is fared?
Oh, it's kind of hard to tell. I think it's gonna, I honestly feel like it's gonna rely on that first map of Icebox. As we mentioned, Ambrosia were able to win it just 2 days ago when they were playing against Burger Boys, but it was at 11-13. It was very close, and I do like the composition of the Harbor and Viper that they like to play. Now, M80 or Chet's Pets, they were doing this composition before as well, but it was with Oki. So now that they don't have him, there's not really a lot of players that are comfortable playing the Harbor. We don't see it very often for a reason. So I'm curious on what they're going to be playing here, and I feel like that's going to determine what way this match is going to go.
All right, I cannot wait to get into that, and almost there to the match, guys. I promise, almost there. But as we're waiting for the final player to get into the server, last but not least, our predictions for the series. And Roy being the only one right in the firmer one, so congratulations there.
So now you guys switch.
You're back, Sierra.
Yeah, I cannot predict the same as Roy ever. That's
actually true. How is that possible? How are we all? Are you doing this on purpose?
I wait until you vote, and then I vote the other way because you have the worst predictions in the league.
No,
that's kind of smart.
That's crazy.
But he was just right. So
I know. Wow. I mean, a broken clock has to be right twice a day. You know, it's like it
right,
is what
exactly.
it is.
But what if it is that? What if this is the second time the clock's broken?
Hey, well, then I'm just going to go for a 0% win rate on the day. I think it's fine. I mean, I don't want the caster curse. I got to split it up somehow. I do think what Ambrosia has been able to pull off, though, has been really impressive. Plus, they're just building up with this core. Whereas Chet's Pets, of course, that talent, that experience, everything else for the team is there. But again, it's newer, right? That's the only thing. Sometimes it takes a couple days for something to click. Is whether it's that day or not, Roy, time will tell.
Honestly, I don't shame anyone for their prediction for this match. I feel like it's a pretty good sell on either side. Like the Zoomers, they play a very simple style. They're very mechanically strong. They move as a unit. They have a lot of firepower versus a lot more of an experienced roster, obviously. So I think either way, either side of the coin is good enough for me. And honestly, I respect it, Sierra.
Got to make it interesting, right? It's no fun if all three of us just sit here and nod our heads, right? Right, Dan?
She nods her head.
So we just sit here silently nodding our heads. Awesome. I love you guys so much. This is a really fun day. This is a pretty fun time. But no, I think this will be really exciting. I do think that there's going to be a lot of information gained off of that very first Icebox, and that could be critical, especially when we haven't seen Sunset throughout. Like, Sunset's been back, but we haven't necessarily seen it. So I think when you're looking at a team that's quite comfortable in Ambrosia, when Sunset was gone for the longest time, and then we haven't really seen much of it now, that might be one of the things where we don't see that comfort come on through. So if they lose that very first map of Icebox, things can get iffy pretty quickly. So with a lot of stakes on Icebox, it'll be fun to see how it shakes up. But the agent select is ready. Time to go on and see how that's going to be shaking up, especially for Chet's Pets when, yeah, Dan, you had called out that previously there was a harbor. Do they go back to it with the new changes to the roster? And the answer is going to be yes. Marv picking it up.
That's interesting. Marv on the harbor, and then Bao is going to be on that Viper. They're playing still Giza on this Killjoy that we're going to be seeing for both sides. And we just mentioned Shondex and what he was able to do against Burger Boys yesterday on this map specifically, on this Killjoy specifically. So I like that we have this little mirror match going on.
I actually love the mirror matchup. I feel like this composition is so like, there's nothing too crazy going on. It has a very good B default. It has a really good A default. Like no matter where you go, you have enough utility to work around, whether you're on the attack side, whether you're on the defense side. It's good offensively. It's pretty solid when it comes to retakes as well. There's a lot to work with. So I feel like when it comes to these sort of like mirror matchups with this simple of a composition, it's really just going to come down to how individuals find gaps in what is a very pronounced default and how they're going to be handling these retakes and sort of disrupting the retakes, knowing that it's coming and knowing how strong Harbor is on those retakes.
I also really want to see Victor on this Jet. I feel like we just talked about him. We talked about what he was doing on the Yoru and how different that Yoru plays to the other duelists, how smart you have to be to kind of read the map, play fast, play slow with the operator. But here, you know how it's going to be. You know how it's going to play out. It's either going to be him playing towards yellow with an operator, or it's going to be kind of supporting the rest of the team towards A side, where we often see that side hit. At the beginning, you don't really have to worry about it because you're starting on the attacking side, but I feel like Victor and how aggressive he's willing to play here is going to be a good indicator of what Chet's Pet are able to do for the rest of playoffs and matching against those different styles that we have here, right? We have the teams that like to run it down. We have the teams that like to kind of slow it down a little bit. And this is exactly what we need to see to get a good indicator of if Chet's Pet can potentially go on a run in the lower bracket.
It's going to be a mirror match for our second elimination match of the day between Ambrosia and Chet's Pets. A true testament of skill. Time to see who's going to come out on top and head into the server with your casters, Tenrek and Marks.
Thanks so much, Sierra. As the desk mentioned, everything is really laid out when it comes to Ambrosia, especially on Icebox. You know where they play, you know how they play, you know what they play. But God, they just play it so well, don't they? They're just so dang good at everything they do on this map. Chet's Pets attempting to go for the mirror match now that the roles are reversed and the patch has fully come through. Victor on this Jet now, as opposed to the Yoru we saw him across all of yesterday. But as a whole, these role shifts, Marks, they look pretty dang good for a Chet's Pets that is attempting to maintain their position up high on the leaderboard for Ascension points.
And you actually bring up an excellent point there, right? Like Ambrosia, they've been doing this. It's been working out great for them. Chet's Pets in a little bit more of an experimental phase right now, obviously, with the previous M80 roster, losing a couple members, gaining a couple old ones. it's still a little coming together, but I wonder if they were just watching the tape on how Ambrosia were doing things and deciding that they might be able to do things better. Definitely not the case for this first engagement, as it is going to be Ambrosia winning out the fight just outside of the Viper wall, but still, I have to question, like, what are Chet's Pets really going to be doing on this map, and whether or not they're able to use this composition better than Ambrosia.
Ambrosia is just so good at utilizing space when it comes to this map, maintaining the perfect distance for fights, and no one better at it than Satellite, the everyman duelist that has been coming up so well over the course of this Swiss stage and this tournament even. Glyph in the 1v2 will fall, as Chet's Pets do sense that there is a gap here on this open B site. Spike planted by Marved. As like you said, they're attempting this swamp comp themselves with the Harbor and Viper. Ambrosia keeping their distance from beyond those water walls until they fall. And they'll push with their own. How incredibly low. Cove very powerful on these pistol rounds. Acreon's gonna use it to get to half. Now just set up a second wall to force the sprays here from Chet's Pets. Sprays are better for Ambrosia though. Satellite gets one on the way out. And Ambrosia gets a free defuse.
Yeah, and hey everybody, Icebox. Let's get ready for a lot of this. It feels like after Tejo has been nerfed and sent to McDonald's, the rest of the composition is just kind of swapped back to this kind of, hey, let's just deny all sight possible, where it gets so difficult on both of these sides, to be fair, of not being able to see anything and just kind of spraying through, hoping that you're able to get something. We see in the engagement right off the bat, Chet's Pets, they cut off all sight lines, and then they cut them off again. They plant the spike and are still cutting off sight lines. And then when Ambrosia decide to retake, they do something identical. And Glyph just going through a spray through is able to find one. Satellite again with the other. So Victor and Giza, they've been the first bloods of these rounds right off the bat, 2 in a row now. And that has to be a little bit annoying if you are Chet's Pets. Ambrosia have been doing a great job at just kind of keeping them honest thus far. Obviously this round having a little bit of stronger weaponry to do so as well.
And continuing to force them to play from behind when it comes to the actual execution. And then overwhelming with shrouds and denial on the retakes. Very cut and dry. Again, you know exactly what Ambrosia is going to do. It's just a question of stopping it. Beauty of Icebox. Swarm on top of the plants. So Glyph gets some extra space.
One enemy remaining.
As the wall goes up, he'll just swing it.
Oh my
4
goodness.
for the Viper here. He'll get it all done himself. A flawless round 2 from Ambrosia.
And this is the other thing, right? Like, you got so many walls popping up in so many different angles that it's almost impossible to really clear everything out. What essentially is going to happen is you keep on bisecting all of these different angles on the site, and then pushing into them and clearing them out becomes a lot more manageable. You're taking these on like bite-sized pieces. And so obviously in these opportunities where you see Chet's Pets, they have to be the ones who have to move in there and take that space. It's a lot easier for Ambrosia to just be in control of it and clear out all of those little individual sections one by one. Bit of a different look this time. It's going to be fast coming down here, but Satellite's still on top of it. Victor already dropped.
That proactivity from Satellite, one of the leaders in first kills across this split. Trying to find that groove again. Glyph sprays on the run back, but can't find a kill, so Marv will refrag. He and Giza still attempting to fill in the cracks that Oki and Sato left. Doing a damn good job of just knowing this game well enough to be able to slip in where they're needed. Oh, Welly sussed out on the hop, so Caillou can find the easy shot. And Chet's Pets have an easy 4v2 as they stroll on the site. Trade for the one. Shondex does have the angle on the Cove, and a free drop down is his. 1v2 he goes into. Has an alarm bot to clear out an angle if he needs, and Marv is already quite low, but hanging out at his own Cove makes it a little easier to find an off angle where he can just find that pick. Still a little bit expensive for Chet's Pets, but they'll make that bonus round work.
And, you know, this is one of the things that we're expecting from Ambrosia to be really good at. Specifically, just making sure to control things and shut down any of Chet's pets, especially, too, with kind of the aggression coming through. The Desk did an excellent job at highlighting Satellite. Look at how aggressive that was, able to find one back out immediately. But it feels like we're going into a similar story with the first matchup here, where, you know, you're coming in with the old guard, kind of coming through, playing coordinated well off of one another. But there are still a couple of gaps. The Desk highlighted it as well. Things are a little bit different in this tier 2 spacing, and we're seeing kind of that injection of aggressiveness, of energy come through from the side of Ambrosia. It's going to be the Reckoning already activated in order to clear things out onto the site, which will allow Chet's Pets to more or less take that space, as Bao is going to be watching for that flank.
They're respecting the util dump that was going to come through after they poked and prodded that bear over on the belt. Now Ambrosia can fully set up that retake with the help of the Owl drone to confirm these positions on site. Victor's going to go ahead and tank that. The operator that Satellite has bought up has been confirmed, so they understand that Ambrosia kind of have to just tank this on their way through. High Tide set up to allow them some extra space to do it and give Satellite a high ground. There's his kill. Now spraying through the High Tide is a lot easier for Ambrosia. Freely grabbing another pick onto Victor. Frontline for Chet's Pets is crucial here, and Caillou finding the first. No half on Spike just yet, but Giza going forward. Now forward again is Bao. And again, the Spike stalled away by Chet's Pets. Ambrosia get the kills, but not the defuse. And they even lose their operator too. Huge round for Chet's Pets.
And once again, just another moment of Icebox being played in the current meta. Although I do have to say, I really liked Bao's flank. It was so late, so unexpected, honestly, and just really makes sure that there is no chance whatsoever for Ambrosia to be able to secure that spike kill. You know, I liked the protocol that Ambrosia did have. Despite these walls, they're playing in on these weird angles, taking so much space forwards, moving in to try and take out the post-plant positioning and just claiming that space for themselves. It's something that they play really darn well, but they just simply were not expecting Bao to be on the flank. And similar to how we were talking about Hubert Academy scaling the more rounds that they go, I imagine we're going to see something similar from Chet's Pets. The more they see some of these plays that Ambrosia are going to go for, the more that they can account for them and learn to really expect the patterns that we have been seeing Ambrosia just play dominantly on. So it's going to be a question of who can kind of keep things fresh, keep on top of the other one just a little bit more. And right now, it looks like this is going to be a good engagement from Chet's Pets.
Usually telegraphed, but already a lot of space gained, and so they're able to turn it into close quarters, 2 for 2. Ambrosia also trying to keep their distance. It's a bit of a tough fight for them, but they close the gap well enough to make it just one member of Chet's Pets standing, Caillou, who has to clean up. And he does hold on to his ultimate, but Chet's Pets do not hold on to anything else, and so it'll still be a scrappy buy for both ends. Satellite is going to go for the operator again as well.
That is aggression. I just want to highlight there too, Satellite dashing across, has a Bucky in hand. Caillou somehow still able to get the kill, but if those initial shots missed, might have been a little bit of Bucky gaming that we were treated to yet again. Like, look at that. Just had to kind of click the gun one more time and it could have been dangerous. But Satellite playing off these off angles has been a very effective strategy for Ambrosia. We've seen consistently Satellite going for these cheeky angles, looking through the walls in just a weird spot and able to find a pick right off the bat. And so it is a very heavy investment coming in from Ambrosia, but there's a reason why, and that's because they are confident in Satellite's abilities to find those kills.
Yeah, they're so willing to let these aimers speak for themselves. And every member of Ambrosia is liable to have hero moments. Korean, poking around a little much. Will take quite a bit of damage, but give away the intel. Welly in response. Hunter's Fury to waste a little more time, get the rest of Ambrosia over here to respond to the tougher B-site defense accordingly. High Tide now to provide additional stall, split the board. Chet's Pets is going to walk past it, try and fight past it too. Bao's getting a little aggressive here. Hunter's Fury now from Caillou to clear the board as well. Give him a free site to plant on the inside of. But Shondex has not been re-cleared and he's not getting fully checked. Bao lines up the shot and it's damage control for that operator and Snowman, which it looks like Ambrosia is just going to try and grab and head away with for this round. Chet's Pets, great attack.
A very respectable round on both sides, if I'm being honest. Just understanding how many ultimates are available on the board, and both of the teams just kind of dancing around it, waiting for the other one to pull these ultimates out first. And wow, this is a new angle I haven't seen before.
I love this.
That's cool. But both of the teams just playing for the ultimates. Both of the teams let the ultimates rip. And then it's once again just down to that chaos, that space taking through the walls. And honestly, Chet's Pets do a good job of just kind of spraying through, having the idea on where some of these members are and find the kills necessary. So both of them playing really respectful around the respective ultimates, and a little bit of ships passing through on the night as they're not aware of just how close by. So that operator will survive forwards, that very heavy investment given back to Satellite. But of course, at this point, Ambrosia, they got to take that time out and start to figure out what's going on, because like I said, I'm not saying I predicted it, but Chet's Pets, they're getting a better idea of how Ambrosia are going for it. You can see as soon as some of these walls go out, there's a little bit more care as to where that operator might be flying out. They're aware of how dangerous Satellite can be. It's just finding those early picks. And so they're holding back a little bit more, trying to mitigate some of that aggression to make sure they've got something ready to counter it in the event that Satellite tries to activate yet again. And well, they've been doing a good job of it, mitigating the damage that can fly through and making sure to win out some of those rounds.
The methodical clearing that Chet's Pets has been going for has a lot of strength behind it, but also a lot of confidence that there's not going to be necessarily that flank coming through from Ambrosia. You don't see them checking their sixes nearly as often. And that does have something to do with just how fast the meta is at this point, where Icebox is just so bloody large that going for that kind of backstab can be such a time waster, especially with this KJ kind of just poking at you. So Chet's Pets really have no trouble just kind of checking the corners in front of them, pressing forward, taking the next leg, clearing room after room until they get onto that site, and then winning those individual fights with the help of the high tide, which they really seem to have a lot of control over. Marv looks very confident in these rollouts. Cascade to fully push them forward this time. Now they're going to try and start to condition some minimal clearing whenever Ambrosia have these eco rounds. Just stay as clean as possible.
You should run.
Yeah, I mean, also too, making sure you've got Shondex watching mid, plays a little bit more aggressively this time, more or less confirms the positioning coming through on A. But this might be tough. I say that, Satellite's still able to go in there and find Bao, and no one gets detained as well, but Chet's Pets will have a clean plant spike down.
And Victor's getting intimidated by those op shots that Satellite is taking onto the screen's pedestal, giving them the Reckoning stun on site. Whoa. They're really trying to press onto Victor here at the moment, and Chet's Pets can't come back on thanks to the toxic screen that's been set up defensively. Ambrosia can isolate and grab a free rifle out of this. Now they can try and fight on the site. Not a whole lot of time to do it though, but with the Cove, Acreon might have a little bit of protection. Still low, holding this defuse, might just be able to get away with it with Satellite holding with the operator. No, they'll spread back out and take the fight afterwards. Wow. Such great control from Ambrosia that whole time, isolating the free kills and then taking over after the fact. That was beautifully strong.
And they allowed Satellite to get active there. We see just such a cheeky little op kill to start things out. Victor in such a tough position, immediately aware of the threat that Satellite is kind of poising, and that's why you see that hesitation. And then, of course, the rest of the members can just kind of go through there. An excellent kill onto Caillou as well, and then it's just complete domination. We see Ambrosia flood back in, and when things go well, when they're able to set themselves up like that, we see that they are precise. The retakes specifically are going to be what I'm looking at. Victor!
Oh my God.
Wings clipped midair. An excellent flick from Satellite to shut down one of the key pieces for Chet's Pets.
He's got plenty of film to study on Victor, doesn't he? Fully ready for that swing. And Chet's Pets have to work without him. All pressing forward onto Welly. Has gotten a little too close with this Owl drone. Turn this to a 4v4. And now that backstab is coming in from Glyph. Viper's Pit set up on the site though, and there may not be enough time to act upon it. Lock down onto the spike so Ambrosia can at least hop back onto the site. And it's on Glyph, who does have to give himself away. Marv wins the fight and stays alive on top of the bite. Now can come back through the door on screen for a backstab of his own onto Ambrosia, who are trying to hold down this site. despite the fact that the pit is still bows.
No way.
Snakebite onto Spike, and that's the easiest kill you could ask for. Shondex dealing with Caillou. Marv found by Shondex, but too tough a time for Ambrosia to cut through. They gotta respect it. Give another round away, and it's 5-3 Chet's Pets.
Yeah, just an excellent round coming in from Chet's Pets. The awareness as well. You were talking about that backstab. I was watching for it because that could have been absolutely devastating. And yet Marv, you know, just decides, I can do this. I can walk through that poison and I'll be fine. It started off with a little bit of a disastrous run, but an excellent call coming through to make sure that that Viper Spit goes up, deny any of that additional space that Ambrosia were originally just gonna kind of back off and then move in, try and understand that you've got it. But with the Viper Spit deployed, then they suddenly were not too sure what room they necessarily had. And so it was just an excellent little call coming through from Chet's Pets to deny that piece of information to Ambrosia. And now we're sitting 5-3 here. Satellite still with that operator in hand, but it is going to be a different look from the attackers. They are making their way over to this B site, are going to test Glyph here.
Holding close on this orb, not giving himself away yet. Beautiful one-way, sprays through, almost grabs two. But a free plant thanks to the high tide.
Spike plant.
And it's just a spray war here. Let's go fishing. Been found. And the Cove will protect. Marved up close on the site. He's made his way up to heaven here. This is cheeky. Now on the bridge. Free kill on Noelle. There you go, buddy. Let's find some more. Oh no, Satellite will shut that down. He says absolutely not. Has to find a clear path with this operator after all. Now Giza from mid. This is once again a little late, but might have enough time. Not that the Cove is faded away. Satellite's been caught. Nope. Turns on to Giza. All of a sudden, it's a 3v1 against a bow at 8 HP. And he's just got to go for the spray. No luck there. And Ambrosia will get their 4th round. Neck and neck here on the XX.
Yeah, I mean, with the amount of control that's happening on the map, we're seeing the one that has to move in does a great job of taking that control. And you see the other team just kind of yield the amount of walls that they can put up. They've already kind of dumped exactly what they needed. And so it's this weird back and forth that we're seeing. Glyph going with an absolutely humongous play there. Of course, they are going up against Marv, so you always got to make sure that you're keeping the Harbor in check, because you know Marv's playstyle. He's going to go wherever he wants, go somehow navigate through the back line of your team, and then stab you in the back. And as long as Ambrosia are prepared for that and make sure to shut Marv down, that is a lot of frontal pressure that gets alleviated as well. They know exactly where their opponents are, and that's a little bit awkward, but Satellite able to escape.
Victor almost got the drop. And the leg shot will keep him standing. Now the Reckoning on site, but they exit a little early. Welly, the close angle. Caillou will cut him short. But Chet's Pets should have the sight here. Shondex on the rifle. Another op shot, but it's a wall of shots from Ambrosia that'll shut down the rest of Chet's Pets instead. They have everything they need to take that down. Fun start, though. Good shutdown. Again, they've read up on Satellite. They understand how willing he is to get close, even in rounds like those.
And this is the thing too, like we talk about the sectioning off of all the different walls and stuff like that. Chet's Pets, they had a wall set up to potentially prevent people from that A side moving in from the things. And it doesn't matter because Ambrosia just walked right past that wall. They had enough people with them to make sure that they felt confident in being able to take that space. And you know what? It's these little tiny moments where there's a gap where information gets given over that Ambrosia are able to find the kills. The amount of kills that I've been seeing where, you know, it's just a little angle on the wall is just a second of going up or down, little things like that. They get the information, spray, and are able to shut down some of the members on the other team. Like, Ambrosia have been doing a fantastic job, and there's a reason why they run this composition all the time. It's very clear that they are very comfortable playing off of it, and once again, we're seeing it right now against Chet's Pets.
Yeah, we're seeing these players get activated. Chet's Pets will have the buyback this round, fully set up, but no ultimates to push with, so it'll have to be methodical again. And so they'll head back to this A site where they're able to clear these corners very consistently. Ambrosia, still the same kind of hold. Whenever Satellite's not been allowed to really get activated, Chet's Pets have a much better time of going for those takes and kind of forcing the saves. That's why Satellite's 11-3 in a 5-5 game. So if you're able to go for this early wall out, get these early picks before Ambrosia can respond on this huge map. You can get away with a lot. Glyph proactive in this Viper's pit the second they hear that owl drone.
And now Welly's owl drone should be able to give enough information to understand where this is going. See Victor actually go into the pit as well. Trying to fish out that Viper. Not able to find anything, but does spot a gun, so not too sure where that's necessarily going to go. It's just so much information denied as Bao gets found in the middle there. Still, it does feel like Chet's Pets want this site as, wow, Victor all the way into the back here. Goes completely unnoted as the Glyph goes down, so this is an easy plant now.
Still found one on the way out, and Victor can't re-up. So that lurk, unfortunately, didn't really end up getting too much more than just letting the rest of Chet's Pets in, but that might be enough. Reckoning to get Satellite in, along with this Cascade. Taking over half of the site, now the other half with the Shorty. Good attempt, but nothing there. 2 more rifles to offer here, and Marv, such a fun way to work with this high tide, but Shondex dances it. Marv on top of that first fight, 1v1 against Akrian, and he'll win it. Chet's Pets will grab a 6th. Huge clutch from Marv on top of his high tide.
Last round in the half.
Man, just like the walking around that Shondex did just on the other side of the wall. Undetected completely, is able to get the first kill, first of all, but then gives positioning away to Marv right away. It's just a little bit of unfortunate timing there, but Chet's Pets still able to walk away with it. The number one thing that they want to do is get that spike down, and I feel like you can tell that there's a lot of their utility gets wasted in just trying to make sure they secure it, but Ambrosia have just been really dangerous on these retakes, and we see Chet's Pets now starting to adapt around it. Try and figure out ways to punish that retake. As Satellite yet again going in deep, it's a Hunter's Fury very early on here, and yet still, well, he comes out on top. Victor just wants to play the game, but has not been given really that many opportunities in this map thus far.
Satellite able to flick onto the head and grab that op shot too, flying out unscathed. That might be curtains for the round. A lot of time for Chet's Pets to work with, but 0 presence. Caillou has managed to skirt his way through the B lane, but the alarm bot will give away his walk. So now it's Satellite's op posted up here from Snowman. Ambrosia's gonna come to this. They'll intercept. Huge jump up from Satellite. Caillou reactive with the Hunter's Fury and still fishing for Akrian, who is also stuck in Snowman. High tide will give them the positional reset. And so far forward, Chet's Pets still have to breach this. Not so much time left for Chet's Pets, but they're still going to wait for this to fade away. No chance to retreat with Glyph holding it down as well. Double swing is good. Giza for the 1. Ambrosia can't confidently peek this, but they can't toss some shock darts at it, so Giza's down to 43. Glyph finally making his way up the lane. Turns on 2, doesn't miss it. And that'll be the round, no doubt. Giza in the back, 5 HP.
Oh, okay.
Cleaned up.
Wow.
Ambrosia are stoic when they're allowed to be, and this round they were. So, for the 3rd consecutive time for Ambrosia, they exit their first half 6-6.
Switching sides.
I mean, at least they're consistent, right?
Yeah. They just can't seem to find a lead until the second half. It's crazy. Doesn't matter which half they're playing.
You know, yeah, it's just, they're like, well, this is how it goes. But hopefully they're able to flip the script this time and find a kill.
Good.
That is an excellent headshot coming in from Satellite here. But Satellite just doing the most, going for these opportunities and able to find so much. Forces out the Hunter's Fury so early on, and you know that Chet's Pets would have preferred to have that one on a line, especially in that post-plant positioning there. But excellent job coming through from Ambrosia to just kind of seal around. There's those moments of just it feeling a little bit more chaotic, and that's when Satellite gets to get activated and help swing the advantage back around. So Ambrosia now going to be on the attack. Chet's Pets, oh, Giza, already taken a lot of damage, but able to back out of that one nice and safe. And heavy emphasis right now on this defensive side onto B. But Ambrosia, they're slowly making their way up onto A. So quiet. Victor is going to be up top. Let's hope that this half Victor will be able to find a couple more kills, but Ambrosia have just been doing a good job at coming out on top of some of those gun duels, catching a timing here, catching a timing there, and just shutting Victor down from doing anything on this map.
It's just so easy to slow the Jets down when you have something like the Harbor in your kit. At any point, you just be strolling into a water wall. Owl Drone does pick up on Victor, and so as always, he's going to respect it. Glyph's Lurk also catches Marved and will keep Bao over on B lane. So this is an incredibly weak A site for Ambrosia to hit. Now even weaker that Shondex finds an angle too. Again, this patience is marvelous from Ambrosia. Recon Dart does a good deal of intel, so a little bit of a positional reset as the toxic screen fades away, but Satellite has no trouble
30 seconds
just going
left.
for the fight again and forcing Chet's Pets to try and stay stoic themselves. But here comes the push. Welly is not going to get phased by Giza. The shock dart is what does it. A site's clear. Bao alone here, and he has made his way all the way up lane, but Ambrosia will be accounting for that. And Shondex will get 3 on the pistol.
Shondex, another player highlighted by the desk. It's been doing so darn well. And this is the thing about Shondex, especially on this attack. You know, we talk about Marv being kind of like that lurker who likes to make their way around, all that type of stuff. But Shondex does an excellent job of it as well. Currently on the Killjoy. And just has been doing such a good job at finding some of these timings, looking up at the right position, and shuts people down. Currently actually leading the scoreboard as well. 15 kills to Shondex's name. Even higher than Satellite, who we've seen so many flashy kills coming through from these last couple of rounds. Already Satellite going in so deep, but not able to secure anything this time. Jets Pets aware of what's going on, have 3 members stacked up onto this A site, while the rotation will start to be made here. But weapon-wise, it's not going to be looking good for them.
Jets Pets really trying to clamp down on this push. The Owl Drone will push them back just a hair. Ambrosia, again, whatever's guaranteed is what they'll get first. And again, tremendous patience from both Glyph and Acreon to get that first kill choked up on the wall. Jets Pets again. The question is, do they get up close first? Instead, they'll choke up again. Hold their guarantees. Next leg of the push is incoming as soon as this screen fades away. Snake bite for the flush, and it's an easy 2 for.
Wow.
Just incredible execution across the board here for Ambrosia, looking clean as can be. Just what you asked for when you came to watch this team. They play Valorant, they play it right.
And I wonder if this is something just about the way that they're approaching the retakes. I wonder if Chet's Pets should take a page out of Ambrosia's book, you know? Sure, like all these walls and stuff like that are going to get tossed up in order to secure the plant down. And then you just completely yield the site. And now we can move and set up our own walls and then clear those individual little spaces one by one. Because we're seeing Chet's Pets, they've got these protocols for just tossing up smokes, denying all of the information site. But they use all of it, and Ambrosia just kind of hang back. Like they're not under any specific time crunch or anything where they feel the pressure to move through these smokes. They just hang back and wait it out completely. And then as a result, when the walls go down, then it's suddenly their turn to deny all of the information on the site. It's their turn to just completely dominate. And then all of the tools that you would want as Chet's Pets to play that retake are simply just unavailable at that point. Like, look what happens immediately as the wall drops. It's completely in the favor of Ambrosia. Sure, they got sold out for a second, but they had more than enough time on the clock to just wait that one out.
Chet's Pets don't have enough tools to keep Ambrosia off the site for the whole clock. So it's all about restricting options until that bitter end where you force Ambrosia to make a faulty decision. The Owl Drone up this far on A is a decent start, forcing Shondex pretty far back, and Victor is going to deep on the belt, punished. Crucial for Ambrosia's bonus round. Oh, and Marv caught by the alarm bot. Shondex almost gets the 2. Marv down to 30.
Still, though, that was all just a delay at the end of the day. I mean, Ambrosia, they just completely go in there and they're able to get the spike down. Nice, clean, and easy. Now look at this, like the retake coming through from Chet's Pets. Finally lining themselves up here. Let's see how they want to move in on this.
Cycles begin. First on the screen, fades away. Sprays through Satellite for the 1. High ground still not cleared, though. Geese is right in front of this. High Tide does a great job of now forcing Ambrosia to go for their own util dumps. Recon Bolt's a good start, though. Bao's just holding this. He's not getting caught. Now they'll spray. Giza in front of this, though. Doesn't catch Welly on the exact same angle, but only half of the spike. You just gotta win this one fight. Is there enough time for Jets Pets? No!
Oh, no way.
0.07 seconds. Give Ambrosia the bonus.
Now, speaking of timing on the last one, right? Like, obviously, like we talked about, Ambrosia being really good at, like, waiting it out. They've got plenty of time to do it. But Jets Pets just took a second too long. Points of a second, actually, too long at getting themselves set up. And immediately, as soon as the smokes start to dissipate, I mean, Ambrosia were just ready to gun them down, and it becomes this weird, awkward gunfight. And the timing just missed by a second. And just like that, Ambrosia are somehow able to take it. Sure, it was an expensive round, but they got more than enough money to buy up here. Satellite has that Outlaw in hand, still going to be looking for those cheeky little angles, as Shondex has been doing a great job at keeping A honest as well. The weaponry not looking good for Jets Pets. They're down 3 rounds now against Ambrosia, which, once again, they have gone undefeated on Icebox in this split.
Thanks to these implants from Shondex, no walk-up is safe. And Chet's Pets can't gain any proactive space here on A, which is why Ambrosia decided to push it. Chet's Pets in response will take over yellow at the very least. Gain a little bit of macro advantage for the response, but in all likelihood, Chet's Pets will have to back out of this and try to reduce this back to close quarters on the retake. Far too much that Ambrosia have for this exec. Toxic screen is available here for Bao to at least stall this a little bit. That's what they'll do. High Tide will be respected by Bao,
30 seconds left.
as the toxic screen is not. Ambrosia fully take over A site. It's a silent plant, and Satellite already taking pot shots at whatever feed he can spot. We're back for this. Victor get caught by the alarm bot. Ambrosia just holding it down. And no blanks.
Oh, it's so tough to watch. Like, Victor has just been having such a hard game here. And once again, like, when the retake comes through, it looks completely different compared to what Ambrosia were doing on their retakes, despite the fact that this is a very similar composition. There's so many, like, look at this replay right here. There's simply nothing just getting tossed out to here. It's just Chet's Pets walking in one by one. And Ambrosia, they understand how this composition is played. They know exactly what could be happening, and they're ready for it. They're ready to receive what's going on and catch those timings. It's an excellent read coming through from Ambrosia to make sure that Chet's Pets, they have no skin in this game at all. Now finding themselves on to 10. Ambrosia haven't lost a round since. That's now 4 in a row from that 6-6 half that we were talking about. And Victor spots one out, goes through the operator shot, but can't quite connect.
And huge commitment as Satellite will just find a different angle to poke. And he's gotten away with it. Shondex is the one to take the refrag. Caillou poked. Bao actually finds it below the tube. And so this mid-aggression actually goes better for Chet's Pets. Ambrosia now forced into a difficult channel. And this is the bottleneck that Chet's Pets was searching for, to be able to just play that raw defense with what they have left. With Victor still on this operator, though, it's relatively vulnerable, and they do have to check for the invade. So Bao will stick around, and for good reason. Here comes Welly up the tube, and he wins the fight! Immediate better space gain for Ambrosia. 35 seconds to go. A-site is all theirs. Victor, tough walk up. Just gonna spray through this. Steps up, quick scope! Is he back? The Reckoning will stall. Welly still active from middle. Glyph on top of the spike. Caillou, though, trades it back as Glyph tries to retreat. And Welly, the full wraparound, has to come to cores. There it goes. 5 now in a row for Ambrosia on the attack.
That's so tough. I thought for sure that was going to be a CPS round. It felt like they finally had their timings. They finally found some value there where they were able to make sure that they get the timings onto Ambrosia and shut it down. And yet, of course, they just quite can't do it. Ambrosia have been looking stellar. Sure, we talk about these moments, things were looking a little bit awkward here, but at the same time, Ambrosia are not afraid to still try different things right now. And it's in these weird positions that we see them just really confuse CPS. I mean, honestly, Caillou being able to find one there, shut things down for just a second, like CPS really are struggling at figuring out how they necessarily want to play these retakes. We're seeing the timeout being called right now. CPS trying to salvage something here, but Ambrosia looking to make sure that they continue to keep their 100% win rate here on Icebox. And there's a good reason why they've got a 100%.
Ambrosia have just done such a fantastic job of twisting the knife into mid the second that they can. And you saw them do it in the very beginning of the round as well, try to get that early advantage, went 1 for 2. And then the second that they realized that they could plant someone in there again, they send Welly up tube to try to find the backstab. He runs into Bao, who is ready for him, and then Welly doubles back down, goes unchecked again, and Victor falls. Can't step in again, be that easy trade. Ambrosia doing a fantastic job of just doubling back and reducing these resources until CPS don't have anything to offer at the actual problem. A-Site's open season again. Owl Drone gets a world of intel.
A different look defensively here. Uncharacteristic. Satellite goes down as Bao is able to find that headshot. This might be the opening that CPS have been looking for. A lot of information gained, but they're doing a good job at least of zoning Ambrosia out, and Ambrosia, at the tip of their spear, are deciding to back off. You see the slow descent out. Now, I imagine they should be moving in onto B-site, but I like this from CPS. They're trying a different strategy here. They've been trying to replicate the success that we've seen Ambrosia bring with the exact same composition, but sometimes that's just not your style, and we're seeing that adaptation now. So Ambrosia going to make their way over to this B-site, have that Viper's Wall still to play off of. Should be a nice, easy plant for them. And now we're going to be seeing CPS retake potential, especially with Marv having the Reckoning online. That could be an excellent tool at least zoning things out, allowing for a better retake.
They feel very confident about being able to step back onto this, but that's just what Ambrosia are ready for. Glyph has already walked all the way up to Snowman and breaches the high tide, takes down Caillou. Reckoning is mandatory now. Viper's Pit on top of the spike just to stall. Glyph, fantastic offensive ultimate. And Victor's step back doesn't work. Welly yet again, the denial. And the lockdown on top of the pit gives the site back over to Ambrosia. Everything is taken care of. Every action has a response with such a greater power. CPS abandoned ship. Make it 6 consecutive rounds on the attack that Ambrosia get. Unbelievable control.
It's just so tough. I mean, yeah, we see Satellite go down first. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, if they decide to commit here, then they're going to walk right into CPS. And honestly, with how these attacking rounds have gone, we expect Ambrosia to do just that, and yet they double back. Hey, we've got a lot of ultimates online. Would be a shame if we use them, huh? And do exactly that. They overwhelm the site and then zone out the enemy with ultimates alone. Victor finding kills there was the key to success for CPS. If Victor was able to secure some of the kills, shut down the lockdown, then CPS would have had a much easier time moving in. They were already poised to do so, but unfortunately, Victor going down so early means that Ambrosia have more than enough to make sure they win that round. 6 opportunities for Ambrosia to take map number 1. And you know what? They're looking nice and confident in doing so.
Just these tools that CPS were prepared to come into this map with to aptly respond. Victor's quickness from behind. Geeze's ability to hold down passively. Marved with the ultimate positioning. Ambrosia continue to course forward. Vow, only good for the one. Satellite is already worlds ahead of it. And the ultimate is loose. Free plant for Acreon as he's made all the space necessary. And then some with the recon dart. Fully set up for this retake fight as Chet's Pets. Everybody comes back from Snowman. Give it away, but Satellite's game sense is just better. Swings in to try to go for more, but that's all he'll get. Now the Hunter's Fury in response from Caillou to suss out Yellow. Does tag Acreon. Finishes him too. And so Chet's Pets can step back on freely. Huge recon. Shondex steps out. That's a second. Hunter's Fury on top.
Attackers win.
And it's an undefeated attack half. Ambrosia. The impossible just keeps happening for them. And they'll take map 1 in spades.
Man, if you are going up against Ambrosia, sure, the map ban, we can take a look at our own map weaknesses. Maybe we get rid of one of those because we don't want the enemy. Nah, you should probably just ban Icebox because, like you said, 6-6 in the half, and then a flawless 6 rounds in a row. Ambrosia have that composition locked in. The data is downloaded. They know exactly how they want to play things. And they've got the ultimate bank. They're not overspending their ultimates at any point whatsoever. It's just so well done from that squad. And sure, Chet's Pets, it was looking good when they were on the attack, but after that, everything was just read like a book. Ambrosia continued their undefeated streak on Icebox and did it looking so damn good.
After seeing Ambrosia level up this Swiss stage, to watch them play at their best in playoffs was something that we could only dream of. Well, maybe dreams do come true today. This team is up, this team is lit, and this team is 1-0 heading into map 2. We'll see you after the break.
Perfect day would be any day in which I'm like winning a match. I think that's plenty good. Yes. If I'm losing, that day is not fun.
I personally just like really like movies. I personally like listen to music. I love spending time with my girlfriend. So like anything that like just generally like relaxing or like decompressing in a way. Because like I said before, like my life for day to day is very like go or like fast paced or like upbeat. And so it's like the perfect day, I guess, is the one where it's like I can relax and like decompress in a way. And I put all those 3 things in one and it'd be a great day.
Perfect day would just be where nothing really happens. You just chill at home, read a book, go on your phone, have dinner ready. That kind of just a very ordinary kind of day. Nothing too special.
I'd say hopefully not too much responsibility, but enjoying my time with my friends, family, and being able to relax, kind of reset, get to do the things I love, whether that's like playing VALORANT with my teammates or just fully relaxing outside, no contact or something. Yeah, and then just spending time with loved ones.
Perfect day for me would be waking up with my dog next to me, looking at me like I need to walk him. So would wake up, walk my dog, go right to practice, a little bit of exercise before, and then go walk with Charlie, come back, play some practice, win all of them because we're a bunch of scrimmers, and then go to the gym, stream, and go to sleep. Perfect day.
For me, it's like just sleeping in, like a nice little Saturday or Sunday, just sleep in, wake up and just, at like 1 or 2, go get some food with the fam and just like kind of just chill. I'm a very chill guy. I love to chill with my family and, just love to be on Discord with my friends. So kind of just like a super smooth sailing day would be a perfect day for me.
lot of these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to send.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
Position on the very first map of the series, Icebox, the true testament of skill, and Ambrosia going to show that for this map at least, all in their court. 13-6 victory. I mean, going into this game, Roy, you have a very talented team, ChetsPets, on the other end, even amongst the rebuildings. But Ambrosia, that covered everything else. They looked so clean on the day.
Dude, Ambrosia just looked so dominant on that map pick, right? Obviously, this is their map pick, so I was... Oh, Cat! Hello.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, he's so cute. But yeah, like the Ambrosia did look extremely dominant on their map pick. It was to be expected. Obviously, we highlighted that map being one of their best maps. And honestly, I've watched Ambrosia play this map a lot, and I kind of knew they were good. But the way they looked today was honestly just felt like a complete differential on almost every level. It felt like when it came to their defaults, when it came to like the cohesion, when it came to proactivity, it really did feel like the general team play and the general gameplay that Ambrosia was bringing was just a bit better than what ChetsPets were bringing.
It's just really impressive. Now is the second match going into today, where the first map, it's both of the pistols going the way of Ambrosia, right? And I just want to remind everybody that this is actually a match that happened before when Chet had just joined this team of M80, now ChetsPets. This is the first match that they faced, and we were like, no, there's no way. I mean, M80 favorites got to the grand finals in stage 1. Surely they're going to get that win. And then what's Ambrosia having a different story to tell? I feel like it's now a statement of, yeah, this was not only a one-time thing. We can do it again. And it was going in a map that was really good for them yesterday. Yeah, sure, it was a little bit close with a 13-11 yesterday, but they were really understanding what those win conditions had to look like, especially going into the second half. I feel like they were improving as the map was going on. I was looking at players I was looking at the Sova. I was looking at the Jet as well. I was looking at the little things that they were doing here and there, and it was from going to not having a read on how fast the side of ChetsPets wanted to play to really understanding it, droning really fast, backing up, playing for that read to gain, doing this constantly. So it was so good to see for Ambrosia. I like that this was just not a one-time thing. It's something that they can keep going and maybe going into this map of Sunset. Yeah,
and I think for me, like the one really big glooming red flag is just the amount of opening success that Ambrosia had, right? Like the 15 versus 4 is damning. That's a massive difference, right? And just even like the kill to death ratios across the board, like overall, it really did feel like Ambrosia was just mechanically dominating. And like, yeah, you could have good strategy, you could have good ideas and good setups, but if you're not consistently winning those gunfights and you're not successfully winning the challenges on the lurks and trying to defend the equalizations that are constantly happening from Ambrosia and how they're always getting in your face, like you have to at some point just drop the strategy and just be able to fight back. And it felt like ChetsPets just weren't able to do that on this first map.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate too, because having Victor as well, a player that is so flexible, you can kind of play with no duelist or play something else, have him in a different role. You can have different things, but you're going with this Jet because you know the value that you can get on the operator on that defensive side. But that was the side where they really couldn't get anything going. They lose the pistol, they lose the bonus, they lose what, 5, 6, 7 rounds in a row into the second half. It doesn't really allow them to have a chance. And it's just one of the things that you're relying on. That is surely in scrims it was going well. Oftentimes it's going well as you're, even if the operator is not getting a lot of value, you're still getting that space. You're still holding onto the space. But it was a really good read from Ambrosia on what the side of ChetsPets wanted to do here. And a Victor that unfortunately just doesn't have the best map we've ever seen. Really, really struggling from the beginning until the end.
And on the opposing end, when you have a Shondex that we had highlighted at top of day, being so consistent yesterday's series despite a loss, again, having a great series at 20-8, and a Satellite that we've talked about so highly for the entirety of the split, for Ambrosia to be on that same wavelength for the first map of the series, I think is a little rough for ChetsPets. But where it starts to get better is at that very first map. That was Ambrosia's pick. Now heading on into the series, there is a lot of question marks here, but you know that ChetsPets have to have a level of confidence with it, Roy, because they're the ones picking it up. But other than that, I have no idea what's going to happen here. We haven't seen Sunset yet.
Yeah, like Ambrosia is a very good team, okay? I want to say that before I get into my next sentence. But when you're ChetsPets, when you have such a like a fresh roster and you're coming into this tournament, like you can't possibly have a very deep map pool, right? Like there's no way you're balancing more than 5 maps at that point, right? Like there's just not enough time in the day. It's just impossible. But going into this map, I feel like coming into this specifically on Sunset, a map that we've seen Marred, we've seen Victor play before in previous iterations, obviously in VCT, like they've always looked great on this map. And I feel like the flow of Sunset is just so vastly different than the flow of Icebox, and there's so much more room to imprint IQ on that map. And I think that is probably a big reason to why Chetspets are picking this map, and my expectations for the second map specifically is a lot higher.
Especially because, as we were talking about it before, we haven't really seen this map being played, and it's hard, right? Because it's this newest map that comes back. People are already trying to get a pretty big map pool, but then you have to adapt to this map of Sunset that you know, before we would have imagined it was a Tejo, but with the nerfs, then it's completely different. And you have a lot of possibilities, I feel like, to the things that you can play even on the duelist role. You can have the Neon that we had when the Sunset map was being played, what, like 1-2 years ago. You can also imagine the Yoru, the Jet, the Raze. I mean, there's so many different possibilities depending on as well on what the Sentinel on the other side is going to look like. Do you have to break the trip still? Is the meta going to be very similar to what we had before? Is it going to evolve? I feel like this is a really good test to have the first indication on what we're going to be seeing for Sunset on the rest of playoffs.
Yeah, and for me, I'm looking towards like what duelist is Victor going to be playing on this map, right? Like is he playing the Neon? Like obviously his Neon has looked fantastic in the past, but it has been slightly changed since then, right? Like how much reps does he have on the Neon, or is he going to go back to the Raze? Like there's just so many questions in terms of how they want to approach it, what duelist they want to run again, and there's just a lot going on mentally in terms of like we don't know what to expect, we have no data to go off of, and I feel like if Ambrosia bring the level of confidence and the level of mechanical prowess that they brought in this first map coming into the second map, and they top it up, like they have some good team play on top of that and some good utility combos and some good just general ideas, I feel like this could very well be a 2-0 for Ambrosia.
It'll be a lot of fun, and the fact that we don't really know what these teams are going to be pulling out on Sunset in this current iteration, but of course we've seen these players on this map before. It'll be a fun little one. So let's dive into the agent select to see exactly where their minds are at. I'd love to call out too for Chetspets that there's just not enough time to really get that deep agent pool. So I'm curious then.
Victor Neon.
Victor Neon. Victor Neon. There you go, Dan.
Ooh, I like this. I like this. We were just talking about it. We were kind of wondering if the meta on this map is going to change to what we had last year, to what we had early on. And it was a lot of this Neon. It was a lot of this Cypher as well, trying to slow it down, trying to shut it down. Obviously, you have the Sova as well that is going to help just destroy those the cables. So it's pretty much remaining the same as we thought. Some slight differences here. You see Fade for Chetspets. I feel like the first time that I saw that Fade being played was right when the map came out, Fnatic playing the Fade and kind of proving that it does bring a lot of value as well. So you're looking at pretty much kind of, I mean, just what we expected here.
Yeah, honestly, that's a really good shot for the Sova. I think that's going to play a big factor here. Obviously, being able to handle the trap wires is a big key winning condition for the Neons to be able to make space. But I think for me, there's just big fundamental differences between what the Sova brings and what the Fade bring. Sova specifically being better on the extremities, obviously being able to take B main and elbow side, or sorry, towards the A site. But on the other hand, you have Fade that's really good in the market area, really good at re-clearing space and kind of just getting a more consistent information flow. So I'm looking towards the initiators to see exactly how they're going to be manipulating the paces of the round and setting up the team for success on a macro and micro level.
A little switch up from the teams. I'm excited to see how that's going to fare as it's time to head into Sunset. Will Ambrosia 2-0 and eliminate Chetspets from the Stage 2 playoffs? Or can they go ahead and bring it into a map 3? It's time to find out with your casters, Tenric and Marks.
Thanks so much, Sierra. And I couldn't agree more with Roy. My eyes are 100% on these two initiators, the Sova versus the Fade. Obviously, the headline of this Sunset map is going to be these two duelists, Victor and Satellite, just duking it out. But the universality and the way that these two initiators are able to enable those duelists along the way is really what's going to make this map interesting, Marks.
It really is. I mean, once again, we're going into this like mirror matchup style of thing, obviously with the differences that have been already previously explained, but I have to wonder how this one is going to be able to play out, because I do think that bringing in that Sova specifically with those shock darts does a lot to take out some of the issues that Cypher kind of imposes onto the Neon. Cypher those straps are absolutely deadly to the one who goes fast. And so making sure that you're keeping that mitigated is going to be the most important thing. And another point that the desk made that I 100% agree with is, since this is just kind of like a new squad here, we don't know whether or not the players have necessarily rehearsed anything. This is a real good opportunity for Chet's Pets to just kind of rely on some of the stuff that they're so familiar with. But him already, Satellite finds Victor. Shondex though goes down. It's back and forth and everywhere.
Satellite is already in your pocket, and it takes 3 members of Chet's Pets to deal with him. But in the meantime, rest of Ambrosia's crept up to A site here, and Glyph holding down the front line of the fight. Now Welly with the trade back, and Ambrosia have a full support line despite all of these overextensions. Satellite going down to 10 HP before the Paranoia supported him. He found his kill, and the rest of Ambrosia was able to follow suit with the ladder of kills. But Marv isolates that first, and now it's him versus Welly. 39 HP for this Omen, and 1 smoke to his name. Welly holding the corner close. And with the drop down, it'll be guaranteed. Marv doesn't even have his gun out. Ambrosia stormed down that first round on pistol. Make it look easy until for a second it isn't, and then it was again. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it was just Satellite, you know, threading the needle right through into the back line, causing a lot of panic on Chet's Pets, you know, defense, because they're not expecting this Neon to have already made it so deep. And there might have been a little bit of miscommunication there, Marv. So sure of where that Sova should have been, and yet had the completely wrong read as to where that happened. And so Welly able to find just an easy little pick, no problems whatsoever, as it was a dominant pistol round coming in from Ambrosia. And now Chet's Pets, oh, that's a lot of damage right off the bat onto Marv. It's a little bit more aggressive here from the defensive side, but Ambrosia are just waiting. They know what's coming.
Fully ready for this. Good double swing from Chet's Pets to let Caillou, hey, buddy. That's 2. Now walk up with the fault line. He's feeling a little confident. Well, he'll take care of that pretty quickly, though. Still, it's Victor now who is overextended. That leash is getting a little long. Welly gun out in time for that one, too. So great initial response here from Chet's Pets to try to choke slam this attack before it can really get started. You won't have too many opportunities to do that here on Sunset. But some great shots by Caillou to keep this Chet's Pets squad breathing. Giza will not be able to pick up a gun, of course, though. So we'll still try and play for time first. Satellite not checking Boba, but has enough shots to guarantee the kill. And Marv, after taking that shock dart to the gut, it's gonna be a little tough for him to solo retake this. Already found out. Ambrosia should keep 3 standing here, and they will for the 2. So apart from that round where they couldn't really get anything started, I do expect to see this strategy of sort of util dumping a little bit to slingshot Satellite onto a site, and then whether or not you exec that site, you just kind of let him go kill.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like the Neon thing to do. You see a lot of Neons just kind of run it down, and they're quote-unquote throwing all the time here. Caillou, excellent bullets. Just want to shout that one out real fast. But it feels very well supported by Ambrosia. And so when we see Satellite just kind of go in so deep, go for those moments, generally speaking, there is somebody backing him up. There is a little bit of utility that gets utilized to make sure that it's going to be possible. And already it's just so aggressive forwards here. Victor finds one, but immediately gets traded out.
Glyph is that escort, but Satellite can't extend. Marv holding down that site, and now there's 2 members here. They'll both get called out, but Giza sticks around on top of the breach util and takes down Shondex too. So already a good bonus here from Chet's Pets. If they keep things clean from here, they'll be able to set up a solid defensive half. But gotta play this game to keep away. The Prowler will confirm their position still in elbow. Nobody is across this one way on the other side of Link, so they still have to watch this from beyond the steps. And Welly, tough peek, giving himself away there. Just down to Akrian. We'll see what he can find. Likely it won't be much. Does have 1 blind and a Vandal now, but no real reason to rotate. Steps heard. Another peek that Caillou will take advantage of, and force stay standing for the bonus.
Yeah, and great job. I feel like when Chet's Pets go into more of that like contact play scenario where we're not worrying about the macro, we're not worrying about these crazy map rotations, we just have to stay alive here right now. We have an idea on where they're coming from. it looked incredibly well coordinated, fighting all the way onto that B site. You see, first, of course, Victor going down there, but it's that fight and elbow that really just highlighted that, where you see that them just playing so well off of each other, understanding when to use utility here, use a little bit of utility there, peak at the same time, which is extremely important, and they're able to just really shut down any shenanigans that Ambrosia might have been off of. So, good first round coming in from CPS, but now Ambrosia, this is going to be their round to kind of clap back here. Satellite and Welly, just 2 ultimate orbs away from having something a little bit online, and if they can get one of those, things could shift around. As of this time, it's not aggressive coming in from CPS. Their defense really just digging their heels into the ground, expecting to play off of any of the information that is given, but they've got enough to reinforce any of the gaps that might exist on the map.
0 implants so far. They're ready for this satellite slingshot. It's going to be looking to go over to B site, but as they confirm the camera's position from beyond the box, they'll second guess it, because you have to launch so much in order to clear the site for util. Bao unafraid to show his face, as the trapwires will do a lot of the talking for the actual exec. Ambrosia still a little too scared to hop on just yet. Maybe trying to field over a couple more members of Chet's Pets, maybe trying to get a little bit of chip damage with a shock dart, which they will on the Bao, actually. 30 seconds to go, and there goes Satellite, gonna try and make this heavy space. It's gotta be through market with the amount of time you've got left. Go for the pinch. Aftershock will get rid of that trap wire, and they'll begin the breach from Boba. Victor gets his, and Bao was holding it down the whole time on the B main as well. Chet's Pets clean so far. Shondex has stepped on, good for the 1, but now the double swing on top. 10 seconds to go, and Ambrosia gets the plant down, but Acreon can't really extend beyond this until Welly confirms the rest of market, and he can't even get 1. Easy swarm for Chet's Pets. Easy defense for them. Force stay standing a second time.
Yeah, great round coming in from Chet's Pets on this one. We see just the control that goes through Ambrosia. Welly uses the drone, flies in, tries to get a little bit of information, and all it takes is just 1 cyber trap. Immediately just gets deployed, and everybody from Ambrosia slows down to a snail's pace, and they actually decide to reconsider under that time crunch, going for a split onto mid, trying to make that one work, but at that point, they're just forcing the issue because everything was given away to Chet's Pets. That's where Ambrosia might have been wanting to attack. The rest was history, so excellent job just shutting things down, introducing a wrench into the plan of Ambrosia, and they had spent so much time waiting around for this aggression. They simply just didn't have anything left, so Ambrosia now back down to a light buy. It's Chet's Pets, or we're kind of running things. They're once again with their stagnant defense. It's kind of playing a little bit far forwards here, and yeah, excellent timing from Victor. It's able to at least find 1, so Shondex is down. And a lot of utility to play off here as Bao finds yet another.
Use Aftershock will dispose of Acreon, though.
I have the spike.
And Chet's Pets doing a good job of just trying to poke away at these members of Ambrosia that will go for these confident step outs, such as Shondex, such as Glyph, and of course Satellite. No real space made here on the eco. Chet's Pets perfectly fine with taking this slow, handing creds over, doing whatever they need to do to maintain this momentum. Victor would love to get some kills under his belt just to farm up some creds for himself and go positive.
30 seconds left.
Smoke will make that hard, though. It's a good
Only
seize.
30 seconds left on the clock, so
Planted.
things a little bit more desperate as Chet's Pets are making their way around here. Smoke dissipates. This should be a very easy take, assuming that Ambrosia don't get up to any funny business.
I really appreciate that Chet's Pets are like taking their time with this, though. They're making sure that no member of Ambrosia like steps out, goes for something stupid or crazy. It's the kind of thing you have to account for in North American Challengers at this point. And it's great to see teams like Chet's Pets, TSM, you know, these top level teams that are a little more set play based react accordingly to it at this level in the playoffs. So Ambrosia have to be very careful with who they let isolate and who they let lurk. Clearly, Chet's Pets are going to be taking their time being ready for those lurkers, being ready for those invaders. And then they'll play for the retake.
Yeah, once again, like, one of the larger narratives that we can kind of thread throughout this entire matchup here is Ambrosia. They really had their time to shine on that last map. But ChetsPets, I mean, they're just running things down. Victor already finds one. No support, no help, totally okay. Go to at least blast one. We're seeing yet another ultimate coming through online. Victor zaps down to second.
Overdrive in response from Satellite, but on top of the Rolling Thunder, it's a little tough for him to go for his own. Victor's just going to double back and find Shondex after he's backstabbed, and now the rest of Ambrosia can crunch on what's left here in Spawn. Glyph and Satellite duking it out in the 2v3. Victor able to pick himself up a gun thanks to that ballistic ult. And control overwhelmingly ChetsPets with Spike in hand. Satellite going on a little adventure. Victor with the catch. Ace unlikely from the distance he is, but shoot, maybe Giza in bow fumble.
Don't say that.
Come on, I'm manifesting.
I have the spike.
Picked it up. Sticks around. That'll get punished. Farmed out the C's actually, but your gun's not out. And he does get the ace. All is forgiven. And ChetsPets are up to 4.
And that's the injection of life that we need to see Victor kind of take that shot in the arm. A very slow map on Icebox. You know, 3 of 19, not looking great. Already has more than doubled the amount of kills since that first round. And we're seeing that momentum just kind of pick up. And honestly, this round was very reminiscent to round number 1, where we saw Satellite just kind of fly through the entirety of the team, ducking, dodging, diving, zipping, and zapping all the way through, and able to find excellent positioning. And that time around, Victor was the one who just navigated those seams perfectly, navigating the back line and just frying the opponents. No help required. Nothing set up from Ambrosia. And once again, like it's these slow crawls that we're seeing at the beginning of the round that time around we just get to see ChetsPets really capitalize on, and Ambrosia were just simply not prepared.
Yeah, really tough to kind of ready up with that overdrive in your face. I'm sure Satellite's going to have just as much enjoyment getting to use that ult. But it's clear that ChetsPets continuously do have this trust in Victor to frag. So they're willing to let him go off of his leash just as often as these other North American Challengers teams are doing for their duelists. If he's able to continue being as unstoppable as that round was, then ChetsPets are as good as everyone has deemed them to be coming into this match. They're able to slow this map down pretty consistently. So Ambrosia try to take space quickly. Glyph already walking up through the tiles and just trying to garner as much of this open peeking as Ambrosia can. Look how they flowered out into market here, just escorting Satellite a little forward.
They do take a lot of this space here, but the spike is still so far behind. Now it's a heads-up play from ChetsPets. Aware of what's going on, the util dump comes through. Marv in a great position.
He's gonna get checked, but oh, not the guns to match up with it. Marv can't land the shots though. It's gotta be the mid fight, but there's too much presence. Acreon gets 2.
Wow. That's not how you want things to go here if you're ChetsPets. It should have been an easy one. Marv should have been able to find those kills. And of course, Acreon not supposed to find 2 headshots in the midst of all of that. Now the call is being made. Ambrosia rotating their way around to A. Victor very far deep in B, so should at least have that information. And nobody is going to be going over there,
30
but
seconds left.
Should be an easy take. Keep in mind, Acreon as well has that Rolling Thunder online, and that's why we see ChetsPets back up a little bit more. Play a little bit more safe, just in case that comes out early and you yield even more weaponry to your opponents.
Still playing the same way they would in Advantage, and it's paying off. Welly's the one to peek and die. 3v2 on the post plant. But you do have this Rolling Thunder. So the attempted reposition from Ambrosia to set up for that. Marv trying to catch it. Oh, but the timing's off. And they'll head back down to Link instead. Shondex doing what he does best. Creeping up. This is the first, but flicks onto Marv for the second, and that's all the chip you need. Now the Rolling Thunder can be applied freely by Acreon to stall. Victor does get half spike, and the Aftershock can stall even further. Acreon steps onto site. Shondex still aware, but ChetsPets have the 2v1. Shondex for the 1. Victor can defuse before Shondex makes it through, and the kill for good measure. ChetsPets do maintain that power, do maintain that dominance, and do maintain their play style even through the mismatches, the mistakes, the missteps that Ambrosia are forcing them to go through.
And a great retake protocol coming in from Ambrosia. Like, everything there was so well done. It's just the spike got planted on the other side of the box. And if you had the space, you should have planted it in front. I understand there being a little bit of hesitation, understanding the aggression from Chet's Pets, but it was simply just came down to where that darn thing was planted. Of course, as well, it was so scary at the end. Might have completely swung back around, but Victor getting scouted out. Has to take that operator away. A different look from Ambrosia. This time they're pressuring that B site. They've had enough of A for the time being. At least it is just to feign a little bit of space as Shondex in the middle of mid, just hanging out, waiting for a little bit of information.
There's already so much intel gained from Ambrosia. You know, the op and the Cypher are there thanks to the Shock Dart dealing with the trap wire. A lot less fear pushing into the A main. Fault line to set up the initial push from Satellite. He'll creep up on top of this one-way through Link. Chet's Pets again going for this elbow control. This has been their strongest part of it. Whenever Ambrosia get up this far. Marved, last time he didn't land his shots, this time he will. Relay bolt to attempt to go for the refrag, and Satellite will swing in on it, but again, Chet's Pets have the presence. Shondex, there's a creep up, yet again, he's good for one. Victor, though, now on this operator, good for himself, and the creep up mid is all Ambrosia have left. The A fight taken over completely by Chet's Pets. But still, with Victor on this operator, you gotta play it safe, and Shondex's position is completely unknown. Victor could be vulnerable. No, he'll double back.
You get the sixth sense tingling and you're like, I gotta get out of here for some reason. I don't quite know why, but understanding how Shondex likes to play, that was the right call. You see them move away there, and it's so funny to me when we see that fight happen on elbow yet again, talking about Chet's Pets being really good in some of those contact plays. If I'm being honest, Marv is kind of bait for the rest of the team. Like, they've got the long sight line set up over Marv, and yet still Marv, like, you know, you expect Ambrosia, they get the kill onto Marv, they're gonna be able to run through, and then that's when you get the reinforcements to gun it down. But somehow Marv able to find the first kill, escape, and then find yet another one. Once again, Marv almost feels like bait, but is just so good at finding the kills that Ambrosia can't even capitalize on some of it. Like, here's the replay just now. You see, there's a little bit of a watch just down the other side here, and yeah, a little bit confusing there, but it works out perfectly. So excellent job kind of coming in from Chet's Pets. It feels like they're really solidifying this defense. It's now 6-2. These rounds have been pretty close, but now Satellite just running it down.
Yeah, amping it up, but it's immediately responded to. Marv took a farther angle back, and yeah, Ambrosia with these slightly worse guns, they really tried to floor it. They do find a pick with the Hunter's Fury, trying to search for one in A. So Chet's Pets will get intimidated a little bit here. Respect the push that Ambrosia is gonna go for. Welly might be able to get a gun, but has to suss out so much more of this site. Owl Drone is gonna confirm Marved, actually. And they'll spray through the boxes. Tremendous work from Ambrosia. Everybody from Chet's Pets here. I know exactly. Shondex again walks in. Now the Neural Theft confirms both positions for Bao and Caillou. I understand he's ISO'd. They know Bao has to swing on top. They're ready for this 3v2, and Shondex is absolutely alive. Give him 4. Why not? Oh, Akrian will take it. But Ambrosia will make their claw onto this round after a great tank-like push-down elbow.
Man, like we saw in the last map, like Satellite, woo, flying around. Oh, what crazy angles here. That was a fun little sniper shot that flies through. But Shondex was right up there in the kill feed on Icebox, and we're seeing why. Just such good heads-up plays, understanding where the positioning of these members of Chet's Pets might be, and just walking through says, I'll do it myself. With snap of the finger, make sure to shut down any of the defense on that site. I was gonna say, Chet's Pets, I liked the positioning there. They're playing on these weird angles, and yet still goes completely checked and taken down by Shondex. The operator once again back onto that B site, watching long, and Ambrosia are more interested in taking out mid. Of course, the Owl Drone will come out there just to flush that operator off that angle. But look at the space that's already been taken over in mid by Ambrosia. Satellite just waiting for Victor.
cover fire on top of the Prowler to prevent Victor, or prevent Satellite from getting hit by anything. Great setup to babysit him up that staircase. And it's a great way to stray from these hero moments that Ambrosia's players have had to set on so far this map. Marv, yet again, in the crevices. He's become such a good nuisance for Chet's Pets this map. It'll have to be the B execute after all other options are exhausted. And with Shondex having to clear that trap wire, Chet's Pets will know it. Watching every other angle, though, again, they respect it. They're willing to wait this out until they know that everybody's here.
30 seconds left.
Spike will go down.
Spike planted.
Marv already used the From the Shadows just to do a little bit of retreat, so can't regroup a little bit faster. So this will be a 4v4. Keep in mind, Glyph the Omen this time has the operator.
Shondex stuck behind the box in the backside. 3 creeping down from Boba. They're out. He's in Bow each for 1. Bow creeps up. Shondex not stopped for a moment, but it's long enough for Chet's Pets to tear down the rest of sight. And it's getting difficult. It's getting a little tougher, but Chet's Pets keep it clean.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they only need to keep it clean for 2 more rounds, right? Like, we're so close to the half at this point. And sure, a lot of these rounds are really close between the 2 teams. But at the end of the day, like, sure, you win 3 rounds with only 1 person alive. That still counts as 3 rounds, especially as we inch closer towards that half. And honestly, cheeky little play right here, but actually it is the wraparound from Bow to make sure that the rest of the site is secured, because otherwise Shondex could have gone absolutely massive there. Fortunately, the spray just not working out in favor of that Cypher player. And now we go again. Ambrosia trying something a little bit different. Marv tries to go for the bait play. Engages a couple of the members of Ambrosia forward, but nothing really to write home about as Glyph is still on top of things. It's going to be a more or less goodbye from Ambrosia, but Glyph only having that stinger in hand, Marv is aware.
This is a crazy rundown from Glyph. If he had 1 more bullet in the tank, he would. Marv somehow gets a second on his way out.
Yeah.
But is it enough? Ambrosia, 2v3, as they've cut through both sites, but nothing's certain. Victor all the way back up in main with this op creep. If Shondex turns it, this is instantly back in favor of Ambrosia. Is Victor going to check? Or Shondex going to meet?
Oh, timing.
Oh, timing, indeed. Welly creeping up B main just as Victor's attention is steered, but his game sense is way too good for that. Instantly Chet's Pets round off of that. And the decision-making is enough. Marv's kills are enough.
There can only be one. You know, like it's that bait play once again. Just on elbow. Oh yeah, we should be able to overwhelm Marv. It should be fine. And if Marv goes down, well, Chet's Pets have somebody else there watching that angle just in case. And yet still somehow, Marv comes out on top. Giza just stamping out at the wrong time at that point, but the damage had already been done. Marv somehow able to secure those kills when, if I'm being honest there, Ambrosia should have been the ones to come out on top, and then Victor just so far deep forwards on that B site finds the shot. And yeah, we're seeing Victor and Marv really start to heat up. The former tier 1 players really starting to kind of flex their experience here, as kind of predicted here on Sunset.
Satellite's overdrive. How is he still standing? Good for the 3. Victor pulls out his own to try to counter. It's not going to work. Is there another ace in the books for a Neon here on Sunset? Certainly seems likely. As Satellite death balled through Ender's Game style to take over the A site. And Ambrosia, once again, leave an exclamation point here in the half to show that they are not done trying to chokehold this game and series as a whole. Now proc by the dart. You know Satellite wants it. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I set you up and everything, man. But
take what's useful.
It's 4-8. Ambrosia grabbed 1 more from the doldrums after a stunning, albeit a little bit disappointing at the end, overdrive.
I just want to say, you set up a sick alley-oop, and then
I was D-Wade, and Braun was like 15 feet farther back than I thought he was. So it's my bad.
Forgot to tie my shoes before I jumped. Oh no. But yeah, I mean,
still,
this is
I mean, look at this, like,
yeah,
insane.
Oh, it was sick. Don't get me wrong. And on top of that too, like, we didn't see enough of Satellite come online outside of some of the beginning rounds. When we saw Satellite on that Neon, zip, 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 all the way through the enemy team, find the kills necessary, looking fantastic. But that time, that was another moment that Satellite was able to turn up for Ambrosia. And it's still not the top of the team. I think that ChessPets were doing such an excellent job of shutting down that Neon, but now they're going to be the ones on the attack here. It's very fast on to A. Looks like Ambrosia, once again, are going to be pushing to take the retake. Maybe that's just what they're more comfortable with.
Victor going to, again, be the tip of the spear here, but anyone overextending will get punished by a swath of Ambrosia players clamoring outside of this gate. And they'll open it up. Now it's Satellites, that's the tip of the spear. And Ambrosia storm onto the site. A taken over. It's the Link presence that matters. Attempted peeks, but so much util to offer at the problem. Marv does take the first shot. Second, Bow back up again. ChessPets light it up. And the 2v4 goes their way in the pistol.
An army of two, supposed to look in two different directions. And it still comes out on top. Marv finding quite a few kills, but of course, Bao as well. As confident as ever. Rumors of Leviathan picking up Bao as well, alongside Okeanos and Sato. But that's, I mean, hey, there's a good reason why you would want to keep
Half
your
of those
eye on
rumors
this
started
player.
from him, though, to be fair.
I know.
He was baiting us so hard.
But still, you can tell that when Ambrosia want to go for this more death volley style, they're very comfortable here. And it comes down to just these individual moments from ChessPets, somehow able to find multi-kills. Well, he just completely caught out of position there. And that's one of the better weapons down. No more Big Boom Sheriff, as Victor just already slid onto site. So an easy plant yet again. Ambrosia are going to have to retake this one. And they've only got 4 members alive, not necessarily the weaponry to make anything happen either. So this round is feeling already over.
Yeah, this is pretty much cemented. Tough to sort of just rip the Band-Aid off. But here in the follow-ups, it's what you got to do. After losing your ace in the hole on that Sheriff. Waiting to see if anybody peeks out. Oh, and Victor. Oh, buddy. Give him an ace, come on. Shot X, come on.
They know where.
Yeah. Yeah! That's 2!
Victor just brought back from the dead in this map.
Jeez, he's gonna reverse his KD, dude.
No. Don't say it like that. But I feel like this playstyle for Victor has just been so good. It doesn't feel like Ambrosia really have any traps or anything set up in order to stop this Neon from just kind of going hog wild in the back line. Well, finds 1 kill, immediately just kind of darts in here onto the second and third, and fourth, sorry, and then just hunting down Shondex at the very end. Sliding around, goes for it, finds the ace, and Victor has to be feeling really good. Brought back into this map, and of course, it's 10-4, so Ambrosia will be calling for that timeout because things are really looking good for ChessPets, and they're potentially going to force out map number 3, which is Split, which Ambrosia has struggled on. And sure, ChessPets, new team, okay, yeah, they swap people around, a whole new different look and stuff like that. But historically, M80 squad were really good at Split. And so if you're Ambrosia, you really have to start to pace yourself because if you go to that map 3, it's going to be looking really good for ChessPets to potentially win out the series.
I'd imagine your playstyle, if you're Ambrosia, what you call in the timeout is the same sort of thing you called if you're ChessPets. It's just pay a little more respect, pay a little more patience. Don't, try and go for these one-off invades as often. If Victor wants to go kill, let him go run into a space and not get any kills, and then you can go for a retake after the kits are exhausted. It's more about just eliminating, all the contingencies that ChessPets have along the way. That's the hard part. So if you can sort of fake out a util dump here, then that would be ideal. The Jets Pets are coming to this B site now with a blistering speed here on the bonus. Dashing into the market. Victor's already through. The Haunt will catch him out, but the Trap Wire catches Victor, so that's an easy kill for Ambrosia. Still, Jets Pets use that to thrust themselves onto the site. It's a slingshot that'll work for the front half of it. And a kill in the process, too. Shondex will fall, meaning that you don't have to deal with those Trap Wires going even farther forward if you decide to try and start another fight, which you know that Jets Pets will have to with the worst guns that they've got. Agrian caught with the fault line, still has some cover fire, but Jets Pets have 2 fronts to walk in on, and it's Marved once again coming up with the majority. Now the opposing Omen, 2 low health pools to deal with, but 2 tough angles to take. A lot of time to do it though. And the onus is on Jets Pets to plant. It's possible that Glyph is just waiting for that. We'll send another smoke just to force Jets Pets to corner themselves a little bit more. Giza, vulnerable if it's not peaked. And Marved on the other side of this smoke. Glyph's wrap might work, but it's watched! And Jets Pets make 11.
Wow, excellent stuff from Jets Pets there. I mean, you know, they got themselves onto the site. Things were boxed out. Ambrosia are just kind of watching there, waiting. Like, all right, well, they got to make a move somehow. We'll wait for that spike to get planted, and then that's when we pounce, because that's when they're going to be not expecting us to kind of flood through. Instead, Jets Pets go, hold up a minute, let's wait for these smokes to disperse, and then let's take even more space. And they just completely walk through, catching the rest of Ambrosia completely off guard. This mid-rounding call was fantastic, as they just kind of dominate through, and they find yet another round, bring them up to 11 now. So excellent little call coming in from Jets Pets. They feel nice and secure as the Victor once again has to be a little bit careful there, but is able to walk around the Cypher trip and completely overwhelm the site.
Such a minimal amount of space gained with the fast lane, but it's enough to get him forward, at least until Satellite shuts him down. But again, that's what Victor is for, just getting onto the site. The kills were just some bonus points for him. Ambrosia's already walled out, and they're on the site. All of them are. Smoke fades away. Giza still turns onto the kill for Glyph. These Guardians need to light up. Satellite right on top. Get Marv. There you go. Ambrosia will make the climb, and it's a 3v2. Jets Pets trying to quickly and quietly make their way through market. Breaking down the door gives them away, and Ambrosia going for the chase down. Satellite obviously going to be the closest to it. Might go for the intercept, but no more gas in the tank, so he's just got to give this space away. So Ambrosia will play for the retake.
Oh,
Hunter's Fury caught Giza! That's one!
Because why not, right? Make it even more difficult for Jets Pets.
Unbelievable! Playmaking these guys can come up with out of nowhere is so unreal, and Jets Pets constantly have to just empathize with it. Triple swing for Caillou. He has a Rolling Thunder. Might opt to use it. Nobody's tapped the spike yet, so it's all about the fight first. But better timing from Ambrosia. They have enough to work with, and they'll find a 5th.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, you know, if you're feeling it, and to be fair, it is Caillou. Caillou's been kind of fragging out of his mind. You might want to let the Rolling Thunder get ripped, and then you try and go for the peak, try and go for the angle, but decides to play safe because there's still 6 rounds of buffer between yourself and Ambrosia, especially with a very dominant 3 rounds in a row from Jets Pets. So they decide to hold on to the Rolling Thunder. Victor as well now has the overdrive ready to go. Satellite on the other side will have the exact same thing, but it's this heads-up play from Welly, the Hunter's Fury, going fishing across the map. Finds excellent value, makes sure that Ambrosia are able to win the round. And they need every single round that they can get because it's still a very long path before you even make this map somewhat salvageable for this squad. So Marv now going very aggressive, walks right into Satellite's judge. Unfortunately, not going to be on the better end of it. And so Jets Pets, they have to kind of commit here onto this A site. They've lost their main lurker. And actually, this is Ambrosia just giving it up once again. I have a feeling that they think that this might be an A-side hit, so they're going to commit to playing that retake.
Oh, especially since they can just take pot shots from the back line. Aftershock will not get the kill onto Acreon either, so he can stick around and follow up on top of Glyph, who avoids a Prowler that's right in front of his face, so you have to re-clear it, and Glyph gets 2!
Spike down A.
That's just cursed! Like he's a talk. 1v5. Let's see it, buddy. Fault line in. 1. Oh, can't finalize, but Satellite steps back. That's 2. Oh, the judge, though. Huge damage. All right, that'll do it. But Glyph is the one to walk up and gain all of that space after Marv tries traveling miles up top steps. It's Ambrosia that come up on top.
Yeah, might have been just one of those little bit of an overcook coming through from Chet's pets. And this is actually enough to make Chet decide to rein in the leashes just a little bit more. Call that timeout off of that last round. And keep in mind, the ultimate bank coming through here. At this point, it's going to be Chet's pets coming through with 4 ultimates into this next round. And if they can put themselves at 12, that is going to be an excellent position. I don't know how that Prowler didn't find Glyph, by the way. Feels like the animation might have just been a little bit funky there, because from a third-person perspective, it looked like it should have caught him, but unfortunately not going to necessarily be the case, as we get to see a little bit of a stack, and Shondex jump scare there. But still, I think that this is going to be a good timeout, because Chet's pets, they just need to get that single round, and then victory is going to be on that horizon. Once again, if they can force out map number 3, I think things will very much favor them, and they can save themselves from elimination here in this playoff bracket.
And this is a Chet's Pets team that's trying to retain that top 5 position in the Ascension leaderboard that they were able to retain coming into this. Obviously taking 2nd place in Split 1. They're hoping to hold on to a podium spot at the very least. As we've recently found out, even taking the 3rd spot when it comes to points is crucial to having your chance at making it to franchising. Chet's Pets so close to that, even if they just get 6th tier. Caillou enabled off the fault line. Easy first kill onto an Ambrosia member that just tries to run into it. Satellite let off the leash.
And when we talk about that duelist, like head-to-head, right? Satellite versus Victor here, I think what we're starting to understand is when it comes to those long-range duels, Satellite tends to be the guy. Is going to be able to find those kills, find those long-range angles, and secure everything. On the flip side, though, Victor looks a lot more comfortable in that close-range combat. We've seen multiple times now where Victor has done something exactly like Satellite did, yet still found the kills necessary to make a play. Satellite has been struggling using that similar play style.
Off your feet! Rolling Thunder now in response. Immediate walk up from Chet's Pets. This is how you can take over a site, forcing the members on it to stick around. Refrag from Victor guarantees, but still this backline. Welly! Good for 2. Victor has to do it all himself, but thankfully he does. And Chet's Pets have enough to get over the line. They're at 12.
And they only use 2 ultimates in the midst of all of that too, so there's still enough to be able to play around things. Keep in mind that the ultimates between the 2 teams are exactly balanced, perfectly balanced even, as we do have that Neural Theft available as well as the Overdrive. The main difference is that Acreon, with a single ultimate orb, could get a Rolling Thunder, and that is going to be an excellent boon. Shondex somehow getting away with murder, by the way. I think that's just Shondex things. And, you know, we talk about all these tier 1 teams looking at the talent in Challengers. I think Shondex is another one of those players that could be so strong to add to your rosters with the numbers that Shondex has been able to put up and be so consistent about, too.
Game point number 1 here for Chet's Pets on Sunset. Victor with the overdrive to fully clear elbow. And Ambrosia are going to respect the push. Now, all the way back in team. Seeing if a member of Ambrosia wraps.
Flash out.
Not too much time to take the fight here. Ambrosia have got to set up and make this work. Rolling Thunder will catch everybody necessary. Oh, Satellite immediately cut short on the overdrive. Caillou, what a shot. Rest of Ambrosia steps on. Caillou, tough timing, but Marv has got the cover fire. And Caillou's got the walk up. That's enough in the tank for Chet's Pets. It'll be a 13-6 victory on Sunset to take us to map 3 once again with this team.
And once again, it's Ambrosia. Like, they started so strong on map number 1, solidifying their 100% win rate on Icebox. And, you know, like we kind of predicted, coming into Sunset, a map that has not been played in this stage of Challengers just quite yet, you bring in Chet's Pets, Obviously, the roster being a little bit changed, a little new faces around here or there, and yet they still have their fundamentals put together. And some of those plays, like we're finally getting to see some of the tier 1 talent really shine. Victor and Marv really coming alive in that matchup. Obviously, Victor, easy things to highlight. You see the Neon flying through, you see the Neon get the flashy kills, 2 aces on that map, but Marv as well, somehow staying alive in all of those tricky angles where honestly, the Omen is just setting up to get traded. That looked really good from Chet's Pets, and especially when we have map number 3, which is split just over the horizon here, I really have to question things, because unless Ambrosia can pull out a very solid strategy book like we saw on Icebox, it's looking like Chet's Pets might be able to win the series.
If they continue understanding how much better they have the ability to be, that may be true. Chet's Pet's able to maintain that space, and Ambrosia getting to say their piece in map 1. For one of these teams, it'll all come to a screeching halt on split after the break. Don't go anywhere.
I don't really know. I don't really have that many skills. I guess I know how to dress sometimes. I'm like okay at dressing. I can dress myself. Yeah, I got the fit, you know, the fashion. You already know. You already know.
I have really high emotional intelligence, so I think that definitely like helps both out of game and in game a lot. Managing like team aspects and being able to be a leader in team environments, as well as just everyday life, managing emotions and dealing with conflict really well. Yeah, I think that's a really big skill of mine that I value a lot, and it has helped me immensely in both real life and in the game.
I don't even know. I mean, I've put my time into this game so much and like gaming so much, so I'm a very positive guy. I'm a positive beacon, I guess, but that's it. I don't think I have any other skills really. I'm pretty funny. That's enough.
My biggest skill outside the game is probably just work ethic. Like everything that I've done when it comes to like school or when it comes to like working or whatever, I have a very like streamlined mindset where it's not like what is the product of it, but the process. Really trying to like find joy and appreciate like the work that's like put in. I always try to have a mindset that's like continually looking towards like improving or getting better at whatever I feel like I'm lacking in.
I don't know. I feel like my major in marketing, like I've always been like a very talkative guy. So I'd say like going towards like business and marketing, I would say that's one of my biggest skills. Just, you know, being a very talkative and someone that can, you know, just get along with a lot of people.
A lot of these people would really like to give up and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to send.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
An elimination match, your spot in playoffs on the lines, and we're going to be taking this a distance. Map 3 on the horizon after Chet's Pets have a fantastic performance on Sunset. A map that we haven't gotten to see from them, but obviously very comfortable so on the performance. I mean, Roy, going into this, that bounce back after Icebox, to see that performance, I'm impressed and I'm excited to see more in this series.
Yeah, dude, Chet's Pet just looked better in like every way compared to their own map performances. Not even just like ignore Ambrosia for a second, just like Chet Pet versus Chet Pet map number 2. they just did so much better in terms of team play, in terms of how they were approaching their defense. They were winning a lot of their first kills. It just felt like the entire team was firing on all cylinders, and the cohesion, the trading, the spacing just looked so like night and day different compared to their map 1.
Yeah, absolutely. They just look like a completely different team into this map of Sunset. And we had our questions on, okay, did they have enough time to prep for it? Were they prepping for the other maps that we've seen from them a lot more? I mean, can we expect something good from Sunset? And ChatSpets, they had a different story to tell. Caillou was going insane when it came to the first kills, getting 4 and 0. And on top of that, it just seems like everything was going right for them. They had a very clear understanding on how they wanted to execute some of these rounds, especially coming into the first half. And then to close it out, I just feel like they might, I mean, I know that we haven't seen Sunset for any teams, but I just don't really think anybody has been prepping for this map as much as what we just saw from them.
Yeah, and taking an eye at the individual player performance, I mean, you had already called it Caillou, but to be able to see it just a step up across the board coming out from the team, I think was really nice. Like, speaking of the confidence, like, this is a team that, again, you're bringing Marv and Giza into the fray and into just straight into the playoffs, and to be able to see this looking just a lot more cohesive, Roy, gives me hope for Chet's Pets within the next map and hopefully with going on into the playoffs if that's in the cards.
So wait, so what you guys are telling me is that it helps a lot when your hard hitters are hitting quite hard?
Oh, wow.
I think that kind of checks out in my books. I'm kind of down for that. I mean, Victor, massive turnaround. Caillou, obviously, I mean, he performed well in the first map as well. Marv stepping up massively. Giza having his moments, and obviously Bao having some pretty clutch moments himself. Like, this is the kind of team that we're expecting to see, right? But for me, like, when you see a 13-6 bounce back on the second map from a sweeping win or sweeping loss on the first map, I feel like this sets us up for a pretty crazy third map. So, like, I don't want to get too excited because I know we have some more talking points in terms of the second map, but this is going to be a crazy series, I think.
Yeah, it'll be nice to see the third map, especially too, going back to just the step up that we got to see. And Dan, that was something that we got to see even early on as to round 6. I mean, it's flashy, it's fun, but a lot to depth into this round.
Yeah, I wanna break down this round. My cat also wants to break it down. This is round 6. This is when Victor gets the ace. So I want to explain what is going on. Usually you have the breach, so Caillou playing towards that A side. He's gonna often send that stun right away. There's gonna be a paranoia coming through from the Omen as well, and there's gonna be an eye from the Fade on the defense. But it changes a little bit. Even though we often see Victor playing towards mid, look at this is right at the beginning of the round. He's already all the way into tiles, and you see that breach for Caillou ready for that stun. Now, the only player that can save them right now from this position is that Cypher on the attacking side. But look at where his setup is. It's towards B main. Nobody's there, and he's not really positioned to look for that player pushing from mid. So let's see how this round plays out right at the beginning. So right away, I mean, you see 1:35 on the clock. There's that first pick coming in from Victor. Look at that support that is coming through. Is the stun for the breach where Acorn gets taken down, and it's also the Fade eye that Acorn is looking at, trying to shut it before it gets that info. The eye gets 3 players. You know it's going to be a fast play towards ace site. And then on top of that, you have, if you look at the mini map, you see where Caillou is, where he's also trying to find a timing to walk towards mid, and he gets it. He gets a timing before that Cypher is able to do anything. Now let's see how the rest of the round is going to play out. Everything else is very fast. There's a paranoia as well coming through. There's a smoke coming through, and there's also Rolling Thunder from mid to try to set up Victor to get the second kill. You see how the assists continue to go, but you're actually a little bit more careful. You get this pinch into Shondex, but you don't want to push towards elbow because you don't want to play into the paranoia the Glyph has, and you don't want to play into satellite as well on the Neon. So the players can slow it down, play a little bit more calm, get that info that the 2 Umbrisha players are still there, and then that Neon from Victor goes all the way towards mid once again, is going to get this pick for that 4th kill, and then wait because they know Glyph is kind of pinched in between them, so he's going to be playing it very patiently. The rest of the team is kind of going to be evading, getting that information that, yeah, Glyph is still going to be here as Victor does that full rotation and gets the last kill, gets the A. So it's a really cool setup play that they had around this Rolling Thunder, and then they had around this Neon ult. So it's not something that we see very often, but it's one of the things that allowed them into that first half to get some momentum going.
Nice breakdown.
I know Dan is so smart because there's all of this going on. My thought was Victor got 5 kills, and not to bring up the 3 and 9 sized elephant in the room, but looking at the head-to-head in this series, the turnaround from map 1 is the bounce back that we needed. We have talked so highly of Victor here, Roy, and honestly, like the Icebox was such an outlier. It was shocking. We all watched it, so we got to talk about it at some point, right? But I'm glad we can talk about it as in the past and redeeming himself with that Sunset performance.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like it's kind of rare for us to see Victor have such a flop, right? Like it's quite rare. So I'm grateful that we got to see it. It's something rare. We don't get to see that very often, but yeah, you guys are right. The bounce back on Sunset was just night and day difference. I don't know if it's like an agent thing or just like a total outclass happening by Ambrosia on that first map, but just like the general feeling, just the overall eye test for Chet's Pets on the second map just looked phenomenal. And obviously Victor looked fired up. He looked crispy, and that certainly helps. But I mean, it wasn't just him. It was him. It was the team. They all just looked so much better. The cohesion was there. The synergy was there, like Dan showed us. A lot of the pieces just fell perfectly for Chet's Pets, and that bodes very well for them going into the third map.
I think that bounce back from Victor is so important when you talk about that third map, because now, again, this is elimination, and we're looking at Split as the final one within this series. Reminder, when we've most recently seen Chet's Pets play this, it was a loss up against TSM, but it was also a Victor that went crazy on that map, 9 first kills. And so if he was absent that that second map, I'd be a little worried. But Dan, I feel like a lot of it now is in Chet's Pets' course, because this looks, even if, you know, things can change, this looks stronger for them. And Ambrosia, this map hasn't historically looked the greatest.
Yeah, absolutely. For what we've seen from Chet's Pets on this map, but I mean, in general, for M80 just back then, this has always been a pretty good map, and we recently saw against TSM is one of the things that you guys were talking about. This match against TSM, it was a big one, and yeah, sure, it's Chet's Pets to lose this map, but it was coming from the little details they're not able to get in either of the pistols, either of the bonuses rounds. It was just kind of some momentum very early on for TSM that they were able to grab and close it out. Now, if you think if they win one pistol, if they deny one of the bonus rounds, it might have been a different story. I think this is a different story. This is the decider going into making sure that you don't get eliminated into a map that is favoring Chet's Pets to win.
Yeah, I want to reiterate a point that you touched on, okay? They lost both pistols and both bonuses. That's 8 rounds. 8 rounds of the 13 that TSM got were just from those, literally that beginning of both halves, right? Like that is an entirely different storyline if any of those go differently. Pistol, bonus, thrifties, any of those go differently. It's a completely different game. So I think overall, I completely agree with you guys. The way they look on Split, Chet's Pets, that is, it looks great. The roles make a lot more sense. Everyone's in a comfortable role. It doesn't feel like anyone's compromising their greatest value to the team. And I feel like overall, they look phenomenal. And I think, Sierra, you said it best. Like we haven't really seen anything too convincing from Ambrosia on Split. But that being said, we don't really have any recent data. It's been over what 5 weeks, 6 weeks that they've played. The last time they played Split, so that could be the ace up their sleeve. They could have something cooked up on this map. So I'm not gonna write them off just yet. But it's looking pretty favorable right now for Chet's Pets from where we're at.
We got to get the cat butt off of the screen. This is a PG-13 stream, but we have an agent select to send to instead. All right, guys, let's get right into this. But Ambrosia, we haven't seen them for a while, which also means we haven't seen them without this Tejo. So a lot of questions with what they're going to be bringing out. And all right, Dan and Dan's cat, what do we think about what Ambrosia's cooking?
Oh, my cat has a lot of opinions. All right. This is a composition that we've been seeing more and more, right? This composition with the Viper and the Omen, this double controller. I think it does bring a lot for the side of Ambrosia, but more than anything, I'm interested to see Chet's Pets with the way that we saw them play against TSM, with the things that we just talked about, with the Euro as well from Victor, what they're able to do here. This was one of Victor's best maps that we've seen as of recent, obviously kind of ignoring what we just saw on Sunset. And when the compositions are pretty much the same, except for Shondex and Giza on the Cypher and Vice you just kind of wonder how what are the things that can play out that will actually make a difference, having an understanding of how Chet's Pets like to play here, because we've seen it for quite some time.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think for me, the big differences are the Sentinels. Obviously, the way the defensive power that you bring with Vice is a little bit different than Cypher's, but the information gain that you get on both halves from the Ambrosia side, from that Cypher, is going to be a massive factor. So my eyes are on that, and also my eyes are going to be on the Victor versus Satellite. I feel like this is the battle. We saw the Jets, we saw the Neons, and now we're going to be seeing the Yoru, the trifecta. It's going to be an absolute battle, guys. I'm ready for it. I'm excited.
And I gotta give, props to Ambrosia. I know we've talked about how this is gonna be an uphill battle, but the 2 times we have seen this, it's been 13-9s up against M80 and TSM. So there is hope here. It's been a while. Time to see what they've learned from those losses and with a different comp, and who can make it on to the next stage of playoffs, of course, with elimination on the line on the other end of Split. But it's time to head into the map, see who advances, and hear from your cast check, Tenrix and Mark.
Thanks, Sierra. Continuous thorns in the side being the banners for both these teams in the maps that they were able to win. And now we see all of those thorns find new ways to poke you. Satellite and Victor, how deep does your agent pool go? How well can you do on all of the duelists in this bloody game? The Yoru test here on Split will be a tough one. But the Sentinel difference between Vice on Giza and Cypher on Shondex is the second thing to pay attention to. Shondex's ability to poke and prod in these lurks has been brutal, but Giza has been such a good support player throughout this matchup. It'll be a staunch difference when it comes to how these teams play defense. But Mark, Ambrosia starting out on it, how aggressive will they be with this new Viper Fade?
It's going to be so interesting to kind of see how this one plays out. And on top of that, too, like you talk about Giza being on the defensive side, seeing what the Vice can kind of bring to this composition. And all things considered, like Giza is another one of these team members who has just been picked up specifically for the playoffs and still has been really holding their own. So Chet's Pets, I mean, even though some of the protocols are a little bit rough, we're coming here onto Split, a map that is pretty well known, and the meta has been more or less figured out, despite the fact that Tejo has been nerfed into the ground. But I'm still so curious to see how this one goes out. I think Shondex going again on the Cypher is simply just a comfort pick, and I'm still expecting that Shondex is going to have a fantastic game on this Cypher, despite the fact that the utility might not be as effective, in my opinion, as that Vice.
Well, Caillou already getting caught here in mid after Ambrosia go for a nice dump on top of a Paranoia, but Chet's Pets, they're going to take that as a sign that they need to gun it, and they will through a main, taking down one along the way. Glyph will be the next line of defense here, but stuck inside the smoke on Heaven. Chet's Pets have their pick of planting on site. Going to the far corner, as Ambrosia will now go for the post-plant fight. Stepping in through screens is the entire 4-stack. They have a smoke they can dance with, and a little bit of a gap to work with it on top. And Ambrosia have a multitude of angles to play with off of that. Marved very late to the party, too late to stop the defuse, too late to really do anything at all. Ambrosia commanding first round after they control mid and then A side.
I was just about to say, I was looking at the mini-map and I'm like, oh, Marved is in middle. Oh, Ambrosia's moving in right now. All 4 of their members are on that retake. Oh, Marvin is throwing a smoke, and Ambrosia have killed everybody on the site. Oh, no. And I do think that is one of those moments where Marv was looking for that timing, looking to potentially catch someone on that lurk outside of mid, or, the reposition coming through. But instead, Ambrosia, they keep it simple and just kind of storm in onto the site and just overpower with pure numbers. So a great retake coming in from Ambrosia. And once again, it really feels like that's where they're most comfortable on the defense. They're happy to yield the site and then just play that retake in on things. But Glyph somehow gets absolutely capped on by Caillou, and Victor already so far deep in the back. And yeah, of course, it's going to be good kills coming through, but Shondex holding it down for the underground.
Yeah, no ability to refrag on top of that. Not a safe TP. Pogiza, the fake blind with the arc crows, and well, he pushes on top. That was cheeky. Chet's Pets able to equalize off of that, and so they can reposition. Some great kills over on that B site, but Shondex is restricted to it now. And so it'll be a 3v1 here on site, but Satellite holding that outlaw. And no clean way to push into it. Still not the greatest guns. Taunt doesn't catch him. There's one shot, and there's the second. It's dodged, so you can at least get on site, but signal's been tossed. Satellite now alone with the classic bonk. 2v1 for the post plan.
That should be nice and easy. And once again, it was just the teamwork and coordination, my two favorite things, coming together on that B site to make sure that they found those initial weapons. Now Shondex, out of all the players who could be doing it, I think that Shondex is poised to be one of the people who might be able to win this scenario out. Already both Caillou and Giza low HP. Guardian could be devastating here.
Steps in, giving away, wall bangs through to Giza, but Caillou not checked.
Oh my.
And Chet's Pets will get away with the thrifty round 2.
The first bullet makes purchase, like, oh, why is Shondex still walking around? Okay, thank goodness the Outlaws got one more in the barrel. Shondex almost winning that one out. There was a second there. If the flick flew across, just one single bullet would have been enough to make sure that Shondex somehow came in with the clutch. But once again, it's this aggression that kind of comes through. Maybe a little bit of an overcook, allowing for Shondex to secure 2 kills. But still, it all works out in the end for Chet's Pets, as they now tie things up 1-1. It's going to be Ambrosia on a little bit of a budget buy here, going aggressive, actually, just outside. Satellite finding a timing. Victor goes down.
Now, the rest of Ambrosia trying to get on top of it. Acreon nice and close to it, but the Paranoia is going to field him out on top of the Prowler. No extra presence there. Chet's Pets make it clear. They want mid.
The duelist for a duelist down just at the start of the round. Now the question is, where do Chet's Pets want to end? Based on the smoke direction here, they want to make sure that no one can really check if they are moving around, but still feels like it's as patient as ever. Minutes still left on the clock, so they've got time to make this decision here. Ambrosia, though, is going off of pure vibe energy alone. Expect an A-side hit.
And so Acreon will be left to take the damage of whoever steps into Mail. It's Giza. Confirms the 1. And with how close he was, Chet's Pets will go window shopping. Not finding anything here on tower. They think it's a good place to set up shop. Fully clear on the B site now.
30 seconds left.
T's crossed, I's dotted. And Ambrosia will have to go for the 3-man retake with the eco.
Spike plant.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Ambrosia. Yeah, at this point, like, you can just kind of toss those weapons away, deny anything to your opponents. But once again, like, they had the right read. The smoke goes down, blocking things off onto B heaven. Surely they must be rotating into A heaven. And so Ambrosia go to brace for impact, catch them on that rotation around. But instead, it's just Chet's Pets just really denying any information and then playing wherever they wanted to. So they move in onto B, more or less uncontested. And Ambrosia don't really have an answer at all. So they will be just backing off and getting ready to die as that spike continues to tick down. But Glyph and Welly are pretty far away. And now Giza finding that first kill might make this a little bit more difficult for that initial plan. Oh.
Well, yeah, still have to die in order to get those creds. So they'll just eat that rifle. But here for Ambrosia, the question is, how heavily do you want to play for these spaces that Chet's Pets is going to go for? They're very vocal about what they want to take, and they're willing to double, triple, quadruple down on util in order to get it. That mid creep, increasingly important to them as they understand how powerful Satellite can be if they let him wander there for too long, and that can happen really any round. That being said, Satellite will hold it down on B long for now with the help of Glyph. Now that everyone's got their guns, of course, you know Satellite's going to go for the operator.
That was kind of that glass cannon that really just, in my opinion, carried Icebox, made Victor's life an absolute misery, and Satellite just popping off. But we didn't get to see that sniper rifle very often because the way that Neon plays, you kind of have to hit him right head on. So that now that Satellite's got that super big sniper rifle in hand again, curious to see how Ambrosia are going to be playing around it, how they're going to set him up to make sure that the op finds some value at bare minimum.
Bring them down.
He's having to dodge that arc rose. It's being checked on B main. Chet's Pet's doing a great job of maintaining the holders here on B site. Now a Steel Guardian on mid.
Interesting.
Catches Acreon, but they're not going to push on top of the Toxic Orb. They're just going to plant Caillou here and then gun it to A. So great corral, but unfortunately not a great peek from Caillou. So 4 onto the A site here.
30 seconds left.
as Ambrosia will set up shop. Oh, and Marv is alone. Shondax catches him. Another really influential pick going into this round, where the post-plant fight is made a lot easier. Neural Theft will confirm everyone's position as well. No fear from Ambrosia walking into this. They just got to fight it right, and they can't initially. Acreon blinded away. Luckily, Satellite's got that operator, and he'll start to finally be able to use it. Ambrosia can just jump into the swings from there. 4 stay standing, and they'll make it 2-2.
And I gotta ask the question of why the Steel Guardian gets used on mid.
That was an odd one.
Yeah, I gotta wonder what's going on. Maybe it was just a little bit of a misclick or something going on, but still, you have to left click to activate that one, or spacing was weird. They wanted to move into heaven regardless, though. Doesn't find any value, and on top of that, too, Acreon's still alive in the midst of all of it and gets a kill, which is not how you wanted things to go. And at that point, too, like, Marv trying to play on those off angles, but this time Ambrosia, I mean, they're feeling nice and coordinated moving in. On top of that, Satellite carrying the operator forwards. Jetspets, they have to be careful as what they're moving into, because at this point, Ambrosia are only getting a little bit stronger as these rounds continue to move forwards.
Face your fear!
Yeah, you're going to start letting Satellite be able to just keep buying ops. Huge haunt to force Victor to make the call, and he'll actually get the kill on the entry, TP. That's massive. Welly, only good for 1 off the C's. And Jetspets have enough to take over the site. Their duelist is still active. They're trying to maybe goad out one more peeker before they get the spike down. Marv playing it ever so safe. A lot of backup
positioning
plans
here as well makes it just that much more difficult to move through, especially too as the wall will go up. So information given.
Got a lot of contingencies here for Jetspets. There's your first. Caillou crossfired by Giza, so he's only good for 1. Satellite creeps up. Colette on the up! Say it ain't so! Giza forced to step into the screen and gives his gun away. Unreal turnaround for Ambrosia. And it's 3-2 on the defense.
Oh my, oh my. I mean, I like the idea of getting set up there, you know? It should work in theory, and yet still it's Satellite. So aggressive with the operator, just walks in there and finds a 2-for-1, clearing out the site completely, forcing Giza's hand. Giza was kind of just poised as a little bit of a backup. You could tell Jetspets were really thinking that they should be able to win out that duel, and yet it all just falls apart with 1 old sniper rifle bullet. So Satellite will have the dimensional drift online. Victor, once again, struggling as we kind of play our duelist roulette in all 3 of these different maps. Victor's still trying to find an opportunity to come online. Dimensional drift now available as well on this little bit of a light buy coming through from Jetspets. And right now, Ambrosia, they're looking pretty good.
Trapwire is going to stop the Prowler, but Satellite's still going to get intimidated out. I mean, there was no flash, no trade, no nothing. He just walked in. He's an animal.
Who's next?
There's that drift. Victor sends in the decoy to get rid of the Trapwire, and will invade onto B through tower. Rest of Jetspets holding down the fight. Welly unchecked from the vents. Victor, it's on him to break open the space and grabs a gun, forces Satellite's hand, and dimensional drift. Sends out the decoy just to wall and stall. But the rest of Jetspets can get the fight going. Acreon from the tower grabs the 1.
Last player standing.
Acreon continuing to just have that overwhelming presence. Stoppers still ever present for Ambrosia, making it 4-2.
It's so interesting because it feels like some of these gunfights are just coming down to like not necessarily a good spacing of utility or where things are going. It's like both teams are caught with their pants down and they're not too sure what to do and just looking and trying to win out the gunfight. And it feels like defensive advantage is going towards Ambrosia more or less. Obviously, just kind of the dive down was fantastic, but like, look at this. It's just people peeking out, trying to find kills. No real like flashes or smokes being kind of set up in the midst of all of that dimensional drift chaos. And so yet again, and Satellite, very close angle here, looking for an opportunity.
And he'll find one. Not a full collat, but still deals some chip to Marv's along with getting rid of Victor with that off shot. And so Jetspets are already pretty stunted, but they'll army crawl onto A site now that it's cleared. Razorvine's doing a great job of walling out screens pretty consistently here, at least to get the spike down. But beyond that, tough ask for Giza to be able to frag consistently with the help of just this Arc Rose. Rest of Ambrosia creeping up from the vent. Already hopping up top. Spreading thin. Their doling of resources has worked out so well so far. No reason it shouldn't again, even against the guns. The health pool is still their way. Great paranoia from Marv to just play keep away. Maybe force a swing, but there's nothing there. Bao's just gonna hold it down. That's one down, and now you have reinforcements available. It should pile from there. Acreon, good flush to kill Bao, but there's simply no time at this stage. Remaining members of Ambrosia will call it a day, keep their peaks, see what else they can get on the way out, and give the round to Chet's Pets.
And that round specifically, like, I gotta call out Marv's paranoia that comes through. I mean, you call it keep away, I call it, hey, don't forget about me, kind of lurking around in your back line.
Yeah.
Because as soon as they realize where that paranoia comes from, you see Ambrosia hesitate for a second. They're no longer confident in being able to move in there because they know that Omen could sneak up on them at a single point. And so it kind of forces them forward, because if they don't get a move on, then suddenly you could have that dagger in your back, and that forces the error, allows Bao to find that pick. And so Chet's Pets right back into it, only one round below Ambrosia. This is going to be a Viper Spit deployed in middle, trying to play keep away of that valuable space here, as the Haunt gets a little bit of information, so they are at least aware that there is a flood coming in through A heaven.
TP in from Victor will prompt the Nightfall early on. Acreon attempting to find a chip with this Judge, and actually gets away with a couple of shots before ducking back behind the snake bite. Chet's Pets have been kind of sandwiched into tower for the time being, but with the smokes active, Victor is free to sort of just wander on forward and grab more space towards the backside. So Ambrosia can't really move either. It's a standstill until a member of Chet's Pets makes their move, goes for that opening kill. As the smoke dissipates, Satellite will walk forward, try to gain a little bit of that passive tower space back now that Victor is kind of stuck there on an island. Rest of Chet's Pets gonna reconsider, hop into the sewer. How many can Victor get? So much to check, potentially, when you know so much of Ambrosia's on your tail. But at this point, it's about making sure that they get cleanly onto this B site. Oh, well, he catches him. And Glyph all the way back in market is gonna calm this early. Oh, Chet's Pets will double back, actually. Recognizing how much of a macro read Ambrosia has on this, they're gonna try and play monkey in the middle, and they'll catch Acreon along the way. 15 seconds to go, though. This is gonna be tight as can be. And the Seize stops them for a moment. That's insane. Haunt as well. 9 seconds, and Shondex is still on the site. Marv tries to plant inside. Caillou breaks it down. Glyph attempted spray through, but the spike will still get planted. Nightfall and Viper's Pit to try to secure the site. And Marv extends on top of the screen to catch Glyph, reset the site. Satellite caught! Shorty gets the kill, now the up on site. Caillou can re-clear heaven. It's the 1v2, so Satellite has to abandon the op. Picks up the Vandal, enters onto the pit, caught by Caillou already. And they should have enough util to deal with this. The double swing is good. And Chet's Pets tie us up at 4.
What? What was that round? It feels like maybe Chet's Pets were out braining themselves there as they decide, like, hey, you know what's a good idea? We got no time, let's double back. And then it's just like you see the C's come through from Welly, just stops them in place. You can see all their little silhouettes like, please let me free. I need to go, I need to get this spike down. And in the midst of all of this, Glyph just whiffing a little bit, prevents it from happening, allowing Chet's Pets the opportunity that they needed to get that down. It looked like they were building the boat as they were sailing it, but somehow Chet's Pets come out on top in the midst of all that chaos and only use a couple of ultimates to make sure that it is a secure round. Ambrosia, now their economy has been broken over their own backs, as they're going to try and start to pull things back towards their favor. We see that Victor does have that outlaw. Satellite opting for just a Bucky this time, and a lot of sheriffs on hand. All eyes for me are on Shondex because we've seen some disgusting headshots come through.
Yeah. Chet's Pets hasn't lent too much out to this first day breakout. It's more been about taking events. So if Shondex could get a free pick after seeing these guns, could be integral to netting Ambrosia further advantage. The Prowler does make the climb to confirm that at least one is still here. Jets Pet's taking their sweet time waiting to see if anybody from Ambrosia gets antsy. Hello. In we go. Shondex still walled out. Not dead. And they'll take vents instead again. Just far more confident in this. They'd rather not have to spend 1 million blinds. Well, here we go again. Snaking through. Ambrosia's going to be far more ready for it this time. Of course, they have worse guns, but Satellite has got a Bucky. Big drop down. Good damage you can do all at once. And yeah, Satellite's missed his window. 7 seconds left, to be fair. Good God.
One enemy remaining.
I think at this point, Shondex is just going to be backing off this one. A 1v5, Sheriff in hand. Apparently, Chet's Pets reaching into the diamonds are made under pressure strategy. 2 rounds in a row now. Decide to go for a mid-round pivot. Not that much time left standing. Brute forcing their way onto site. And somehow they keep on getting away with it. It's going to be Shondex finding Victor's head in the midst of it, but Marv able to find the cleanup as well. As Chet's Pets, they now take the lead, but Penrek, I'm not going to lie. I don't think that Chet's Pets can continue to do these mid-round turnarounds on any of these sites because it's getting a little bit too close to comfort. And all it takes is Ambrosia finding a single kill, the right kill, and then suddenly the plant doesn't even happen, regardless on the fact that Chet's Pets take over the site.
Seeing a lot of options for Chet's Pets in these last couple rounds of the half. It's clear they want to try and play this field. And as long as they don't let Ambrosia get a high ground on them for too long, vantage-wise, they've done pretty okay. They've managed to avoid all of these weak points, just double down on where they fare best around mid, take the fights from there. The flowchart is active, but can it net you a lead exiting this half? That's such a tough thing about attack on split, is that Ambrosia is still able to play into this stoicism that has netted them a lot of these free first bloods when Chet's Pets get a little too crazy. If they can just, again, hold it down, intercept now that they have those guns available to actually play, macro-wise, Ambrosia does have their finger on the pulse. Entirely possible for them to take this to a 7-5 half themselves.
And it's on top of that too, like using the timeout here, knowing that it's been a little bit overcooked coming from Chet's Pets of, oh my goodness, we're deciding to turn things around here. This might be the opportunity for Ambrosia really to stabilize. Dimensional Drift already online, Welly getting scouted out, but able to escape. Glyph's position given away as well.
Oh, Satellite's just gonna walk out with this operator, gets punished. Welly though, still holding on the site. And so is Glyph. TP's back and Bao's already crept up. Chet's Pets have taken so much of this space on A, and it's undeniable. Shondex the only one standing already. Chet's Pets set a blowtorch to A that point. And A main is their streak of choice for it as well. They conditioned the vent take long enough to make that aggression worth it. And the guns will get reset again.
Yeah, just like, yeah, surely you're going to reinforce fence because you know that we love moving around there, but it's just a full site flood, and now Shondex just running for the hills, has the operator in hand, so we'll just try and keep that one active as the cyber trap will be deployed. Finds a nice little headshot on a bow. Still able to escape in the midst of all of this, but gates are very quickly closing. Shondex really trying to keep it alive, and now we'll do the wraparound here. Giza coming from behind, and finally Shondex gets put down as that is going to be Satellite no longer able to afford the operator, which once again has been instrumental in stringing together some of these Ambrosia rounds. So a huge bonus for Chet's Pets to make sure to slap that rifle out of the enemy's hands, and it's going to be a full eco buy coming through for Ambrosia as it's really feeling like this half is starting to slip away from them, Tenrek.
Ambrosia is going to fully relegate themselves again this round. Couldn't agree more. Feels like Chet's Pets really have a handle on how to get things done here. Just lurching forward, taking over, starting to win these fights so much more consistently. That seniority showing. Camera is going to catch this heavy activity on B main quite early. Victor already TP'd on, though. Akrian does have the Stinger, so could get a little something done, but Victor is just going to blind himself in and go on a raid boss run. Rest of Jets Pets can't extend too much farther than that. Having some trouble on the link fight, but this gun diff should ring through enough for Jets Pets to easily take the rest of this round. Stuck on Spike. Hey, buddy. Glyph gets away with a Vandal. Quickly stopped, though. And that'll do it. Caillou, stick a couple more on the board for him. Jets Pets up to 7.
It's looking clean from them. And once again, focusing in on that Yoru to Yoru head-to-head, the duelist head-to-head between Ambrosia and Chet's Pets. Satellite, so much of a higher preference of playing those long-range angles. We've seen this operator do disgusting things, but generally speaking, wants to be pushed back, holding long sight lines, whereas Victor, so confident at moving in, and there's so much utility to really support the Yoru in just taking over the site. Whether or not it's that flash, whether or not it's that seize, it all lines up perfectly to allow the Yoru to go in for close range combat. And that is really where Victor has been thriving. This time it's dual operators coming in from the side of Chet's Pets. It's going to be Marv and Victor, dynamic duo with 2 operators in hand. Satellite already down to 17 HP. With an operator, but still able to find one.
He still peeks it. He just doesn't care.
Portal closed.
I think Victor may have just wanted a different op skin, so Marv was like, here, I'll give you options. Because, yeah, he's picked up that rifle and is just going to hold this steady. Yet again, though, Vence is not given enough attention. And Glyph is able to get a paranoia to wall himself out. Continue to fight with Caillou a little bit. Okay. Victor gets inside, but doesn't stay for long. Glyph wobbles around it, does a little distraction dance. Jams his cartridge? I don't know.
Remember how I said that Victor was better with a close range weapon compared to the long one? That round kind of solidified that. Obviously, a little bit of awkward timing coming through.
Just a little bit.
Still, it works out perfectly. And now at this point, Bao in a 1v4. Sure, all the expensive weaponry in the world, but if you can't find the timings or place to use it, then means almost nothing.
Yeah, easily dealt with there. Unfortunate fight taken in mid again. Ambrosia finding control of what was one of their stronger areas in the tail end of that half. To continue to remind us that they absolutely still have a stake in this match after a streak that we just saw from Chet's Pets and the map we saw before that. It's easy to forget. But now back on this pistol, switching over to the attack. It is going to be a world of hurt lurk-wise for Chet's Pets. If they can't check like they haven't been a lot of these rounds, oh geez, then Shondex and Satellite are going to have a hell of a time for the next 12 rounds.
It almost feels bad to watch that clip because at the same time, you know that Glyph was like, what the heck are you doing here?
Right.
Precise gunplay, Valorant. Yeah, but still, we're swapping over now. It's going to be 7-5. Chet's Pets still a 2-round lead here. Let's see if they're able to scoop up the pistol, solidify their lead. Otherwise, Ambrosia have a real opportunity to tie things up. As a reminder, this is an elimination match. We're already in map 3. So whoever takes this map will be able to move forward and get more of those points, which are also important at the end of Challengers.
Yeah, winning this match would now be an extra 5. It would be a 5 that would give Chet's Pets another step up in their second place that they currently hold. Shondex opening pick onto Victor. Bao holding close on the ramp. About to get pinched from the vents, so Bao will no doubt make his push, and he does. Catches Shondex. Akrian given another attempt, and he gets it. And Caillou immediately stepping into the storm. Quick 2v4. Giza gets away with the 1, turns into Satellite, misses, but grabs the Ghost, has an Arc Rose to play with. Full reset, Paranoia, and it's going to be a spray war that Marv is able to get through. 4 straight onto Giza, and Akrian has the far angle to deal the remaining damage. And Ambrosia win another pistol.
Yeah, and now we're in that territory where Ambrosia really can tie this one up here. A little bit of a gap in the smoke that was placed, allowing for an excellent angle from Akrian to just make sure that Marv couldn't get away with anything more. It was a little bit uncomfortable. An excellent paranoia, actually, from Marv. Should have been able to secure just a little bit more, but given the fact that Marv looks the wrong way, unsure of where the other people are, given the lack of information, allows for that opening to just come out perfectly. Ambrosia now. Better weaponry. Looking for an opportunity to do a little bit of damage. We're going to be seeing 2 Bulldogs, and Satellite is going to be bringing just a Marshal into this one. Given the fact that nobody on Chet's Pets have bought up that armor, that Marshal is just as deadly as the Operator. So you know we're going to be seeing Satellite looking for those opportunities to find those easy sniper kills. The question that I have, though, is how they're planning on entering if they are going to use Satellite playing from long distances.
They might just have him gold gun it, run it down into backside, and just start left clicking.
No scope.
I wouldn't put it past him, but they'll double back over after Shondex has, as always, done a stupid amount of work on the lurk. You're up A main. This is just his home. Deals all the chip in the world to Marv, doesn't take a lick of damage, and forces his TP back down now that Ramps has been passively taken. A stack has been sold. Chet's Pets made the gamble and they lost it. So Marv has got to intercept solo. That doesn't do it too well. Sundiff definitely going to pierce through on a round like this. Shondex does not catch an extra while hiding out in the smoke up in heaven, so it's got to be from the low ground that Ambrosia finalized here. So Chet's Pets do have a bit of time, do have a bit of space to work with. Edge this out.
Cover going out.
First peek down. Second run. Nothing there. Easy invade from there. Ambrosia should be able to just run it down. And clean house here. We'll just send Akrian in because he didn't buy.
Toxins going up.
I'll grab one. But that will do it. Easy setup, easy knockdown for Ambrosia. They control the site. They control the game.
Yep, and it's all tied up now, so great round coming in from them. And I love their utility usage, moving in onto the site. Marv trying to play in all of these tricky angles, but the due diligence is there. You can tell things get put into place to really flush out that Omen, and there's just an overwhelming amount of utility, so Marv has to reposition, has to move out of sight, and immediately gets gunned down. So great job from Ambrosia. They're just kind of sticking to the game plan here and using their utility as they definitely have practiced to make that round look almost easy. So this time, Chet's Pets, they've got the rifles in their hand. They're hoping for an opportunity. Satellite dropping the sniper rifle in favor of the Bulldog. Still is a threat, especially at those long distance. That 3 burst can do a lot of damage, especially if those bullets find your head. It's going to be an aggressive push here. Satellite still comes out on top.
And he gets to TP out. Go for the fight with Shondex to play with Caillou, and then they get the C's on the bow as well. That'll force him to stay here and have support. So Ambrosia can start to pressure B-side a little bit more now. Already a great start to the bonus. Mid presence is insane now, but Chet's Pet's ready to swing it. Might do a drive. They will. Bow only one. Marv's only one. Ambrosia win the stack war.
The spike.
2 standing, and your lurker's still up as well.
It's going to be tough. Caillou does have utility, but look at Shondex's position. Feels like Caillou knows, but has no option except forwards here. Haunt available at a moment's notice, but still, this is asking for a lot from this Fade player.
Where are you?
Go ahead and give himself away. Clear out backside. Such a great smoke to work with, but Caillou just might work with it better. Great opening shot. Does sense the presence from tower as well, but it's not going to be swung on until he goes on the spike. And Glyph can just spray through. Ambrosia have too much setup at this point, and they'll swipe away the bonus almost effortlessly.
Yeah, it looked really clean coming in from Ambrosia. Now Chet's Pets, they're not in the lead anymore. And this is looking good for Ambrosia. Just a couple of excellent timings coming through on the attack, making sure that they're able to secure the round. Look at this trade going in here. It's so deadly, but just the rifles coming through. Glyph somehow with the Bulldog, able to make the most out of it. At that range, it doesn't matter which weapon you have. The Bulldog will do just fine. Now it's down to a little bit of a scurried buy coming in from CPS. Looking at Marv, looking at Giza. Have those stingers in hand here. Able to somehow dodge the Prowler as well. So that advanced positioning is still not given up. And it's in those close range quarters that the Stinger can do maximum damage. And yeah, look at this. Marv now spotted out. A lot of utility gets tossed in as well to try and flush that Omen out, but he'll be able to escape and smoke it off.
Just have to use the paranoia on his way back out, and then he'll just go right back to that choke. At least for now, until noise is made elsewhere. There's been a smoke tossed into vents, and Shondex doing Shondex things. Catching on A main lurks. Overwhelming presence on that half of the map, and so CPS just have to delve right back into the stack gamble, which will be correct, but still gun diffed. That clears. Satellite on the Outlaw, good for the one even.
One enemy remaining.
Full clear on B main here, and it'll be another trivial round for Ambrosia. They can take their sweet time with this. Caillou, yeah, terrified of Shondex. Why wouldn't you be?
That's good reason why. Somehow able to find the kill. Once again, it's down to these kind of clashes where it's just like a 3-stack against a 3-stack. Except somehow Ambrosia always comes out on top of that team fight. Obviously, like, I think the weaponry wasn't as good for CPS that time, but still, like in the previous round, whereas a Bulldog that came out on top, despite all the weapons that had happened, it feels like, I don't know if this is just purely because Ambrosia have been playing together a little bit longer, but they're like, you get left, I get right, I'll get middle. Okay, cool. And break. Versus CPS, they're all spraying in the same direction, and as a result, they're unable to take everybody down. And Ambrosia now pretty securely in the lead, I would like to say. We do see a timeout being called by CPS, kind of mitigate some of this wound, stop the bleeding at the source potentially before it gets a little bit too terrible. Because once again, this is an elimination match, and Ambrosia are really looking at sending these former Tier 1 players home.
And I mean, talking about, you know, how far they've come this split, despite Marv and Giza being absolutely incredible players, it really can't be overstated how much of a gap there is to fill with Okeanos and Sato leaving this team coming into the playoffs. It's been just, you know, minimal practice time, and just finding these new team comps and chemistries and roles on, you know, a moment's notice, and now Orglis as well. It's been a tough backslide for such an amazing roster, apart from the parts that are no longer on it. So really would like to see them continue to play a huge role here in North American Challengers. Of course, Ambrosia looking to stop this part of the road early, and Satellite with that dimensional drift and Bucky are gonna just hole up on Link, force CPS to play the waiting game. They'll just walk right in, why not? Marv actually does get away with one before he gets shut down, so that'll confirm the shotgun still. But the Viper's Pit being set up here on the B site, that is all but Ambrosia's. I mean, it already looks like a wash, doesn't it?
Okay, you see Victor immediately just like, oh my goodness me. Has that operator in hand, now there's a Viper's Pit up, it can't see a thing. That's so hard, a Satellite still with the judge inside of the pit.
Looking for red. And he'll find it when Bao steps in. Shondex coming around. Victor does get away with one outside of the garage, and Caillou is creeped up on top of the spike, so they might be able to go for a little silly play, but no, it's Satellite that gets 3 kills on the Bucky, or the judge, excuse me, and holds down a 10th round for Ambrosia.
Oh man,
that was a great attempt though.
Yeah, like, it's so painful to watch because on top of that too, like at that range, the shotgun should not kill you. But given the fact that the Viper's Pit had decayed Caillou to be so low HP, yeah, I mean, the judge is going to be just fine. And look at this, like the protocols coming in from Ambrosia are so darn good. You can tell that it is actually like CPS, they're just purely going on intuition, purely trying to retake things, and it's kind of working out well for them just off their game sense alone. But at the end of the day, it feels like the strategies are coming through for Ambrosia. These strats that they're kind of pulling out are a little bit more smart in shutting down a lot of that utility. I mean, Victor bought that operator and got 0 value out of it last round. And that's just a little bit of smart utility, a smart ultimate placement as well, making a little bit of a scuffed buy, one that works out.
It'll stay scuffed. Satellite still on this outlaw, but it's enough against the eco here from Chet's Pets. Swift body shot onto Marv. Then yet again, Chet's Pets are without smokes, save for just the Viper for the intercept. Ambrosia understand that Chet's Pets are going to try and play a lot more preventative. They understand how much weaker their retake is now. But with the neural theft, Ambrosia fully confirmed that Chet's Pets are ready for this. So everybody will double back over to B site. Shondex has gotten ahead of the curve, though. The Sheer has given them that information, but Shondex doesn't care.
One enemy remaining.
Easy 2-piece. Make it 3. And Ambrosia clean up from there. 2 rounds out from taking the match and moving on to the top 6. Ambrosia continue to impress this stage with a 6 consecutive round streak on the attack.
Oh man, and of course, like you say, and Shondux doesn't care. But when you're shooting as well as he is, yeah, you know what? You're not gonna care when you go through there. You're ready to just kind of pop out around the corner and find 2 easy kills, make it a 3rd, just the game sense once again coming alive. The rest of the squad wasn't even there. Just going for it, so smart as to where the people from Chet's Pets are going to be peeking out. And now this is looking done and dusted. Victor once again going for the operator this time. Trying to find something. Thankfully, there is no Viper's Pit available on this round for Ambrosia. A lot of that wall potential just kind of shut down here as Ambrosia, they take their time. It has been pretty popular, that B site over there, but looks like Ambrosia might have a different idea this time. They're going to be walking right into Giza. A lot of utilities set up here to prevent this hit, but if they move in here, I'm pretty sure they should be able to overpower this one.
Akrian waiting for Victor to creep up. He's got this operator. Bao waiting in front of the screen. Dodges the blind. Unfazed by the peek in from the Sheer. And it'll be a 5v4. Another step out for Bao. Another kill for Bao. Another step out for Bao. And now support is here. Victor's off is even going to get in on the action. And it's a stall long enough to get the rest of the cavalry here and able to fight.
30 seconds left.
Now Chet's Pets, they have an opportunity for themselves to slowly pull themselves up, one hand at a time, as Caillou secures that final kill, but it is Bao who really locks down that top part there. Just on the Viper's wall alone, you see Ambrosia are kind of testing the waters, and they get met with pure aggression from the Viper. Bao just shutting any opportunity they had down, and you know, if you are Ambrosia, after that round, you have to ask, are we going to try again? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. They do have a little bit of room for error here, but once again, it's just a good holding at the front door for Chet's Pets, and you see that the stall utility comes through as well to make sure that the rest of the team can swing back around. As this time around, Satellite back with the operator in hand. 3 ultimates available for Chet's Pets. If they're able to do this, they could hurt the economy of Ambrosia yet again. Ambrosia still will have enough to buy up 1 more round. But I don't know if I can say the same for Chet's Pets currently.
So much less room for error. And that's why Bao is being as precise as he is. Another step out, another kill on Welly, and the spike is stranded. So now it's about the other implants, and Shondex would be the next target. That Sheer dealt with. Now Ambrosia, once again, knocking on that front door. Looking for a way in. Satellite, operator peek onto Giza. It's razor sharp, razor thin. But Ambrosia still can't cut through. Now it'll be ramps again. Will it be a gun to mid? Chet's Pets are heavily set up on the outskirts of A. Extension through heaven first.
30 seconds left.
Fake TP out from Satellite, who has handed that operator over to Glyph. Satellite understands that he needs to be active if they choose to fight it. 20 seconds to go, they'll have to. First drop down on top of the arc rows. Satellite the first in. furthest in as well. Nightfall immediately on top, and the Vipers pick to boot. Chet's Pets are committed to securing this round, and they look like they have enough to. Satellite turns into Bao! Giza with the collat though! And saves face for Chet's Pets, prevents this from getting too crazy.
Move in after I strike. Ambrosia really looking at Chet's Pets and being like, remember those couple of rounds where you were like almost running out of time and then you just kind of ran down a site and then somehow were able to win? We're gonna try that one. But you can't fool the master of that. Chet's Pets, they're ready for it. And honestly, excellent usage of that Viper's Pit. It slows them down just enough, cuts off some of those sight lines, forces Ambrosia to get active on that site. They can't just kind of sit back any longer because they know that Bao is just going to hang out there. And unless they go in for it, Bao is never going to show his face outside of the Viper's Pit. And it's in the midst of all of that chaos that we see Chet's Pets come alive. They're able to find the kills. It's a bit of a scramble for Ambrosia. It feels like they're not used to that level of pacing, and especially too when their backs are against the wall, they aren't coming out as well as Chet's Pets do. So a timeout being called now. Ambrosia feeling the heat a little bit as Chet's Pets are only 2 rounds away from potentially tying up this map number 3. Economy still available enough for Ambrosia to scrape together a little bit of a buy, but they are really starting to cut it close. If they lose this round, then Chet's Pets will have broken the Ambrosia economy.
Yeah, this would be the huge step ladder that Chet's Pets need to claw their way back into this map and match. Victor with the operator, no doubt the shorty on top of the dimensional drift to be able to go for the easy retakes. And so it's about early denial for now. How much can you get done in the pre-plant? How far can Ambrosia go before Chet's Pets get wise?
Who's next?
An early clone from Satellite gets rid of that shear up the ramps. But it'll be a mid-crunch from B with the help of that dimensional drift. That is followed face-to-face by Victor. Chet's Pets fully vocalizing that they will be here and ready to fight you. But Smoke's shrouding a lot of those sight lines. Satellite caught by the haunt, but can he be pressed on? Not just yet, as the rest of the B main push is solid. Chet's Pets on the drop down though, and Victor can now get active. 2 on that operator with the supporting fire from the rest of the team. And Shondex is the only one standing. 1v4, a 4th done already. But Victor holding onto a Cypher with that operator. Misses the shot. Shondex gets another chance. Cage is in. Make sure to cross the tower. No sight line is safe, but he's got to just deal with what he's got. One more trap wire, one more step out, one more chance for Victor to get a 3rd, and for Chet's Pets to get a 10th. They are completely back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of crazy there. We see that it's like 6 rounds in a row for Ambrosia on this attack, looking so good. And yet somehow Chet's Pets are doing a fantastic job at just spacing them out a little bit. It feels like now Ambrosia are caught out with their pants down, and Chet's Pets, they've got their players in the right positions. When it comes down to just those raw gunfights, they're able to find it. Victor having massive value that time, just watching over from B Heaven. Operator in hand, doesn't miss a shot. Makes it so punishing, and sure, Satellite goes for that scout out. Satellite claims so much space, but at the end of the day, there was not much space to claim at all because Chet's Pets have more or less given it up. Victor, though, shut down. Sniper rifle slapped out of his hands by Satellite. A crisp headshot to start things out. Ambrosia
angle.
Desperately looking to pull a round back. Look at their weaponry here, Tenrek. It is not looking good for this team.
Give me a corpse. Where is everyone hiding?
Shondex will creep up for the neural theft.
Face your fear!
The Nightfall will get utilized. Ambrosia fully committing to winning this round and turning the tables, but Marved, unstoppable on the sight hold. No one dares try to peek him. And now the cavalry is once again here. Chet's Pets get away with this round with 4 still standing. Looking dire for a moment, losing the operator, but they can buy it back here and hold it down.
Wow, Marved once again on that off angle. Set up to be traded off, be used as bait, and still somehow in the Nightfall can't hear anything. Able to find 2 kills, shutting down the complete offense of Ambrosia. And of course as well, excellent blinds coming through to make sure that they can't see anything. And of course, there is the weaponry disadvantage, but still, the value of Marv being able to just stand still, get all those kills, feel nice and warmed up, especially as we're tied up 11-11, cannot be understated.
Such a crucial point. That's no doubt a confidence booster for Chet's Pets. So is that from Victor, chipping away at Acreon and getting away with just a little bit of damage done to him. Dimensional Drift still in the pocket as well. Chet's Pets have a lot of ways to find agency in a map that Ambrosia continuously go for these inserts. Shondex here on A main, Satellite inserted in advance. They've already gained a hell of a lot of space. What do they do with it though? They can't extend. They can't util dump anywhere. They can't even guarantee mail after that Haunt's tossed. They have to still fully clear this, but it's gotta be quick. And the C is a great stall tool to get Victor into the right spot to intercept. And there goes that Yoru ultimate to guarantee that this cannot be where Ambrosia push. It's gotta be into A.
And all the information is given away right now. Victor scouting out everything. Actually goes through, Shorty in hand, able to find Acreon in the midst.
Steel Garden called in from Giza as well to guarantee this fight even harder for Chet's Pets. But Ambrosia can stall out, and the angles are closely held here for Chet's Pets. Not a lot of space gained, and the rest of the cavalry is still taking a moment to get here. Shondex for 2 on the triple swing. Now it's a 3v2 as the site is completely Ambrosia's. Spike has enough time to get planted. Welly onto Marv, and the game is once again turned back on its head. Was it a fake comeback all along? Chet's Pets lose their grip on the A site and just might by extension the match.
I am at a loss of words right now. Shondex, once again, just like, no, we're not losing this match. Runs in, Vandal in hand. This is the Cypher, for goodness sake. Just in the back of the site, finds so much value, shutting it down, allowing the rest of Ambrosia to move in safely and get the spike down there. Time crunched as ever, and still Ambrosia come out on top. One more round in order to secure their next spot in playoffs. But Chet's Pets, they just need one round themselves. And they've got more than enough money to buy Victor that operator yet again. Force out that OT. This one ain't over just quite yet. It's close, but only one team can come out on top.
Welly poking around mid. Toxic Orb up on the A entry. Blind in, forces Marved out. Ambrosia don't contribute much. Victor misses the op shot! And Ambrosia take over. TP up from Glyph. They're going for overindulgence in this space on top of his smoke. Spike easily planted. And Chet's Pets walled away. Active snake bite to force away Satellite. Get the Pets back in. Re-up on the smoking tower though, so it's fragmented. And everyone's watching the drop! Ambrosia stormed through! They fought gods and won in the Swiss stage, but this time, today, they have truly felled a giant. And they'll make the top 6 in Split 2.
Big congratulations to Ambrosia. Like the desk highlighted, as time has gone on, they look like they are getting better and better. And yet still they go up against Chet's Pets, the former M80 squad, of course, undergoing a couple of changes, bringing in Giza, bringing in Marv in the midst of all of it. And still it is not enough to stop Ambrosia from winning that one out. So much to talk about from how Ambrosia were playing on this map. Of course, they were really looking like they were letting this map slip away from them towards the second half there. But then they just kind of took that time out, calmed themselves down, and executed on the way that they knew that was going to be comfortable. And it did seem like Chet's Pets did have a good read on them. When Chet's Pets knew exactly what Ambrosia wanted to do, it felt like there were so many of these awkward moments, like all of the utility from Ambrosia gets utilized in the middle, and then they're just kind of stuck and they don't really know what to do. Chet's Pets did a fantastic job reading them, but given how new the squad is, it just comes down to a little bit more of that coordination and experience coming in from Ambrosia, playing together for so darn long that they're able to come out on top, felling 2 former Tier 1 players yet again.
It's finally starting to come together for this team. Time after time, they are proving themselves, and they will continue to. They don't just want to catch up in points. They don't just want to be in the conversation. They want to be at the top, and Ambrosia's one step closer to it. We'll talk about it a little more in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
a lot of these people would really like to give up and they didn't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one.
Oh!
It was almost the comeback. It was almost the overtime, but Ambrosia put a stop to that. 13-11 to take the final map in the series and eliminate Chet Pets from the Stage 2 playoffs. Roy, this Ambrosia squad, they have seen the lowest of lows with the promo relegation tournament. They glowed up throughout Stage 2, and here they are eliminating a big threat in the tournament. What a run they've had so far.
Oh my God, it's actually insane. I think they're proving every single day, every single match that they actually belong at this level. Like, it's not a fluke. It's not like some kind of miracle run. Like, they're genuinely such a good team. Like the way they play together, their reactions as a unit. There's just so many levels of Valorant that this team is doing well outside of like obviously individual performances and hero plays. Like just overall team play Valorant, this team is top notch and they're not fluking their wins, guys. This is legitimate good Valorant that they're playing.
Yeah, they play really well, especially around this map. We talked about the compositions early on, the just slight differences between the Sentinels, but I really like the way that Ambrosia was playing towards the mid, going from mid to that A side for that side hit, doing it in a few of those rounds that it ended up catching the side of Chet's Pets a little bit off guard, or even if you're kind of ready for it, you don't have the numbers advantage into side as they're going for that hit. So there were some really cool ideas coming into it, and yeah, as Rory was saying, it's a team that is just not, it's not a one-time thing, it's not a lucky situation, lucky match. They've now won against Chet's Pets, or you know, if you want to name them what they were before, M80, 2 times, and the first time was the first time that the first changes were brought in, right, with Victor and with Chet, and we were kind of worried because it was it felt like it was more of an M80 loss, but now Ambrosia is showing us that no, it's not an M80 loss, it's not a Chet Spitz loss, and then it's an Ambrosia win with the work that they've been putting into these maps, including this one that was into that rematch, and just the growth that they've had is really impressive. If you're gonna have one team to go into that underdog, into that Cinderella story for this playoffs, it has to be Ambrosia.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I do want to touch on one thing though, and it's Ambrosia's like their early success. I feel like, you know, shout out to Satellite for that as well. Like he's been such a phenomenal piece when it comes to these like first bloods and these opening battles. He seems to be so successful in those situations, which allows the team to kind of unfold and play to their true strength, which is those late rounds. Like they're so good at maneuvering the late rounds. I feel like that is like the hardest part of Valorant, right? Like there's really no laws of the jungle in that area, in that phase of the round. It's just all intuitive. There's like some kind of structural things you can do, but ultimately there's a lot of like chaos management and a lot of like the stuff that does not come naturally. These teams just looks so fluid for Ambrosia, and they seem to manage it very well almost every single time. And just like their appetite for risk and their appetite for discipline as well at the same time is could not be understated, honestly.
And to be able to see the step up from Satellite after, I mean, he was even just posting on Twitter that he cut on his eye during that first series, and then today feeling a bit better. Yeah, I just saw it now. It's crazy. But then to be able to feel better and then have a big step up when it's so needed for the team. Satellite has been such a bright piece. And being able to shut down, like, Dan, these members of Chet's Pets. I mean, Caillou has been someone who's been popping off, really deserves their praise throughout the series. I know elimination, but like Caillou, like such a bright future ahead.
Caillou was doing so much into this whole series. I feel like he was trying to make those unwinnable situation, unwinnable numbers disadvantage winnable, but it was just very, very tough. Ambrosia just had their number into the second half, going from the pistol to once again converting the bonus, kind of going on a row, getting that momentum towards the end. And that's what really made all the difference. Even if you see those 4 rounds that happen for Chet's Pets, where you think, oh, this might go to overtime, this might be actually a comeback. Ambrosia, it just seems like they were one step ahead, even when they were struggling, even when they were going into the second half and it was very even between the two. There was always a bigger plan, it seems like, into these rounds to close it out. So, I mean, it is crazy to think about because Chet's Pets are all M80. They were the second place in stage 1, losing to Shopify Rebellion. And now you don't have Shopify Rebellion because they didn't even make it to playoffs. And you have Chet's Pets or M80 eliminated. So you have the number 1 and number 2 seeds of our playoffs of stage 1 eliminated very, very early on. And that's not something that we ever imagined could be possible.
It is crazy. And I think that makes us have to have that conversation and redefine like the success and what defines those great players here in Challengers and what it takes to be a great team. And I want to highlight another player we haven't really gotten to talk about too much as of right now, but really highlighted going into the series and beforehand, and talk about Shondex, because Shondex had a light out series last time, even though it was a loss to send them into the lower bracket. And Roy, we got to see that same level of consistency in today, and I'm surely without this player putting up this performance, we would be having a very different conversation right now.
Yeah, I mean, Satellite had a phenomenal series when it came to just overall kills, overall like first bloods. He did a phenomenal job at that. But when it comes to just like the overall impact and just like a consistent throughput of value for the team, I feel like Shondex is just a beast. Like, call me crazy. Maybe I'm getting old or something, I swear. But I don't remember talking a lot about Shondex in Split 1 or even like the beginning of Split 2. Like, he was not, like, obviously we kind of mentioned him here and there when he was having like pop-off moments. But, you know, we didn't really think he'd be consistently be performing at the level that he is now. Like, this Shondex that we're seeing right now is a completely different animal. Like, this guy's a beast, guys. He's popping off. He's putting up numbers. He's defending sites by himself. He's finding gaps. He's like, has perfect lurk timings. It feels like he never misplays his positions. Like, his general IQ for the game and his overall ability and like balance with mechanics and just all of that combined just makes his player such a key, critical piece for this roster.
And to see that step up when it's the most important for the team has got to be the greatest part of it. So that has been so nice for that team of Ambrosia. And I'm excited to see them continue that run along into the lower bracket. And I'm always excited to see an appearance from Dan's Cats, of course. But we're going to have to put that to a side. Cat, you're so cute. But we have none other than Shondex on the line now for our post-match interview. So we have to go get some words from the GOAT himself. Congratulations. Insane series. Almost gets to overtime on that map 3, but you're still alive, still going on in this lower bracket in the playoffs. How does it feel, Shondex?
I mean, it feels amazing. Honestly, after we lost to Burger Boys, we were like all down, we were like all sudden. But this one, like, it made us like happy, you know, like it means a lot to us. Like, it's a big win.
Glad to hear. And I love like everything the team's been through, but you guys still being able to put up these performances. And I want to talk about your performance, not just throughout the series, but critical moments here when we're looking at this map of Split. We're looking at around 23 and you just popping off to stop the bleeding, get Ambrosia into match point. Like, is at that point you're just like fired up, like we need to end this, the comm's going crazy? Is that just a decision off timeout? Like, what's happening?
I was working towards the end, so I was like, I'm just gonna make a hero play and then hopefully it just works out. And I just worked out and I just got a 3k to give us like a match point. It's just all that.
What a great step up in that moment. And now I want to talk a little bit about how you view Ambrosia just kind of going on within this playoffs run, because obviously we have a lot of really strong teams here, but the fight that you guys have been able to put up, your qualification into Stage 2 playoffs, like, you're not a team to be underestimated.
Yeah, I think we're really confident that we're going to make a deep run. Like, we're like not scared of any teams, honestly. Like, I think we can beat any teams in this region. So
I love to hear that confidence. And I want to know your opinion too. We talked a lot at the desk of just the performance you've been able to have throughout this playoffs. Like, you've been a great player, but like, you've just been a cut above right now. Like, what's going on? Something different in the water, a different routine? Like, what's happening, Sean?
I'm not gonna lie, on Swiss stage, I was really struggling because I just joined Ambrosia. I was like, you know, finding what works for me or not. And then I want to say it's like a little bit of confidence as well. I was like, in playoffs, I was just going to like take more fights, take more timings. Like, I said that to myself and I just like working out for me. So
I love to see that. And it has been working out. Like, I'm so excited to see more of Ambrosia play and be able to see that step up from you. And last but not least, I know you said that you have the confidence that you guys can go up and compete against these teams. Do you have any words for those Ambrosia doubters out there that are still maybe doubting the capabilities after everything you guys have proved?
All I'm going to say is just keep doubting us. We're just going to beat your favorite team.
I love it. Shondex, congrats on this win.
Thank
Best
you.
of luck going forward. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, back over to the desk. Hey, the team that's going to beat your favorite team. I love to hear it. I love to hear the confidence. And I mean, honestly, Roy, a confidence that's deserved at this point too for the team, but Shondex especially. Like, being able to see the glow up has been really impressive. So I'm excited to see the run going on forward.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's really easy to lose track of the fact that these are honestly just really young players. They don't have an insane level of experience that some of these other players have in the league, right? So like whenever they have these like amazing wins against a lot of these top teams, it's almost like a self-actualization where they're like, wait, I'm actually good. Like I'm not just delusional, and it just like gives them this like level of confidence that they can play at a top level. And it's just beautiful to see them like just coming to that realization and just like really stepping up in very key moments for their team.
And I love the confidence, but it is still going to be a tough road ahead, pulling up the bracket and talking about the journey. I mean, obviously, we eliminated 2 giants of challengers. Hubert Academy and former M80 are gone.
Wow.
So that
Insane.
is crazy stuff. And SRB never made it to playoffs. That is crazy. But Dan, this is then going to be really interesting because this is where we still in that upper bracket have other of these front runners in Envy and TSM that are still leading the charge. But this lower bracket, when to YFP and Ambrosia that are able to step up in the fashion they did today, like you can't get too comfortable.
Yeah, our grand final is going to be completely different to what we had in stage 1, and that makes Challengers so exciting. I think there's some big contenders that we think can make it, but every time we make a prediction, it's just kind of the opposite. You never know who's going to have a playoffs run. You never know who's going to pop off, right? That was kind of what Winthrop were doing in stage 1. They still have a challenger in the upper bracket, and they're going against an Envy that in stage 1, they used that as a learning lesson through playoffs where they didn't really have any sort of run, and now they win the first match. They get some momentum going. They have a potential as well to fulfill those expectations that everybody has on them, right? Being that #1 seed coming from the Swiss stage. It seems like everybody's excited for these upcoming matches because we really don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, just a level up and step up from all of these teams has been honestly insane to see. And like, you look at this bracket, okay, you have Envy that's on one side, you have TSM on the other versus Winthrop University versus Burger Boys, right? And then like you get knocked down, you're either going up against YFP or Ambrosia, like a team that has a crazy amount of veterans or a team that has a bunch of insane Zoomers. Like it's hard top down. Like this is a very cutthroat format. The way it's played out is very cutthroat. Every match at this point matters a lot for every one of these teams, and I'm excited to see this finish.
And with a challenger scene that you never know what's going to happen, you cannot miss a single match. That is it for our eliminations today. But tomorrow, we get another look at that upper bracket to get 2 teams into that upper finals and 2 insane matches, surely. So make sure that you're here seated tomorrow. But that is it for us today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We'll see you then. Have a good night.
Knight's backstepping. Nismo also given some space after the Omen TP. YFP recognized there's a little too much presence here, and they have barely just enough time to get to this B site, where the 2 duelists are waiting. Tens, first blind, good for 3! There's my go talking! No more time out the gate here.
Back in here. On a ton of utility, but at least they've got Nismo stuff online. The time's ticking down.
Iggy's reposition could be crucial on top of this smoke. TP may not have been caught. This is such a tough angle to hold, and it's so good! The rest of YFP! Wow. The question is stopping it. Beauty of Icebox. Swarm on top of the plants. Let's get some extra space. As the wall goes up, he'll just swing it. 4 for the Viper here. He'll get it all done himself on that Sheriff. Waiting to see if anybody peeks out. Oh, Victor. Oh, buddy. Give him an ace. Come on. Shot next point. Yep. Yeah. That's it. And Chet's Pets walled away. Active snake bite to force away Satellite. Get the Pets back in. Re-up on the smoking tower, though, so it's fragmented. And everyone's watching the drop. Ambrosia storm through.